Very knows.
My name is Jared Martinez. I'm a student at Cornell University, and I'm currently studying cognitive science. Playing NARAKA for the first time it was definitely like, it kind of clicked for me, and I've never even touched a melee-focused game before, and playing it was kind of like a surreal experience just because almost immediately when I first started playing, you could see like how high the skill ceiling was of the game.
First thing is that he's really, really smart. We all start very, very new, just 1, 2, 3, you know, focused attack a lot. But Tryhard, within the first 2 weeks of the game, he realized how good parry was. And he was one of the first players to innovate, you know, dodge parry, shift parry, we call it.
It started around my sophomore year of high school. I decided to start competing professionally, constantly, you know, playing in tournaments throughout the year. And, you know, I wasn't always, you know, someone who was winning. I actually started out not even placing very high in the first regional championship. And, you know, I told myself that, you know, I wouldn't ever let that happen again. I wanted to be someone that was, you know, consistently placed.
Tryhard is a very unique player that if he sees a video of you, he understands you. That's something that most players don't understand about Tryhard, is that he watches the game more than he plays the game, because that's what it takes to be the best player in the world.
The World Championship is a large span of time. It's such a large period of time that I have to take off from school, and you know, at such a crucial point in my education where, you know, I'm doing my college applications. I guess one of the critical decisions I made, and it was time that I had to take away from school, and taking all that time and splitting my time to compete. Even in day-to-day life, you know, competing does take a large part of my week, especially the weekend. You know, when there are tournaments that are late at night. You know, sometimes you don't get a lot of sleep. You know, it was a big sacrifice that I had to make. You know, but it's something I don't regret at all.
He was able to do it all the way towards the very end here. You love to see it. Let's go, Tryhard!
Just because last year I felt like I was so close, you know, and I was halfway there, and I just fell short on the second day.
For him, it was heartbreaking because he knows that it was in the grasp to have rank 1. And this year, I know he's done a lot of work because we always say we study the game more than we play the game. Going into Worlds, I have the utmost confidence that he'll show everyone that even with more pressure this year, he'll perform as everyone expects him to.
I'm really excited to, you know, participate and be a part of the World Championship in Shanghai. It's always been a goal of mine to, you know, practice more efficiently and practice more, and dedicate more of myself to what I'm doing. And I always feel like there's room for improvement in everything, even if I'm already considered the best in a certain region. But I would say my goal has never been to be the best in North America. My goal has been to be the best overall. So I'm always striving towards that.
Kickoff is one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and it only makes sense that the best of the best come here and absolutely dish it out one by one. If I had to say Team NTL definitely is looking really good and really strong.
We can't talk about NA and not talk about Tryhard.
You got no place to go, and Tryhard is going to pick up his fifth.
IDC, IDK, and all of these players. So it's definitely going to be really exciting to see how well they do against these NBPL teams.
It's got to be a Kuma. It has to be a Kuma. He's able to come through, and he provokes people. He pokes bears. He's like, hey, I'm over here.
We've got Wang Liang having performed extremely well at the end of the NBPL split.
On the odds to take the victory here in this Roma Yang.
I think Team 521 coming from the SCA region, playing the game in the way that they want to play it.
I'm going to be focusing a lot on KLA and XCG. Those two teams in particular have been very, very consistent in their play styles.
Is Spider gonna hold up to all of this hype that he's brought so far?
Oh, he almost was able to, but Mike still maneuvers, and he parries him!
Or is Mike going to continue his dynasty and win?
Got him down, and then Jan is gonna shut down Mike!
看来有人要迟到了呀！今天什么来头？
首届级别冠军，
春季赛冠军，
NBPL 夏季赛冠军。
NBPL 春季赛亚军。
今年那计划怎么开始这么早啊？小组赛就开始说了。
这不是国际友人来中国了吗？那不得好好欢迎一下他们。
大家好，我也回来了。DBCQ King is here.
Hi everyone, I'm IDC Say. I'm glad that I'm back and I'm ready to shine on the stage.
Các bạn mới đến đây lần thứ 2 thôi à, còn tôi thì đến đây lần thứ 3 rồi.
哦，好巧，我也是第3次参加姐杯的。
参加了3年有什么用？不过是到此一游罢了。
เหมือนพวกคุณเคยได้ถ้วยแชมป์แล้ว
It's a world competition.
看来有人要迟到了呀。今天什么来头？
首届姐杯冠军，
春季赛冠军。
NBPL 夏季赛冠军。NBPL 春季赛亚军。
今年那计划怎么开始这么早啊？小组赛就开始说了。
这不是国际友人来中国了吗？那不得好好欢迎一下他们。
大家好，我也回来了。DBCQ King is here.
Hi everyone, I'm IDC Say. I'm glad that I'm back and I'm ready to shine on the stage.
Các bạn mới đến đây lần thứ 2 thôi à, còn tôi thì đến đây lần thứ 3 rồi.
哦，好巧，我也是第3次参加姐杯的。
参加了3年有什么用？不过是到此一游罢了。
เหมือนพวกคุณเคยได้ถ้วยแชมป์แล้ว
It's a world competition now, and everyone is a top player from their region, except a few people.
小区篮球赛冠军也叫冠军，唯一拿过姐杯冠军的，今年只剩我一个。
都多少年的冠军了，还在这说呢？
I'm ready to fight, J Team.
We finally arrived, but where is J Team?
没进。
Weibo Gaming top 3 năm ngoái đâu bước ra đây.
也没进。
去年姐杯冠军都已经不在了，今年总该归我们了吧？
难道第一次打节杯就没有资格说话了吗？
Exactly as the Chinese proverb says, 出人奴独抛 who? Watch out for yourself.
以前是以前，
现在是现在。
我都还没说我节杯武神的故事呢。
Chiến thần ưng, bạn đã từng 1 đánh 3 chưa? Mùa trước tôi đã làm được 2 lần, còn mùa này tôi khẳng định là tôi sẽ làm được 3 lần.
New.
Giải đấu lần này mình không có tới trễ.
那真是不巧，我们赛区也进化了不少，
不仅变强了，还变帅了。
Bù ích thôi, đến khi không vào được vòng chung kết thì cũng phải khóc thôi.
这次我们集结了最强的 AS 赛区选手，这次我们一定可以更进一步的。
虽然我们第一次进节杯，但是进总决赛的话还是xa xa水了。Mục tiêu duy nhất của tôi năm nay là chỉ là vô địch. Mục tiêu duy nhất của chúng tôi năm nay chỉ là vô địch.
This game is about brains, and our team does not lack wisdom.
As the NA Trio champions, we're gonna make it through to the grand finals.
我会让你们看到冠军指挥的实力。
今年 T1的实力大家有目共睹，节杯的冠军我们势在必得。
我们已经剑指总决赛了，
我们已经买好成都的机票了。
开干！
tiến lên!
Don't worry, I will only crush you inside the game and not in real life with these.
有手
上抓了，风雨要被拆了，
冠军就是 WBG Spider 三排组冠军 G Team。
As of 2023, NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship regional qualifiers have ended, and we're ready to announce the group, pre-final, and grand final stages of the event. The NARAKA World Championship is an annual esports tournament officially held by NARAKA BLADEPOINT. During J-Cup, 18 trios teams and 18 solos players will join together in China to fight for the Ancient Cup. Before talking about the format, we will introduce you to the qualified teams and players from all 5 regions. First, there are 9 spots for the China mainland region. Within the 9 spots, 3 of them come from the 2023 NBPL Summer Split champions, and the other 2 teams from the J-Cup points leaderboard. The remaining spots will be given to the top 6 from the CN region J-Cup qualifiers. The qualified teams for North America, Europe, and Asia all qualified from the regional J-Cup qualifiers. It is worth noting that in the SEA region, Team 521, who won in both trios and solos for the Asian Challenge, were given a ticket straight to J-Cup group stage. The other qualification spots were determined by the SEA regional J-Cup qualifier. This year, we're adding a new ban pick rule to the solos mode. Under the hero points rules, solo players will use 5 different heroes in the 6 games they play daily. Before each day, the 12 players who are competing will be drawn into 3 pools, Pool 1, 2, and 3. Players will need to choose their hero according to the pick order of their pool. The maps and weather have already been determined for the 2023 J-Cup Group, Pre-Final, and Grand Final stages. Here are the details. Here's how the new ban pick rule will work. During the first round, 4 players pick their heroes. They are only limited by their hero points. During the second round, depending on the pick by first round players, players from this round cannot pick the hero if it's already been picked more than twice. Then the last round. Depending on the previous round picks, players cannot pick a hero if it's already been picked more than twice in a single round or more than 3 times in both previous rounds. The 2023 J-Cup group stage is kicking off on November 28th for 6 days. The top 12 in solos and trios will qualify for the 2023 J-Cup pre-final and grand final stages. All points will be nullified for the qualified players going on to the pre-finals round, which they will play for 6 games, and 50% of their points will be carried on with them to the grand final stages. The 2023 J-Cup Grand Finals is taking place in Chengdu, China. 12 solo players and 12 trio teams will play 6 rounds in one day with their 50% points from the pre-final round to determine the 2023 J-Cup champion. For more information about the 2023 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship, please visit our official NARAKA Esports website and follow our Twitter and TikTok at NARAKA Esports. Let's bring the heat. See you at the 2023 J-Cup.
temperature! The water here is also contaminated.
The contamination is only a symptom. To find the cause, we must look elsewhere.
Clutch it up with the dagger, uses the elbow, and Tryhard is gonna pick up his fifth!
Tryhard has it! Tryhard finds the win!
Everyone always asks me like who Tryhard is. Tryhard is one of the few players I ever met that really lives up to his name.
My name is Jared Martinez. I'm a student at Cornell University, and I'm currently studying cognitive science. Playing NARAKA for the first time it was definitely like, it kind of clicked for me, and I've never even touched a melee-focused game before, and playing it was kind of like a surreal experience just because almost immediately when I first started playing, you could see like how high the skill ceiling was of the game.
First thing is that he's really, really smart. We all start very, very new, just 1, 2, 3, you know, focused attack a lot, but Tryhard, within the first 2 weeks of the game, he realized how good parry was. And he was one of the first players to innovate, you know, dodge parry, shift parry, we call it.
It started around my sophomore year of high school. I decided to start competing professionally, constantly, you know, playing in tournaments throughout the year. And, you know, I wasn't always, you know, someone who was winning. I actually started out not even placing very high in the first regional championship. And, you know, I told myself that, you know, I wouldn't ever let that happen again. I wanted to be someone that was, you know, consistently placed.
Tryhard is a very unique player that if he sees a video of you, he understands you. That's something that most players don't understand about Tryhard, is that he watches the game more than he plays the game, because that's what it takes to be the best player in the world.
The World Championship is a large span of time. It's such a large period of time that I have to take off from school, and you know, at such a crucial point in my education where, you know, I'm doing my college applications. I guess one of the critical decisions I made, and it was time that I had to take away from school, and taking all that time and splitting my time to compete. Even in day-to-day life, you know, competing does take a large part of my week, especially the weekend, you know, when there are tournaments that are late at night. You know, sometimes you don't get a lot of sleep. You know, it was a big sacrifice that I had to make, you know, but it's something I don't regret at all.
Able to do it all the way towards the very end here. You love to see it. Let's go, Tryhard!
Just because last year I felt like I was so close, you know, and I was halfway there, and I just fell short on the second day.
For him, it was heartbreaking because he knows that it was in the grasp to have rank 1, and this year, I know he's done a lot of work because We always say we study the game more than we play the game. Going into Worlds, I have the utmost confidence that he'll show everyone that even with more pressure this year, he'll perform as everyone expects him to.
I'm really excited to, participate and be a part of the World Championship in Shanghai. It's always been a goal of mine to, practice more efficiently and practice more, and dedicate more of myself to what I'm doing. And I always feel like there's room for improvement in everything, even if I'm already considered the best in a certain region. But I would say my goal has never been to be the best in North America. My goal has been to be the best overall. So I'm always striving towards that.
今年春夏季赛，8个周冠，2个总冠，麦克和 Spider 拿了9个，可以说是统治了今年的联赛。去年 Spider 拿下了联赛以及捷杯的冠军，那今年麦克能包揽所有冠军吗？
一开始是在天人里面很猛嘛，然后看他们打捷杯看得很爽，然后我想打，但是我当时又未成年，成年了先打了个锦鲤杯，然后发现这种感觉很舒服，第一赛季开赛了我就去了。S1的我表现是比较一般的，4个双周1个周冠都没有拿下，因为自己的紧张失误，然后犯了很低级的错误，把自己的冠军是拱手让人了。打了1年，然后 S2他来了。
最开始想来打职业是因为当时打游戏认识的那些朋友都来打职业了，然后我也来想试一下。打职业的目的就是为了看一下自己的上限吧。其实我打职业的时候，其实没有想的特别多，大脑就放空的就去打嘛，然后结果出奇的比较好，所以说不要给自己太多的压力。
想过这个人可能厉害，但是没想过能这么猛。
就当时后面几把连续发挥都不是特别好，但是最后一把就是自己给自己的压力太大了，就导致操作就很变形，刚开局就直接淘汰了嘛。T2我还活着嘛，就自己反正就压力特别大，最后结束那一刻才就是积累了1局的压力都释放出来。你拿下冠军的那一刻和之后的那一段时间都是比较吸引我的，因为就也很有成就感嘛，就之前的努力也没有白费。
看到Spider拿下 S2冠军和捷杯冠军的，就是手很痒嘛，很想跟他就是在赛场上交手一下，就跟他比划比划。然后我当时 S3打的时候就觉得第一次接触了一个大赛了，这个就是压力来源，然后还有下面就这么多支持的观众什么的，如果这2年都打不过的话，感觉有点对不起自己。
当时春季赛没能拿下最后的冠军，哭的时候是因为当时做了很多的准备来准备这个决赛嘛，没有办法，就很无力那种感觉。明明已经做了那么多准备，但是就是到时候就是没用出来嘛。而且当时是发烧了，
感觉有点五味杂陈吧。就是他那种哭不是那种没有夺冠那种哭，而是那种可能那种惋惜的哭，那个状态就是来得太晚了，然后这种无力感。就一开始就觉得他那种性格就是那种摆个臭脸的那种性格，你知道吧？就觉得这个人他很难接近，就不好聊。后面包括一些活动安排什么都在一块的，然后后面发现，聊开了，然后就 OK 了。
可能别人觉得我也看起来不是很好说话的样子，就是我的性格可能很容易造成误会吧。就别人见你的第一面，可能觉得你是一个很不友善的人，但其实并不是。在场下我觉得他比较开朗吧。我俩在一起的时候，可能他会说70%的话，我就会说30%的话。其实我对大拜的印象，从刚开始打单排的时候到现在是一样的，就是一个很强劲的对手游戏里是对手，生活中就是朋友。在赛场上，他是一个就不到最后一刻他都不会放弃的选手。我觉得这种精神很值得我去学习。
他的今年的状态就是也是比较热的，然后我也不敢说我是能100%拿下的。
就拿得下就开心吧，拿不下就加油呗，就也改变不了太多什么，就是尽力能去打好就行。
这一次节杯的话，如果算10成的话，我可能有个5到6成吧。
我觉得我有50%的把握吧，剩下的就要看临场，交给运气了。
你要打败的永远只有你自己。
作为一个职业选手，对自己的实力不自信的话，那就不要当职业选手了。
Good morning, evening, noon, and night, coming to you live from Shanghai, China. Welcome back to the J-Cup Group's NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I am your host and caster, Davier, alongside my main man, my good buddy. We always do it time and time again, Ruin Keeper TV. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to your 2023 J-Cup. Oh my goodness, it's Trios Day 1 Dobby, and things are looking to get quite exciting right off of the rip as we get ready to head in and talk about a lot of these teams. But before we do any of that, we got to recap what went down yesterday.
Where do we start? Where do we start? After the onslaught of insanity, let's just knock it out the way. Now let's just do it out right now. Back to back to back to back. 4-time winning WBG Spider absolutely closes and shuts out the game and lets everybody know he is here, he is back, and he is awoken.
Well, you know what? It's not only WBG Spider who comes through as well, but there was a little bit of a cold front moving through by the name of Frostivus. And Frostivus, man, I tell you what, they say warming up, but this man was icing over yesterday. Because he was like, he was doing okay, he was doing a little bit better, a whole lot better. He's doing way, way better all of a sudden. So Frostivus walking away yesterday in second place overall in the standings. Our boy, our double regional champion, if you will, coming in and making it happen.
Listen, and Frostivus too definitely had a lot going for him. Like you said before, he was struggling kind of a little hesitant at first, but by about game 4, game 5, he was cooking. Sadly though, did lose to a Bane's Breath in game number 4. That was a little bit of a blunder, but that didn't define how the rest of his games went. And by game 6, he's in top 3, slowly behind AOW's Mike and our top leader, WBG Spider.
Oh man, you know what? Though we got to go ahead and shift focus, Dobby, and head into trios for today. And if we're heading into trios, we got to talk about a couple of teams here. And you know, we're gonna have to talk about one of my favorite teams. Of course, I'm gonna be talking about Team XCG.
Man, when we talk about a team that has been absolutely dominating, and there's one word that comes to mind every time. You know what that is?
Is it my favorite word, Dobby?
Consistency! It's the one thing he loves to bring up every time, and that's exactly what XCG brings and pulls in every which way, shape, or form. So clearly, for a team like them, oh yeah, they're going to continue to bring the heat over and over again.
Oh, absolutely. Look, XCG is one of those teams, we see them do this thing time and time again, where for the first 4 games, they're literally just like chilling out in that second, maybe down in 3rd or 4th place, and for whatever reason, we never cut to them. We're not seeing a whole lot of action, and then by the time we creep up to game 4 and 5, all of a sudden, wait a minute.
Pedal to the metal.
Yeah, we haven't been talking about XCG all day, but they're in 1st place. What did we miss? Where did these boys come from?
I call XCG the replay boys, because that's where a lot of our highlights come from, is being able to see XCG and wonder what went down. Oh, guess what? Replays got it for us. Thank goodness for replays and observers, because otherwise we would have missed out on some good fighting action when it comes to XCG. Now, when it comes to that team, obviously, yes, but we got to give it up to the next team as well.
Oh, what team's that going to be, Dobby?
Oh, you know exactly what that team is.
No, fill me in, baby. Don't do this to me, Dobby.
No, I'm passing that one on to you, baby.
All right, look, if we're going to talk to another team, we're jumping regions here, and of course we're going to be talking about NTL, Dobby. Okay, NTL coming in, led by our boy Tryhard from the NA region. He already has the world experience. He's bringing in players like Ski and all his other teammates, Dodo and Hero, and they're going to be looking to make things happen for the NA region this year and qualify for those grand finals.
It's going to be interesting to see Tryhard lead a trio. I think that's really the biggest thing. And that's going to be probably a hurdle for him as well overall, because he's doing
one of the few things that only 3 players are doing. He's doing solos and he's dipping into trios. So he already had decent games yesterday in terms of solos. He had a decent amount of games. He's kind of in the middle. He's got a decent place where he's at. So hopefully in this next game for solos, he'll be right back and could potentially take that top spot, maybe even snatch it away from Frostivus. But as for a trio, this is going to be a different Tryhard that we've seen, and let's hope that that definitely elevates not only his gameplay into solos, but obviously brings the rest of the team something good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that's going to come in and it's going to be very interesting to see how they play as well, because we've never really seen how they do in a hyper-competitive setting like this together. They have a little bit of an advantage. Again, Tryhard's been on the stage before. He knows how to handle the jitters.
Right.
He's been here. He's interacted with a lot of these players. So he's going to bring a lot of knowledge to that team. It's just going to be whether they can get behind that knowledge and make something happen. But speaking of making something happen, we got to talk about a team that came last year and most certainly did make something happen. And they're also from outside of the CN region. Of course, we're talking about VNGC.
Ooh, VNGC with an absolute powerful squad here, who's been in these rosters before here, but leading the pack, Roy Hehe. That is somebody, that was one of y'all favorites when he came into the scene. Y'all was talking about Roy Hehe, and y'all was expecting some very high tier quality gameplay, and he brought it last year.
Look, Roy is an absolutely insane player. When we talk about him, we have to talk about the fact that when it comes to NBPL, when it comes to J-Cup, he is one of the few players we have ever seen win a 1v3 in this competitive setting. And he did it not only once, he did it twice, Dobby.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Being able to have that over your shoulders with your team eliminated, and you gotta handle 3 people, and being able to do it not once but twice, that is story straight out of an anime protagonist, like entirely. But what anime protagonist doesn't have that, but they have a heartfelt but very motivating story? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Roy Hehe's protagonist story.
这边罗伊西西看看他打3吗？这边就剩1个人了。哇！但这个时候如果双抓的话是有机会的。又服，他又变出来了。罗伊嗨嗨想要复刻昨天单排的神迹吗？太丰富了，这个人。
Tôi tin rằng không có thể ngăn cản một con người đầy tham vọng. Tôi luôn nỗ lực làm việc, biến mọi khuyết điểm thành động lực để bản thân tiến về phía trước. Tôi là một game thủ. Thì con tâm của mình thì sinh ra ở Kon Tum, thì Kon Tum nó cũng không khá là to, thì cũng xa với Sài Gòn khá là xa. Thì em út mình hiện tại thì cũng 3 đứa, nó cũng khá nhỏ, cũng không biết gì hết. Thì với lại một người mẹ, thì hồi trước thì cũng có mẹ cản về vấn đề là thi đấu và chơi game. Sau một lần thi đấu được thành công thì mang thành tích về khoe với mẹ là con có thể làm được và có thể đi xa hơn nữa, và từ lúc đó mẹ không cản nữa.
Từ khi mà mình biết tới Roy thì Roy đã là một trong những player nổi bật nhất tại server. Roy, điểm mạnh nhất của Roy là về việc tư duy chơi game và khả năng thích ứng với game rất là tốt, cộng thêm với việc là Roy rất siêng năng trong việc tìm hiểu những tip và trick trong game để tự cải thiện kỹ năng cá nhân của mình.
Thì em thì nghĩ là em không có thiên phú gì đâu, mà chỉ là những cái mánh khóe gọi là kỹ năng và từng con tướng và em đọc kỹ vô, và em nghĩ đây ai cũng có thể làm được điều đó, nhưng mà phải nghĩ kỹ về vấn đề đó. Những người đồng đội này nó học được nhiều thứ, và có thể là khi nó gọi là vừa sở thích và vừa gọi là công việc, nó trộn đều lại với nhau để mình đi xa hơn. Vì EVL mà em học được rất là nhiều thứ và được quen thêm nhiều, biết thêm nhiều về những bên đó như thế nào, và em được học hỏi rất là nhiều từ bên phía EVL. Em nghĩ là nếu mà em được cơ hội như thế này thì em có thể thử và có thể cố gắng để học một cái tiếng Trung, thì để mình giao tiếp với nhau với đồng đội. Thì mong đợi của em thì em sẽ được đi qua đó và ngồi trên sân khấu và được thi đấu với cùng với những đồng đội và học hỏi được thêm nhiều thứ từ bên phía EVL đưa về.
Mình chỉ muốn nói với Roy Hehe một điều là chỉ cần tự tin, và chỉ cần tự tin thôi là Roy sẽ tỏa sáng và sẽ khẳng định với lại tất cả mọi người thêm một lần nữa là năm ngoái chỉ là một bước nhỏ trên hành trình của Roy thôi.
You know, Dami, I think you're right. When you talk about anime protagonist backstories, that's one if I've ever seen one. You know, Roy Hehe has come here. He's overcome a lot of diversity to bring his skills to the stage. And like you said, he's probably one of the favorite players, even if that team is not doing exceptionally well. And when they are doing exceptionally well, they're a wonderful team to watch play. And Roy Hehe just brings a lot of passion, Dami.
But he also brings a lot of macro to the table too, because like I said, this man is a good player. Like you said before, being able to handle 1v3s not once but twice is definitely somebody that clearly has that passion, and that passion shows through his gameplay. And obviously, when you have that amount of passion, you're a good player. So clearly, a lot of the highlights, the amount of replays that we've talked about when it comes to Roy Hehe absolutely shines when he plays. So I'm excited to see how much of that passion has continued throughout this season and how he's able to handle himself in these trio group stages.
You know what? Roy Hehe, great player, but there's another team we still have to touch on.
Oh, we missed somebody?
We had anything, we did miss somebody, Dobby. And you know what? It's a unique opportunity to talk about our boys in Team 521.
All right, 521 back in action here with Unique. Absolutely dominating here. And like I said, he is one of the other two solo competitors that is doing both solos and trios. He is another contender that is going to try to bring his trio team into the madness, into the hard work, and hopefully they'll see themselves in that top 5. And with Unique, in terms of how well he's played as a solo player, he can only be just such an important asset to a team like 521.
You know, 521's a very, very interesting team. They come from one of, if not the most aggressive region in all of NARAKA, and they still manage to bring that tempo up to like a 12, not even 11, like a 12, and make those lobbies play at their pace. And I've got to give a shout out to Akame from Team 521. He's playing that support role for this team, and I'm going to tell you, being there before, being an IGL, being the support for a team that is that aggressive is an extremely hard thing to do, and he does it so well, Dobby.
Absolutely well, and clearly it's going to be good to see how 521 stacks up with the rest of these teams. I mean, we talked about XCG, we talked about Roy Hehe, but enough talking. It's time to get right into the action. But first, we got to give you guys an absolute incredible opener. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pre-show.
Hi guys, we're in the car right now. I'm heading to the airport to meet Hero, and they're all waiting for me in the lobby, hopefully. So, and I think they're in scrims right now, but hopefully we'll meet them when we get there. What's up guys? Getting ready in the morning today. I just took a shower, getting ready, have makeup in the morning, and then a little bit of media to do, but hopefully I'll be able to do scrims today with the rest of the guys. I got to meet Hero, Ski, Dodo last night. I met Raven, and I also met some of IDC, so I still want to meet all the other players. But yeah, I'll see you guys there.
Hello, this is NTL Dodo. I'm here with my teammates, Hero and Ski. This is Ski. This is Hero. We're on the way to the venue to take some pictures and stuff for the media.
Hey guys, it's Hypernova. I'm in Shanghai and I can't wait to get started.
David, how you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'm about to head to the practice room. We can walk there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello guys,
Frosty was here. Now that we have finally finished filming, I'm about to get ready for today's scrims. And I hope it will go well. And I'll see you guys there. Bye bye.
Hey guys, it's NTO Hero here.
I'm King from Team BPCQ.
It's me, Huawei. I'm here with Demise as my coach.
大家好，我是野之少。Chào mọi người, mình là Bambi, mình đến từ team 521 Esports.
11月末，上海的初冬并不算冷。滴水湖畔 ，NBPL 职业联赛比赛场馆内聚集了来自全球各地的18支豪强。无论是传奇老将，还是顶尖新秀，目的只有一个：登上巅峰。
A European guy skilled in martial arts. That's probably how many players and fans see me. Although I can't continue my solo journey this time, I will still lead my teammates forwards.
时光飞逝，但我依然清晰地记得2年前捧起股神杯的瞬间。虽然仅剩我一人，但杰杯冠军之魂永不熄灭。
这是我们第3次来到杰杯的小组赛了。 MVP 集合了多个亚服的强者，我们不打算这么轻易的回去。
I'm not like them. Although it's my first time here, I want everyone to remember the strength of the NA region.
对，高潮不起来呀，疯狂飞对面 ADP。
还好能淘汰第一时间啊，现在场上一个30秒左右。
做个龙王破，对面现在顶一波，被飞了过这刀让马连斩，2段还是被震。
我们是 NBPL 磨合时间最长的队伍，要比经验和配合，我们不输任何人。
Chào các bạn, vua Việt Nam đã trở lại. 1 đánh 3 chỉ là điểm khởi đầu, nhưng mà điểm kết thúc của tôi là vô địch.
OK， 一到剑姬3打1，这一波震了2把刀，又震了，又震了，要1打3了吗？难不成罗伊给再骗阵？再出追击，金钟罩没有用。
NBPL 夏季赛冠军对我最大的意义是，XGG 的实力终于被肯定。这次杰杯我們勢在必得。
Chúng ta đã thống trị khu vực Việt Nam. Tôi hy vọng mình có thể cạnh tranh với kẻ mạnh thực sự ở Thượng Hải.
说到统治，没有人比我们更有话语权。我会让你们见识到什么是 NBPL T0级的战力。
欢迎来到2023永劫无间世界冠军赛 Kickoff 小组赛的比赛现场，我是陈宇。经过了1年的沉淀与磨练，最终18支战队从全球5大赛区当中脱颖而出，杀出重围，威风凛凛，勇士无惧。接下来，让我们一起来迎接他们的到来。 首先，让我们有请来自亚服赛区的战队，有请 MVP。 BK LTZ 徐云 Home。接下来，让我们欢迎来自欧洲赛区的战队。首先，让我们有请 IDK。 Sachko, No Sense, Roman, Aguando。接下来有请 IDC。Zay, Lexon, Brandero, Arados。接下来，让我们欢迎来自北美赛区的战队。首先有请 DPCQ。 King, Plan B, Mushroom, 邓仔。接下来有请 NTL。 Hero, Ski, Tryhard, Adodo。接下来，让我们欢迎来自东南亚赛区的战队。首先有请 BBE。 Snack, Fat Mill, IBN。接下来有请 Lobby 28。D229, Gump, Guitar, Tanoshi。下面有请 BNGC。 Royce, Minds, Loves, Osborne。接下来有请 521。 Pempi, Unique, Akame, Hin。最后，让我们欢迎作为主场出战的中国大陆赛区战队。首先欢迎 HLG。 泡鱼、小韩、酷酷。接下来有请 JO。 翔仔、晚风、AS。接下来有请 OUG。The King SS 星宇。 接下来有请成都积极。Miss Kaya 330李新淼。接下来有请 KLA。 Rosemary 小玉、陈玄之 Pig。下面有请 Fun Plus 朱雀。冬青、小虎、Water。 下面有请 TE。Leo LYD TXJ VVV。接下来有请 DRG。Porky 无心98三少生生。最后有请星辰 Gaming。小南、奈何桥、李星恒。感谢所有战队的到来。 群雄汇聚，星辰闪耀，全球最顶尖的18支战队将向冠军发起冲击。究竟谁能吹响胜利的号角？利剑出鞘，战斗正式开始。
看来有人要迟到了呀。今天什么来头？
首届级别冠军。
春季赛冠军 ，NBPL 夏季赛冠军
，NBPL 春季赛亚军。
唉，今年那计划怎么开始这么早啊？小组赛就开始说了？
哼，这不是国际友人来中国了吗？那不得好好欢迎一下他们。
大家好，我也回来了。DBCQ King is here.
Hi everyone, I'm IDC Say. I'm glad that I'm back and I'm ready to shine on the stage.
Các bạn mới đến đây lần thứ 2 thôi à, còn tôi thì đến đây lần thứ 3 rồi.
哦，好巧，我也是第3次参加节杯的。
参加了3年有什么用？不过是到此一游罢了。
Mình Phúcเคยได้ถ้วยแชมป์แล้ว
It's a world competition now, and everyone is a top player from their region, except a few people.
小区篮球赛冠军也叫冠军，唯一拿过节杯冠军的，今年只剩我一个。
都多少年的冠军了，还在这说呢？
I'm ready to fight, J Team.
We finally arrived, but where is J Team?
没进，
Weibo của mình top 3 năm ngoái đâu bước ra đây.
也没进。
去年节杯冠军都已经不在了，今年总该归我们了吧？
难道第一次打节杯就没有资格说话了吗？
Exactly as the Chinese proverb says, 出人奴独抛虎 watch out for yourself.
以前是以前，
现在是现在。
我都还没说我节杯武神的故事呢。
Chiến thần ư, bạn đã từng 1 đánh 3 chưa? Mùa trước tôi đã làm được 2 lần, còn mùa này tôi khẳng định là tôi sẽ làm được 3 lần.
New.
Giải đấu lần này mình không có tới trễ.
那真是不巧，我们赛区也进化了不少，
不仅变强了，还变帅了。
Vô ích thôi, đến khi không vào được vòng chung kết thì cũng phải khóc thôi.
这次我们集结了最强的 AS 赛区选手，这次我们一定可以更进一步的。
虽然我们第一次进节杯，但是进总决赛的话还是洒水了。Mục tiêu duy nhất của tôi năm nay là chỉ là vô địch. Mục tiêu duy nhất của chúng tôi năm nay chỉ là vô địch.
This game is about brains, and our team does not lack wisdom.
As the NA Trio champions, we're gonna make it through to the grand finals.
我会让你们看到冠军指挥的实力。
今年 TE 的实力大家有目共睹，节杯的冠军我们势在必得。
我们已经剑指总决赛了，
我们已经买好成都的机票了。
开干，
tiến lên.
Don't worry, I will only crush you inside the game and not in real life with these.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? The time is now, the pre-show is over, and we are back to bring you the first day of J-Cup 2023 Trios. I'm going to be your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper, and joining me is my main man, my OG, the lovely Dabier, as we get ready to bring you guys the action. And you know what? These players might be bringing the heat, but me and Dabi, we bring in the fashion, baby.
Very much so, but I will say that Trash Talk was a very amazing segment. I love their Trash Talk segments every single year, and that was great. Definitely some very high-key moments and funny stuff that I feel like we'll probably be able to come back to in a later date as these trio games will start to continue on.
Speaking of coming back to things, make sure you guys keep coming back to us on Twitch at twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Make sure you've got your lovely Steam accounts linked here with Twitch so you can pick up some of those awesome rocks for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Also, make sure you've got us followed over on the lovely Kick as well. That's going to be kick.com/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You don't want to miss out on any of the lovely little goodies we have coming your way.
Absolutely, especially some goodies overall though. But make sure you guys are watching and paying attention because we will be throwing some questions out at you. Both questions that you will have to answer and other ones you will have to answer and predict on the website, the NARAKA BLADEPOINT website, for your chance to win some pretty awesome goodies. So make sure, like I said, make sure your stuff is linked. Make sure that you're watching and paying attention because we will be quizzing y'all. Every single game, we're quizzing y'all on something. It's gonna be easy. The first two are usually really easy. And over time, it just gets a little harder, a little harder, a little harder.
But, you know, we're here. It's time for the trios to kick off. Dabi, a totally different beast than solos. Yesterday was an absolutely wild day here for our first day of J-Cup. Now we're heading into our second day, our first day of trios, though. And I expect things to get even crazier because, you know, as high octane as solos was, trios is just such a different ball game, buddy.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to see a lot more final circles because I don't think we might have seen 1 or 2 yesterday. Usually, you know, either it's one of those days where we don't see them at all, or we see them every single game and everybody's trying to last, everybody's trying to maintain that. But we know in trios, it's guaranteed that they're going all the way to the very end, and there is absolutely no circle in sight, and everybody's fighting just out in the storm. So even with that here, I thoroughly believe it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time. But, you know, we've got a lot to talk about today, Dabi. And, you know, we have to move in and... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we've got to move in and talk about the prize pool. Of course, there's a lot of cheddar on the line, my big man.
That's a lot of money. That is a lot of bread, even with that though. And also, even with the MVPs too, the single game winner, and obviously every single rank point gets you at least something, right? Like everybody gets a chance to walk out of here and at least get a little bit of something, which is great. But the more that you get there, a little higher each time, you're securing a bag. You can earn an extra 5 bands just like that if you go from 9th to 8th. Let alone another 10 if you go from 4th to 5th. And let's not forget, if you get in the top 3, you immediately jump another $60,000.
That's a whole lot of money on the line, Dobby. And of course, if you walk away in first place, that's $500,000, my man. But we got to take a look at the schedule. Today is going to be groups B and C going head-to-head here in trios. Of course, yesterday was groups A and B's in solos. We're going to be heading deep here for the next couple of days because we are going to be 6 days deep before we head on over to Chengdu for those grand finals. As you take a look, here it is. Chengdu is going to be where those finals take place on the 16th and 17th of December, and that is where we will crown your champions here for the NARAKA 2023 J-Cup.
Can't wait. I can't wait. Never been to Chengdu, just as much as I've never been to Shanghai. So far, Shanghai has been an absolute treat. Cannot wait to continue to do more and hang out with everyone and still be able to create some amazing camaraderie while we're here. And right before we get started here, I'm excited even for Chengdu. Like, that's also going to be another place. And
well, you know what I'm excited for, Dobby? I'm excited for some of the changes we've recently seen. So we're going to take a look here at Faria Shen, and you can read these changes off on the screen, but realistically, what this means is Faria Shen is an absolute menace now coming in. Okay, so not only does she spawn in immediately into that ultimate, she transforms into that mech faster. Instead of having 1.5 cannon shots loaded off the rip, she immediately has 2 cannon shots. Not only that, she's able to enter the cannon mode faster, and not only that, she's even harder to interact with from the sides, which means it's going to be harder to hit her with range shots. It's going to be harder for something like the Monk to grab her out of it. The list goes on and on. Speaking of crucial heroes, they got some adjustments. We also have to talk about Kurumi here. And, you know, even before this current patch, she got a little bit of a buff where she's able to move that healing circle, which really brought her back into the meta. But this one, this change in specific, I want to focus on this first one, added that new effect to every single F ability she has, to where she's able to get that healing on all of that. That means her F3 now has the ability to both give you damage reduction and healing, which is massive. Zipping Ying, of course, got a little bit of a tweak now where her maximum amount of rage has been increased to the same as other heroes, which means it takes her a little bit longer to get that ultimate built up. And of course, Akko saw a very, very minor tweak where the damage on that F1 coming out does just a little bit less damage. Not too big of a change given the fact that most of the players are really after that damage reduction and the ability to break away from combos. And then of course, we're going to take a look at some weapon adjustments here. The dual blades coming in, this seems like such a minor change, right? The fact that the dual blades on those horizontal and vertical charge strikes knock you further away. But I was literally talking to Duncan at the beginning of the day, and we've been labbing some of this out. And because of this, there's a couple of combos that are no longer true on the follow-up chase. They're a lot harder to make come out. So this dual blade change is going to change up drastically how some of these players are actually playing those dual blades. And then we move into the changes for the pole sword as well. We slightly reduce the vertical range of charged horizontal strikes. And this is for a good reason, right? You can't quite catch some of those opponents that you've knocked away as far off of those charged horizontal strikes, which means the follow-up for some of those weapons are a little bit harder to hit, and you're not going to find quite as much value off of something like a quick weapon swap after you're able to get some hits done. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the groups for today, though, Dobby.
Absolutely stacked so far here, as we will be going through a different groups. And so far, like we said before, we were talking about all of the excitement as we saw some of the teams walk out today. We have XCG, we have DRG, we have NTL, Team GG, we have OUG, and Lobby coming in at Group B. And also at the bottom, Group C, that is going to be IDC. We have VNGC that we were talking about, 521 KLA, Fun Plus Phoenix, and of course HLG. So Group A is going to have to take a break, watch everybody They have to go back to the scrims, get ready, watch everybody, and see how the games go. But as of currently, it's into the night of Morris Isle for our game number 1.
Which means we're heading into a Firefly map. Things are going to get crazy because those ultimates are going to be online very, very quickly for these players. And it's going to be a romp of a good time heading into game number 1. Yeah, an absolute romp, Dobby. You're going to take a look here. By the way, look at this beautiful AR we've got on this stage, right?
AR is insane. Like, this is storytelling at its finest, let alone how they've been able to
I just want to run out on the rocks.
Exactly. I want to see, like, can it really hold me up? Like, you know, is it really that strong? Or am I just going to fall? I would love to. But if I fall, does that mean I float?
Can we talk about XCG, by the way? This was not the color jersey they had last year. I'm really digging this new white and gray scheme that XCG's bringing to the table.
Especially like on the sleeves too, and it stops halfway and then it goes back to white.
White, yeah.
Like you can kind of see that. I like it. It gives me a little bit of a baseball type feel, but definitely something like also with like a mix of football, not football. I mean, it's soccer as well. So it kind of gives a little bit of both here. But you know, I love my purple as well here, as you see from VNGC. They're locking it in and they're about to get ready. And obviously seeing their coach that we saw from the backstory of Roy Hihi, who has been his successor, his sensei, his teacher this entire time. And now the student is teaching the teacher. But luckily, that teacher is still leading the way, as always, so it's good to see him absolutely being the man of the hour, making sure that VNGC is locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, man, all of these players are coming in today, and today is going to be extremely crucial to their performances, right? First day is always an interesting spot to be in. I feel like if you're in Group A right now, you're going to come into your first day with a little bit of advantage. You're going to have been able to scout out both of these other groups, right? You're going to have seen kind of what their strategy coming through the day is going to be. You're going to see what those hero picks, those
this is that
team
replay.
comp picks are. Yeah, this is absolutely wild. This is one of those 1v3s where Roy Hihi just able to come out on top against all odds, wins this fight into the 1v3, keeps his team alive. Look at this. He cancels the ultimate here. We're going to see immediately. He just starts the change-up combo onto PP here from WBEG. Immediately picks up the parry onto him. Gets a clean execution with the jumping re-follow-up left click. Immediately turns it on to Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker with the bell. Mistimes it, and Roy knows how to punish it, follows through, and cleans up one of the first 1v3s we've ever seen in professional play. I had the honor of casting that match, and I know I went absolutely wild. I think it was Jake who was there with me as well, and he was left absolutely speechless. Taking a look. Speaking of teams from other regions, though, 5-2-1. This is a team I'm very invested in what this team is going to do. I personally think that if Team 5-2-1 is able to come in here and force these lobbies to play at their pace, at their momentum, most of these teams are not going to know what to do, and they are going to get blown over like Team 5-2-1 is a hurricane. But if these teams brought their windbreakers, if they're ready for it, and they're able to slow their momentum down, I think 5-2-1 might just fall apart.
I wouldn't necessarily say fall apart, but that means that they're going to have to play their game and their rules. And the question is are they fast enough to adapt to that type of speed? That's what's going to make the difference maker in how they can handle all of that. Meanwhile, when it comes to Fun Plus Phoenix, another team that is a favorite that we've talked about in many different ways when it comes to Dun Queenwater and Zhaohu. This is the team, I mean, everybody loves Fun Plus Phoenix.
Here's my thing. I don't even want to bring it into existence, but we've got to talk about it, Dobby. This is a team that during the regular splits performs exceptionally well, if not one of the best trio teams that has incredible performances. They've broken records in their trios games. But when they make it to the bi-weekly finals, when they make it to the grand finals for a split, and when they make it to Worlds, I don't know what it is, something happens, they fall apart. It's like a curse looming over their head, and I hope they got some voodoo shaman magic or something on their side this time, and that curse has been broken.
I don't know about a voodoo one, but speaking of that, we got to talk about one of our favorites here, the EU guys, and also one of our other amazing fellow casters, but also he's not a caster, he's a coach today, Coach Raven NPLZ, following up for Team IDC, good group of people. He did some cosplay yesterday with one of our amazing casters, Moxie, and we've got the team with Zay leading it as well here. But so far, it's going to be really good for them. He is back. He's sadly not going to be a solo player in this game. He has to be put into the trios, but I believe, and I absolutely have nothing but confidence that Zay is going to come through and absolutely shine bright like a diamond.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just look at that gorgeous face, Dobby. How could you expect him to do anything but shine bright like a diamond?
I don't know. The king will have to. He might have to step away on the most handsome man in this group. Zay might have, man. He might have him beat a little bit.
I mean, just a little bit here, but man, these players are all locked and loaded. They are going to be coming in hot today, and I'm excited to see where it goes. We're going to take a look. HLG, this is another team we haven't got to talk about yet today that I definitely want to throw some praise on, because when this team came into the summer split, Dobby, not only were they a completely new org to the NBPL, but the first 3 players that they fielded were all brand new players to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.
That's crazy.
Being down an entire season, because they didn't get to participate in the spring split whatsoever, they had to make all of their points to qualify for Worlds during the summer split and during rep change. The odds of them being able to be here, to be able to qualify for the World Championship were next to none. Not only did they qualify, I'm expecting them to do very well. Also taking a look at our NA boys here for Team NTL. Looking like they're ready to lock and load here. I do believe that is Hero, Ski, and Tryhard sitting behind the desk right now. So it looks like for game number 1, a Dodo is going to be sitting things out here as we move across to Team KLA, Rosemary, CXC, and you. Man, this is a team, they are like, they play textbook NARAKA, right? And they do it so well. They're not a team that comes out and like has crazy new strats or anything like that.
Which is interesting because that's the complete opposite for solos.
Oh, yeah,
For their solo,
yeah,
it's a completely unhinged person, and then meanwhile, we go to the trio team and they're by the book. Like,
yeah, exactly. They wrote the book.
They wrote the book, and Akuma's like, I don't need this book. What are we reading? Meanwhile, OUG, speaking of handsome men, right? Talking about the king. We talked about him during a great live stream that we had. We got some dinner with Jaeger. And definitely talked about his improvements overall with his timing, him leading the pack as a team, and hopefully being able to lead his trio team to an absolute victory here. So it'll be interesting to see how OUG can handle it amongst all these other incredible teams that's about to absolutely slaughter.
Look, there's been some adjustments to Yodohime, right, that have brought her way back into the pack in terms of hero. I'm excited, and I hope we see the king pick Yodohime back up. It was a champion that he dominated on in solos. Hopefully he can bring some of that energy to trios for the team as well. But we are getting ready to lock in for game number 1, Dobby, as we take a look at all the teams. We're going to move into that hero selection stage very soon.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at TGG. I thought one of the players on the left was asleep for a second. I was like, sir, that's not the time to be getting to knock out. Everybody's about to lock it in. Let's see what the hero picks is. Rune, do your thing, take it away.
Yeah, let's see what our boys are gonna bring to bear here for game 1, day 1 of trios. And here we go. We're gonna see it coming in here. It looks like we are gonna see some Transformers.
Wow.
This is
Right off the
something
gate.
I'm still interested to see. Look at this. It's going to be a very Transformers heavy lobby. This is one of the things you and me were discussing, Dobby. If you take a look here, this Viper comp has completely changed. There's no more Yodohime. We're seeing Tessa take the place of that Yodohime, and it's because of a comp that's been brewing in the background where Yueishan, Yodohime, Feria, Shen are the focus. We've not seen that comp coming through here into this lobby, but because of that, Tessa has taken the place of Yodohime onto that Viper comp.
Obviously coming into the Viper comp as well. Looks like Zest Winery is going to be held up by KLA, and it looks like they're also going to be fighting another team as well, fighting for all of that loot. As we look at Team DRG as well into the very center, and it looks like we're going to see VNGC and XCG going to be all the way in Shipwreck's Expanse by them in a space where they're going to have to force the fights. Looks like HHLG on the right is going to have to fight. It looks like they don't have to really worry about too much here, but everybody's realistically spread out. Not a lot of immediate fights. The only fights we're really going to see out of the gate is probably going to be from VNGC and probably going to be from our NA teams, over at KLA. So let's hope that they really are prepared for this, as we're going to lock it in for our first game, as Zalnin's going to get the first piece of some decent loot here. Both pews, and let's get the first question out of the way here, so that way everybody can get some stuff going. Make sure you're on the website, so that way you guys
Not the website, Dobby. They need to log in to their NARAKA, and you need to go into the client and answer the following question: which of the two teams will achieve the highest score in this match? Make sure you hurry up and do it. There's some goodies on the line here, but team, oh my goodness, 28 here, Lobby 28 going head-to-head with XCG. XCG taking a commanding lead here as NiHQ with the ultimate on Uation already. They're going to allow them to clean up one of the players from Lobby 28, Tenoshi, on the backside of this rock, trying to break away. NiHQ continuing to use that ultimate to create pressure for his team. They're going to pick up double eliminations here, and now it's just a 3v1, no place to go. Lobby 28 will lose their early game resurrections as XCG picks up 3 eliminations off of the bat. Dogby, I think the observers heard me talking about we don't get enough XCG on camera and decided they were going to follow him out here, and sure enough, we got some action right off the rib.
Let's not sleep on OUG, who also was able to get their first 3 eliminations as well into this fight. So obviously they were able to do their quick engaging while they were in the section. Obviously starting the no ult zone, clearly preventing them from realistically being able to do anything in that circle here. And obviously going to try to see if they can rotate this around, as it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix's Don't Quit is going to be right next to Team GG. Going to have to be careful if Muskelia ends up finding them, or at least hearing those footsteps all the way up top here. Most likely the team from Fun Plus Phoenix should be around the bend, but Fun Plus Phoenix is Don Queen just, you know, coming through, just rotating, doing a little bit of shopping, seeing what's going on. What do they need? What type of resources is going to help them in this moment? It looks like Xavier needs some shield as well. He's sitting on a gray shield currently, so going to try to see if he can find some stuff. But looking at 5-2-1, they was able to get their stuff going here. Now they're going to keep this rotation as much as possible here. Look at that flight. Look how high he's getting up there with that beautiful Bruce Lee skin as well on top of this here. And it looks like IDC and KLA nearby here. EU versus NA could potentially fight this out here, depending on what they want to do.
So this is very interesting. Team 5-2-1 there. Hyper-aggressive team, but playing Transformers into a Firefly map. But we've got to cut over here now as OUG, DRG going head-to-head. It looks like Team OUG have bought the early Bane's Breath here. We're going to see those double Tessa ultimates being invested. Oh my goodness, there it is, the Bane's Breath. Going to pick up an elimination there. But OUG still in this fight. DRG going to be forced to use the Wu channel to disengage here, as OUG is just able to come down and find the full reset. That's the power of those early game Bane's Breaths, Dobby. It forces DRG to back away entirely from this fight. And of course, our boys of OUG are going to pick up that elimination, turning now to VNGC going head-to-head here with NTL. NTL's hero already investing that Temi ultimate, but completely separated from his team here. Makes the sacrifice play as VNGC cleans up an elimination. Ski also completely separate from the team. Tryhard nowhere to be seen on the map here. These players are just across the map from one another. VNGC more than happy to pick up the free elimination here, even though it's their first kill. Tryhard still with the white armor on the backside here. Needs to be careful because VNGC still in the area. It looks like Tryhard waiting it out, trying to play the smart game here. As we're going to turn it now to Team Lobby 28, who are back off the respawn here. This is the team we caught out earlier, and it was XCG who went ahead and sent them back to the Soul Altar, and it looks like they haven't been able to find too many resources thus far, Dobby.
Not a lot of resources here, as OUG was able to successfully pick up their 4th elimination. DRG and VNC able to at least get 1 elimination on the board here, so the rest of the team is going to have to start to pick up some type of slack here. They're going to see something here, but it looks like OU's getting a little bit confident. So is the rest of the team here. So they might be pushing on IDC. Brandon ends up getting caught out first. Beautiful monk ults on both sides. Both going to be able to form and start to see if maybe they can get some grabs. Oh, Brando ends up actually gets grabbed and immediately slammed within seconds. And just like that, both monks are fighting this out. Beautiful grab coming in from Rosemary. As he's able to get the grab, he goes for the throwdown, anticipating the rest of it. Right click. Connect coming in from you able to finish off the rest of them here as Rosemary is going to do an amazing job here, getting a beautiful, beautiful two-piece here, as the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up the rest of that roster.
Oh my god, that was such a disappointing fight. Very unfortunate that Brandora was immediately picked up as those Monk ults went live. Speaking of Monk ults, we're going to turn back to HLG coming in here. Team 28 with the double grab, but not going to find a lot of follow-up on it. We're going to see the Kurumi ult invested here as D2229 holding on for dear life here is going to feel forced to go ahead and use that Yueshun ult. Monk for Monk going here. Han not able to find the slam that he's looking for. Grump will be coming in with that Kurumi ultimate now to cover for the rest of Lobby 28 as we speak. But Tenoshi's Monk ult going to be going down. Team 28 here needs to back away and create some distance because they have invested all 3 ults. And Fun plus Phoenix waiting in the wings here, coming in for the third party. They smell blood in the water, and they are hungry. They haven't picked up any eliminations yet this game. Grump immediately separated from the rest of the team. Immediate target selection. This is textbook Fun plus Phoenix. They see the healer, they lock them down, they eliminate them, knowing how crucial they are to the team, and the rest of the team can't do anything about it. And we're going to see HLG here still locked on to Team 28. It looks like Tenoshi also has gone down, so now 28 with a single player left alive. They have no resurrections here. Maybe. We're going to see here. We'll watch the kill feed to see what happens, Dobby, as we take a look here. DRG and CD getting ready to go head-to-head, and I do believe Team GG also in the mix here.
As they end up getting pushed out here, the Terracotta Warrior already starts to form, and so does the Monk, so does the Viper as well. 3 ultis in 1, as there's so much happening here, trying to see if you can get the stun, and they're able to at least stop the throwdown on Corki from DRG, as he ends up waking up from it as well. Immediately gets hit from the ulti as well. Tries to see if he can find it and finds Corki again for the grab. Ends up getting absolutely pelted by so many shots coming in from the repeating crossbow, but Sanzi from DRG is going to be able to come in and close out that finish. Sanzi trying to get a little bit brave on LXM. The LXM is going to be immediately shut that down. The 2v1 not looking easy for him here, as they're both going to find him. Ends up catching him on the inside. Is going to be able to hit them with the poison, but it's not going to be enough, as DRG is going to shut down LXM from GG.
Yeah, DRG coming in and making that new Tessa swap clean. Sure enough, we immediately cut back to the situation from before, and that's going to be Team Lobby 28 eliminated from this lobby. HLG pick up their first elimination of the game here, and it's unfortunate for Team Lobby 28 as we take a look. Those first set of Realm of Yangs getting ready to come into play as Zone 1 gets ready to collapse. We're going to see one just to the east of Celestra and one just to the north side of Eventide Temple. Sure enough, there we go. It's going to be KLA versus VNGC. Also XCG going head-to-head with Fun plus Phoenix. Rosemary posturing up here, immediately going to pop that Monk ultimate heading into this matchup. We're going to see what VNGC does. The mirror matchup, who's going to come out on top? Ooh, look at this. Rosemary over the horizontal charge there, able to just jump through the longsword slash there. Rosemary with no grabs under their belt yet, needs to cover for the rest of the team here. VNGC's Roy He with a huge double grab there, doing a lot of damage. She's also able to cover for his team. Rosemary just goes down. Once the Kurumi's gone, there's nothing they can do, and VNGC just comes out on top. That was brutal textbook mirror match there from VNGC.
Being able to read that situation, they knew exactly how to maneuver it here, but the question is, can XCG do the same thing on Fun plus Phoenix? It looks like so far, but the maneuvers are doing well here, as both of them have that Terracotta Warrior, trying to see if they can push onwards towards this. Oh no! Nice hits to be able to collide him as well as Water. He's going to put some damage onto Water here. The question is he going to come back forward? Yes, he is. Absolutely slashes him right back and says, right back at you, buddy. Meanwhile, Zayue trying to see if he can close this out here, trying to see if maybe he can get some hits onto Dun Queen, and ends up being able to do that successfully. Downin trying to see the opportunity as they lose sight on it, as Water dangerously low. Good defense happening on both sides here, trying to block the blessings away from LHM, but it doesn't matter, as NAHQ is going to be able to get the elimination onto Zayue, and now even working towards this Downin, trying to see if they can close in this gap, and hits him with the fan, pulling him back. Dawn Queen eliminated, and so is Water. XCG, the consistency is clearly showing.
Look, XCG just coming in and making it happen here. 6 eliminations under their belt. That's a Realm of Yang under their belt. They're playing Transformer comp right now. They are in the exact position they want to be heading into this mid game. They're going to be able to scale up so well from this. And now, look, they're going to come out. They're going to do a little bit of shopping. They've got quite a bit of money to spend here. I think it was 100K Dark Tide coins, Dobby. That's a lot of moolah.
That's a lot of stuff you can get. You can definitely do some Soul Jade pushes and see what you can pull about of that. But let's go back to the replays here from OUG's angle. Something that we missed from earlier here. As he's able to come down. Whoa! Hits him with the stun. So does the Viper come through out of nowhere, blocking their opportunity and their chance to get into the Realm of Yang, and literally stops them cold cut before they can even get into the That's just crazy.
Back to VNGC with the mirror match, this time outside the Realm of Yang here. KLA a little bit on the back foot here as we see Roy Hehe standing here inside the Kurumi ult, just trying to throw those hands and create pressure for the team. Rosemary a little pressured backwards here as well, but CXC with the Kurumi ultimate of their own is going to be able to top the team back up here and buy them some fresh space. That said, VNGC's Loves coming in here on the Yuashun. The Terracotta Warrior starts to tear through the team, and now the third party gets to come in for the mix-up as XCG shows up. Roy Hehe with a massive jumping parry coming in onto Rosemary. The tumble down the side of the cliff. Roy is hungry for this elimination. He feels like he's earned it. He's not even paying attention to XCG. He just wants to get the elimination onto Rosemary here. Rosemary, oh my goodness, he gets the parry yet again, and Roy Hehe says, I'll put my blinders on, I'm full committed, I'll pick up the elimination. Unfortunately, Loves goes down, Roy goes down, and it doesn't matter. They still find value out of the Vermilion Birds. They might go back to the Soul Altar, but they're going to have every piece of loot that they had. We're going to see KLA's U here trying to get away because XCG wants to follow this up and pick up even more eliminations because XCG is off to a tear right now, Dobby. They have double-digit eliminations. They're at 10.
Already, what a strong start here, and the circle is just starting to shadows corrupt into circle number 2. We haven't even at least finished circle number 2, and we're already at double digits as it is. Meanwhile, the NGC, a little bit surprising for that elimination. Roy, he got a little bit bloodthirsty, but he was able to successfully get that elimination, but that did cost him and the team a quick resurrection. So unfortunate, but they can come back and bounce back super, super hard. Obviously, like you said before, that Realm of Yang win definitely was a very big asset. So obviously they used it to their advantage here, hopefully trying to get more than one elimination. And so far, they were able to find it as they find KLA's U. OUG working towards it as much as possible here, has nowhere to go, no way to find any which way, shape, or form. And just like that, KLA is out for our game number 1.
Speaking of teams that might be out here, HLG here on the hunt for Fun Plus Phoenix, who still have that Yang depletion. They're trying to make some pressure here. Fun Plus Phoenix, the rest of their team going to be coming in here. HLG, though, want to put pressure onto them. There is no ult zone nearby, so HLG could potentially run in there and wait for Water's ultimate to run out or force their hand on the chase for the ultimate to end here. But it looks like HLG's Han gonna go for the ultimate here, gonna start looking for the grabs. He's able to find one. Can he find the second? It doesn't look like he does. He does get the one, though. Needs to find the second. Zhao Hui will go down. No opportunity to use the ultimate, and HLG already coming out on top here as Fun Plus Phoenix gets put on the back foot.
Absolutely insane. Even with Water just trying to get away as much as possible, trying not to get caught, ends up getting hit by a beautiful musket shot, a jumping musket as he's trying to rotate this out. And it looks like Cuckoo is deciding not to push on, realizing that they do have repairs and they need to be able to do them, knowing that it'll be a lot harder to hit your shots and shoot them as well. Heading towards the next player as we look back at BSGC here. Attempt number 3 for them.
Look, VNGC looking to take a second Realm of Yang here, and let's see if they put another clinic on here for the mirror match. They went into, of course, Transformers comp last time, and they were able to just absolutely dominate it. They pick up the double grab. They're able to get the huge slam onto Kurumi and target her down before she ever gets to get any healing out, and it absolutely just blitzes down the other Transformers comp. But there is a potential that they could take this Realm of Yang for free, as it looks like nobody else has head in yet. There's still 20 seconds left remaining. Time will tell whether they do get challenged or if they take this Realm of Yang completely for free. XCG.
Come on, XCG, you know you want to. You know you want to. You know you want to. Yeah, baby. Uh-oh.
They're thinking about it, Dobby.
Nope. It looks like Fun Plus Phoenix might have. Wait, nope.
No, Fun Plus Phoenix is able to go ahead
VNGC got it for free. Wow.
Yeah, Fun Plus Phoenix does get a resurrection. It looks like they were able to get Xiao Hui back into the lobby here, so they might have been able to break away from HLG and keep their game alive. NTL here also having gotten Hero back into the lobby as well. Unfortunately, they are still on all blue armors here, so looking to scale up here. And they are the only Sand Siphon comp in this lobby. And this is a comp that should be doing exceptionally well into this lobby, given how many Transformers comp there are. And unfortunately, they haven't put a single elimination up on the board yet.
And it's a risky call to do it this early into our first game. I know that you were talking about probably seeing Sand for the Siphon at least somewhat, maybe towards the middle, but being able to do it off the rip and kind of not producing any kills is definitely going to be kind of tough going further into these games.
Well, game one makes a lot of sense to play Sand Siphon into because it's a nighttime map, so there's a lot of fireflies, and Sand Siphon is so heavily reliant on that Takeda ultimate, so being able to get that ultimate up online very early, super strong for this particular comp, but because they get caught out early, they lose 1 to 2 of their players. They are now forced to play from behind. The problem is now they are going to be down this comp later on because you can only play it so many times because of those hero point rules. Taking a look here, a lot of these teams just kind of starting to move into a slowdown of phases here. VNGC, like we said earlier, able to walk away with that Mystic Might, able to get that Realm of Yang for free, which is just going to give them a lot of loot to scale into the late game, and we know how important that loot is for something like the Transformers comp, so they are going to be an absolute menace. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard here, we can see XCG still in first place with 10 eliminations already, Dobby. OUG and VNGC tying it out for second place with 6 eliminations each, and in fourth place is going to be DRG with that new version of the Viper comp they're utilizing, Tessa.
Tessa being a very strong asset to this team here. As we're looking at 5-2-1 is peeking over to see Team GT. The question is, are they potentially going to be able to go on the offense and maybe attack this, or are they just going to watch back and maybe play this safe? Realizing 5-2-1 only has 1 elimination on the board, they will have to potentially force something here and maybe hope for a decent elimination here, as they are going to try to hit some decent cannon shots here onto them just to see if maybe they might be able to take the bait or if they start to fight it. But I don't think necessarily that 5-2-1 wants that smoke, as they're going to decide to move just a little bit further past and away from Team GG. As we look back here up onto our next section here, it's going to be XCG up top. Like you said, 10 eliminations, 10 points overall, a very strong start for a very consistent team and a team that we've seen absolutely dominate time and time again. Following behind that is two 6 elimination teams coming in from OUG and VNGC, and rounding that out close to the top 5 here is DRG with 4 eliminations coming into the space here. 1v3 coming in as OUG's SS currently is in the middle of a fight. Ski absolutely gets drilled out by the rest of the squad here, and now the rest of them starts to come through, separating the rest of the pack here. Both the Sand Siphon and the ulti comes through here from the Viper, able to slay out Hero out of nowhere. Tryhard just trying to hide this out in such a very open area here. Would be very easy for them to potentially spot them though, but there's no way. He actually might have an opportunity if they're not paying attention here. He could potentially get them up and get this right back going if he needs to here. He's got to get the Ski as quick as possible if he has the opportunity to, and decides not to pick up his teammates. He decides maybe to rotate into the circle and probably realizes it's not that. Oh, he actually doesn't have any heals. He doesn't have any heals. So it's better for him to focus on maybe getting back into the circle, but he's dangerously low.
He's got no grapples, Dobby. Unfortunately, this is going to be it for Team NTL here. This was a nightmare situation for NTL. Not only was Viper comp originally developed as a counter mechanism to that Transformers comp, having Tessa slotted in to that Yodohime slot now actually makes it even worse for Transformer comp. So coming in to see that version of Viper comp catch you out on the edge of the zone with the guaranteed lockdown into lockdown, there was almost nothing NTL could do in that situation. It was just a complete nightmare for them as we take a look and move across tier, where we're going to take a look into XCG. XCG here doing a little bit of that prayer statue, picking up some goodies there. Xiaonan seems happy with what he walked away with. Taking a look, NiHQ there with that legendary staff, opting to put it on to the Yueshan is a very interesting choice. I happen to agree with it because the Monk already has so much power once he has that purple tier weapon. If he gets a double grab, it's still almost a guaranteed elimination. Whereas Yueshan, he's out there, he's able to hit single target damage, so you really want to be able to give him that extra power boost so that if you're trying to focus a target down, he's able to really help the team do that. Now, we are Zone 4, which means these Moore's Blessings coming up are going to contain gold armor, and these are going to be very huge for this particular game, given how many of these transformer comps there are, because that gold armor is going to scale how much HP they have when they transform. So a lot of these teams going to be fighting over it. We can see Fun Plus Phoenix already investing their Monk ultimate to try to cover this box so that they can find that scale in. And this is a team that's struggled all game right now. They're on blue armor. Xiao Hui here taking a lot of those range shots, but his team here, crucially, looks like they've been able to open that box. They're going to get that legendary armor and walk away. They just need to survive now that Xiao Hui does not have that ultimate. They need to be very careful because if these teams decide to swoop in on them, they are down an ultimate. And it's going to spell disaster. And sure enough, IDC has seen that they are down an ultimate and want to come in and mix it up. But they see how many other teams are here and decide it might be better to take this fight another day. OUG going to block the path of Fun Plus Phoenix, though, so they have got to move through multiple teams here. BNGC also waiting up top. Oh my goodness, the Phoenix Blast coming in off the longsword, doing a ton of damage to Xiao Hui here. He doesn't have the armor. They're going to come in. His team's going to do an armor swap. Water here going to heal that blue armor back up. Xiao Hui going to cover him with the Cavalry Bloom, able to make it work. Fun Plus Phoenix stays alive and is heading into
so
late game, and this is going to be huge because Fun Plus Phoenix, where they typically pop off, is when they're able to take control of Final Zone, Dobby.
That was so smooth, just being able to do a quick swap on each side here while they're rotating that in, and Water ends up taking that shield and going, I'll heal it up for you while you're still maintaining here. While everybody's focused on you, you have a full shield. They won't be looking at me, and then that gives me an opportunity to heal up. That quickness was so fast, you could barely actually see the actual shield drop. That's just how fast they were able to drop it and pick it up and be able to continue on their mosey way, and no one noticed a absolute thing. Now, obviously, coming back into this OUG, going back into the caves here, it looks like IDC might have just left from there, potentially, as we see them heading in a different direction. And it looks like the NGC as well also has it, as he looks like he might have, it looks like the Loves has the Overlord. As there could be an opportunity there for them to absolutely pack out and start to fight this out here as the ARG wants some of that action as the muskets start to ricochet towards him. Sanzi trying to see if maybe they can find any type of decent hits here as Roy Hee actually ends up getting hit by a cannon from somebody. And it looks like they're going to try to see if they can rotate this in maybe. 5-2-1. Looks like they're using this opportunity for their timing as well. Just waiting for the time to see if they're going to push. Throws out a couple of taunt shots from the cannon, trying to see if maybe, but with a command what he has, clearly they do not want to join in on that fight. As we look back into the rotation here, HLG is getting hit with massive bow shots here. Gotta have to be careful. It's Fun Plus Phoenix still has that far open section to themselves here. Realistically, even with the rotation, they still have an open space to be able to continue to mosey on in, as HLG, very similar as on the inside, has a safe space here, but they are gonna have to rotate this in because they're not safe from the actual circle. This is where things are going to get tight. This is when things are about to get crazy, and this is where everybody needs to start paying attention because this is where things get good.
You know, we still have this other Moore's Blessing sitting here in the middle of the map, and the fights are going to start to break out because, again, these teams desperately need to scale heading into the final moments of this game. We are Zone 5, getting ready to collapse onto Zone 6, so those legendary armors for these Transformer comps, specifically to be able to put on the Monk, is going to be absolutely huge. And it seems like we've gone backwards just a little bit in terms of this Transformer comp. Typically, what we actually started to see was a lot of these teams putting that legendary armor onto the Kurumi to be able to give the Kurumi a little bit more coverage because she doesn't have the transformation. Now they've just decided we need to keep the Monk alive. We're going to put that legendary armor onto the Monk, and he utilizes it that way. Yeah, IDC just taking shots left, right, and C. VNGC know an advantage when they see one, and they are pressuring it to death here. Lexan finds an armor swap. It's not too much of one. Zay going to be forced to use the ultimate here, and then VNGC just moves away. They come in, they pressure resources, they pressure heals, they pressure ultimates, and then just immediately back away and say, cool, we got a ton of value out of that. We're not going to reposition and find ourselves being in a bad position. We're going to wait for these ultimates to go down, and then we're going to press that advantage even more. VNGC, there it is. IDC coming down, looking to try to make something out of this ultimate. Unfortunately, Zay is going to find that ultimate going down. He's not able to heal the armor while he's in the ult. He's trying to use the spear just to move across, and VNGC starts to put the heat on here. XCG waiting in the wings. Branduro going to feel forced to pop the ultimate now, but he's got to be careful. He touches that no ult zone. He's going to lose it. There it is. No. Oh my goodness. Branduro just trying to come in and find some cover for the team. Doesn't make it happen. OUG coming in. SS here with a massive Viper ult, but he's going to get grabbed up here in the end. HLG's Han with them hands. Zhao Hui will find one onto PPY, and it's going to be a kill feed going crazy here. Roy Hee picks up 521's Akame. And the Monk hands are going wild, Dobby.
Absolutely insane here. The hands are going wild, just like how you said. They're trying to throw out as many opportunities to grab something. And now it looks like we got a Monk fight as Han is going to be absolutely hitting Zahu. And Zahu also goes down as well from there. And now it's just straight mono fighting. The cannon shot doing absolute devastation. But now he ends up getting grabbed. And now he's on the wrong side of this. Gets a double. And 330 ends up catching an elimination. When I've told you before, he is one of the best Monks in this game. 330 shows it time and time again. Oh no! Ends up getting hit by the bow and stunned by the Viper ulti. DRG has an opportunity to shut down GG's at 330, and they do just that. DRG comes in with a beautiful time to push, waits for the Viper ult, gets the stun, comes through. Now they got a free section for them to be able to maneuver and rotate. The HLG still has space, but now they might be having to lose that and might have to cost something, because now DRG has all of this space to do anything that they need to. Fun plus Phoenix might have an opportunity if they really want to here. 521 is just trying to hold the smallest amount of this corner that they can by themselves, because everybody's just trying to maneuver onto each other's space, making it harder, giving somebody a chance to choke if there's a possibility. Or if Roy Hee can potentially get a grab out of nowhere, there is the opportunity, and he does! As Roy Hee catches two, he gets an elimination, he gets one, he's gonna immediately get the elimination for that one, but his teammate's gonna be able to take that one from him, but that's okay though. XCG goes so strong here, 11 eliminations already. Roy Hee catches another before he's about to lose his ulti, and the timing of the ulti immediately comes through from Viper. The question is, can they secure this dub?
Oh my god, VNGC absolutely going off. Roy Hee here for VNG says, these hands rated E for everyone, ladies and gentlemen, as they bring the heat. Are currently at 10 eliminations, but the question is how are they going to handle XCG? Oh my goodness, no! Roy Hee and his teammate get picked up by the players of HLG. Han sends them back to Tokyo, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, the double slam again. Han finds one, he finds two. Can he find another one? XCG loses their Karumi. Who will come out on top? VNGC still has one player left remaining. Can he clutch this game out? NiHQ gets picked up in the end here, and it all goes down.
Meanwhile, with this one, Zaunen is going to be able to hold strong here, and now it's just a 3v1. OUG's the king by himself here, just waiting this out as he does end up getting grabbed, and now he's just holding him. Goes for the grab, throws him on the outskirts here, just trying to see if he can get some free grabs. HLG's Han shield ends up getting destroyed. So does Cuckoo. The OUG's the king could actually make this a problem for it. Currently, it looks like it's a 2v2 situation, as now both of them have created a peace treaty, and now they're fighting one of each other's teammates just to make sure that it doesn't become a quick 2v2 of each other. And now there is that opportunity to get him on the outskirts. Cuckoo, dangerously low. This could be huge for OUG to be able to secure that elimination, and he does. Ladies and gentlemen, he could be able to close this out, but XCG could potentially clutch this. He holds this beautiful parry to try to get the defense. Both of them just trying to hold on for as long as possible. Zaunen trying to see if he does it. OUG's the king! Sends them outside of the circle, ladies and gentlemen! OUG shuts them down!
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe XCG is going to come out on top in the end with the total number of kills and eliminations, but OUG's the king, showing why he used to be the king of solos, Dobby. Literally sends that man into next week and says, don't worry about today's games, you can worry about next week's.
Hit him so far, he had a nice little star, super far, and hits a little ding. That's just how far he sent them outside of that circle. What a beautiful display and a beautiful ending to that one. OUG still has to feel good, especially the king, not only with that clutch, but they still get those rank points for that dub, though.
Oh my goodness, that man said, come here, I'm gonna knock you right out the park. Bah!
Bring it here, big boy. I got you something nice and sweet right here. That's exactly what OUG's the king. I'm telling you, it's that handsomeness. That handsomeness comes with some confidence, and that's exactly what he brought to that game.
You know what? I got to appreciate XCG real quick. Not only are they going to be our MVPs for this game, but XCG said, hey, Rune, you know what? We're a big fan. I know you're a big fan of us. You tired of not seeing us on camera. You tired of hearing about us once we get to Game 5, Game 6.
It's time to show you how
we gonna come out Game 1. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You know what? Those new jerseys are just so clean, man. The level of confidence a clean new jersey brings you is next level, and these boys delivered.
Let alone with the color scheme as well here, just like how you said, but also just having your name on the back of it too. There's always something nice about when you get some new merch and you get your name. It feels professional. It feels like all that hard work is paid off, and now we're here. We still got a little bit more work to do, and clearly XCG knows that, as they're probably going to close out this game with that dub. But OUG, with those 4 ranking points, are definitely going to be like really, really, really helpful. That first place for OUG clutching that up is definitely going to put them.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. And then VNGC as well come in. I mean, dude, Roy Hehe, man, he started throwing some hands.
Rated E for everybody. That's what you were saying earlier. That rated E for everybody was crazy. Roy Hehe was like, everybody can get it. Everybody in every which way. The timing was amazing. Not only that, but so was the grabs. Even with 330, 330 got some amazing eliminations as well. With that started really the trend of all of the monks to just come through. He gets some grabs, and then when he demonks, immediately he gets grabbed. It's like, ah!
You know who else became a problem in those final circles?
Who's that?
We were talking about HLG earlier. Han, man. Dude, we come back to Han, he was like double grab, slam, double grab, slam, re-grab. Before he could even get the slam, his teammate was like, don't worry about it, I got it. Dusted it off. Reach out, double grab, slam.
Hits him with the katana, don't worry about this, I got it. Starts hitting with the 3-slash.
The whole lobby was like, wait a minute. Where did Han come from?
Han started to pop off. He was like, these hands are also rated E for everybody. I am also E rating as well. So don't get me wrong. This is not discriminatory. But even with that, though, what an incredible performance from XCG, OUG, and to be honest with you, all of the teams all around so far. It's been a very, very, very strong start. Overall, definitely the 3 that pop into my head is obviously OUG, VNGC, and obviously, I mean, XCG. I mean, talking about it before, consistency, and clearly XCG brought that in this first game.
Oh, I mean, look, they just came in and played one heck of a game, and you know what? I've got to appreciate this is a throwback to the first J-Cup, because you know what? The first J-Cup, this final circle is the final circle we would have seen every single game, man. It was all Transformers all the time. It was everybody throwing
Felt like a throwback.
Yeah, exactly.
Felt like a throwback.
The players coming in giving us a little bit of a treat here, say, hey, we got to remember the good old days, and we're going to come in and we're going to bring that Transformers comp, and we're going to make it happen. I also got to talk about DRG. I love me some DRG. No matter
DRG
what.
Put up some numbers.
Winning or losing, they are always so entertaining to watch. We talk about this all the time. I know it's one of your favorite things when Viper comes in with a tactical nuke, but when we cut back to them there's the team waiting for the Realm of Yang to come in, and their Tessa's just like tactical nuke from the top rope, just drops
literally
the elbow.
Hits him with the halt. 2 goes down. You're not going anywhere. As the XCG comes through, 24.9 game score, 16 eliminations. But OUG, with those 4 ranking points, put them in second place. 10 eliminations and 18 plus points. What a strong showmanship coming in from OUG, as well as the King, their leader, being able to put that down for the team. VNGC, Royhi absolutely destroyed, 10 eliminations as well. That 1.5 rating points gave him that top 3, ending it with that 14.5.
Yeah, HLG, again, Han just coming in, making it happen in the final moments. This is a team that we, had picked up like 1 or 2 eliminations. They had like skirted teams that were running from the end. And in the end, Han just pops off.
My only thing that I want to like realize too, I'm going to look back at the VODs too. When we were down to the final like 3 people, I thought that it was just those 2 teams. And come to find out, OUG's the King comes out of nowhere, and he's just hiding in a rock, and I was like, where have you been? Hold on. Where have you been? Have you been up top and just like no one paid attention? Like I was like, OUG was in the trees.
The man hit him with one of the...
They hit him in the trees. That's all I'm going to say as we look back at the replays here. Obviously seeing KLA's trying to see if they can get some nice hits there. That beautiful grab that we saw from earlier here. And being able to get that carry on as he does get that slam, his teammates was able to get the rest of that beautiful elimination here as they do start to close that in. And obviously, IDC and the rest of the team just couldn't hang for this first game here. But here's that drop that we were talking about. Beautiful ulti, beautiful time stun. The ulti of the Viper comes through, loses everyone's momentum. Nobody goes into the realm of Yang. Nobody fights in the 1v1s, and OUG forced them to fight their fight.
Absolutely. I love to see it. Coming in, taking a look back here. GG330 again, one of the classic Monk players here making it happen. 330 unfortunately just getting blitzed down right now by the counter Monk comp there. Coming in from DRG, making it look clean, my man. As we take a look here at BNGC, oh, this is where Roy just goes off, my
Starts
dude.
to turn up.
Oh, the hands rated E for everybody. Xiaonan coming into everybody getting their little Monk moment here, but I'm waiting.
Monk on the 4 corners definitely was like a moment here. There was that moment of a Monk 4 corner game, you know what I'm saying? It was like one of those classic games you used to play here, as they were always pushing this out and then looking at OUG. The timing just is beautiful. He times it beautifully well with the focus strike and was able to absolutely use his longsword. Says, pew! See ya! Bye-bye! Hasta la vista! Hasta luego!
Oh my goodness. Sends him into next week like we're about to send ourselves into game number 2, Dobby, because game number 1 might have just ended, and we're going to take a look at our MVP here from it, and it's going to be Xiaonan coming in from XCG. Look at this, 21,000, almost 22,000 damage, Dobby, 8 eliminations, 5 assists, Storm Stride, Meteor, Siphon Technique, Poison Splash. We saw that Poison Splash a lot in that final circle coming through. And look at this, 7,500 coming through from the fan. The other 7K coming in from the cannon.
These are solo numbers. These are like what we would see in our solo games. So times that plus 2 other players that put up the same great performance is insane. Just to let you know that, by the way, because that's just absolutely nutty to see that type of numbers and go, hey, this is what a trios team can do from 1 person. Imagine what 3 people can do on top of that, and that's exactly what FCG was able to display, okay? It's the type of display that's almost as good as every infomo she used to wake up to in the middle of the night.
Well, you know what else we got to put on display, Dobby? We've got a quick question for all of our viewers watching at home from Twitch. Which team earned the most score in this last match? Is it A, 5-1, B, XCG, C, VNGC, or D, NTL? And again, like you said, Dobby, it's going to be an easy one for the first one.
Y'all better be paying attention. Y'all had to watch it first. If you didn't watch this first game, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's got to be the easiest choice, I think, so far, and it's probably going to be the easiest question that we have overall here. But before we get into that and before we get ready for game number 2, we got one quick interview to show you guys before we lock it in for game 2. See you in a moment.
Hello, mọi người, mình là Roy, mình đến từ VMGC. Trước giờ em thì chưa đến Trung Quốc, mà hiện tại em đến Trung Quốc thì nó khá là vui và cũng khá là đẹp để em khám phá thêm. Em nghĩ là muốn đấu đầu team thì em chọn là OUG, bởi vì đội hình nó đánh khá là tốt và em cũng có thể học được nhiều thứ từ đội hình đấy. Em nghĩ là tướng mới ra và vũ khí mới ra vô và được đánh vô giả thì em nghĩ cũng không có quá là khó, tại vì mình cũng có thể trải nghiệm qua hết rồi nên cũng có thể làm được. Đội hình em thì hay dùng nhất là cát này, rồi Takada hoặc là Zip Binh Duyên. Thì em thấy là đội hình đó khá là thuận tay cho team em và em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều. Thì em nghĩ là một slogan cho đồng đội em thì chỉ mỗi lần trước là đồng đội ơi cố lên thôi. Cái kỳ tích năm trước thì em nghĩ là năm nay em vẫn cố gắng và tự tin làm được điều đó thêm một lần nữa.
I won't lie, Roy he almost created that miracle in this first game. Like he almost did it, even with the stun and all. Like he almost did it. So he's got 5 more chances to do it, at least in this game. Let alone the amount of games that he's going to be doing overall. I thoroughly believe because he said he's going to get 3 in this third, and I'm like, okay, we love a little bit of confidence, sir. But sir, hello, what if? Hello, I need to know what you be using because I need that kind of confidence. That's all I got.
Look, Roy is one heck of a player. This is a warm-up game.
True.
Warm-up game, baby.
If that's a warm-up game, I'm just terrified of what like a game when they're ready is.
You know, I got to meet Roy and his coach earlier this week.
They're amazing
Great
people.
guys. They're just like the chillest dudes you've ever met. But man, Roy, he's got that look in his eye, man. I'll tell you what, he looks unexpecting at first when you see him, but then when he looks you in the eye, he's got like that eye of the tiger thing going on. Like you see it and you're like, oh, there's a killer in there. You know what I'm saying?
I did not see you in these games.
Roy's out here like, Rune, I appreciate you as a caster, but don't roll up in the rock.
Yeah. If I see you, it's over. If I see you, it's over. I'm fully W keying you. I'm sorry. I was just trying to have fun. As we're able to lock this in and get ready for our game number 2 here. Obviously, coach from DRG. So far, I mean, DRG definitely put up a pretty decent performance overall in this game number 1. Definitely still have some work to do, but there was a lot of action happening. So let's hope that they can really turn up in game number 2.
Look, I'm telling you, these boys, first of all, I 100% faith that they're going to qualify and head into the grand finals. We're going to see them in Chengdu. And again, no matter whether DRG is winning or losing games, they are always entertaining. Like when you cut to these dudes, they're always doing something wacky, having a good time. They're trying new strats, and it's super entertaining NARAKA to watch. And that's why I love them so much as a team. As we take a look here, HLG, and I mean, man, Han was so locked in that final circle in the last game. I haven't seen that many double grabs in a Monk ult in a long time. Because that man was just like, yoinks, yoinks, let me get that re-grab because you didn't die real quick.
Everything else in between here as we look at OUGs, our second place team, and obviously the King definitely feeling some confidence here as he's going to lock it in. I mean, so far, OUG definitely put up the performance that they wanted to here, and obviously being the King that he is, he was able to take that crown and go, I will be handling that. Thank you very much. You know, a King deserves his crown like always.
You know, you and me had the opportunity to talk with the King and one
yes,
of their
I was so
managers
excited to meet him.
Week.
He was one of the few I was so excited
It was
to meet.
super cool. We were talking to him through a live stream, and we got asked, you know, how do we feel about the King as a player? And it was very reminiscent of a moment I brought back up when he was playing in solos and he was playing Yodohime. He just has such a demanding control of final circles, and this final circle being the final player left alive for his team was extremely similar to that situation. So it was so nice to get to see him kind of have that repeat performance coming out where he was able to come in, he clutches it out for his team.
He made that an example.
But knowing that he comes from the solos, he's able to come into trios, the team's been able to kind of build themselves around him, but he's not like this player that's all like, yeah, it's all about me. No, it's all about the team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Team synergy is very important in these games as the team is going to synergize and lock in for game number 2. So far, that energy was absolutely action-packed. Let's see if they can keep that same energy, locking it in for our game number 2. Rune, take it away.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these picks are going to be. No surprises here. Of course, we are heading to Holoroth. We're going to see a lot of that Sand Siphon coming through. We are going to see a lot of that Viper comp. One of them, KLA, is going to be running the very traditional version of it where they run Yodo Hime. We're also going to see OUG utilizing that new Yueshon comp, but instead of the Feria, this is something we theorized, we could potentially see the Justina pick in that slot, and OUG is going to be bringing it to bear. And all of these other teams running that Viper comp, of course, running the version where they now run Tessa instead of the Yodo Hime, so they can hold Yodo for this new Yueshon comp we're seeing coming out of OUG. But I'm surprised that the first time we're seeing the Justina version of this comp, because all week when we've seen the scrims, everybody's been running Feria. There's been talk of this Justina, but we haven't seen it yet. So for it to be the first version of the comp we're seeing coming out here in the J-Cup, absolutely exciting.
Wow, look at this bottom left side. Matab is going to be a very, very popular location. I mean, KLA, 521, BNGC, IDC, Team 28. Looks like KLA, HG, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be in the top right section where all of the snow is, and only OUG is going to be singled out in that very center section. Looks like they're going to have that full space to themselves to do a lot, and that is a lot of amazing loot that's probably going to be found in there. So they'll have a lot of space to do what they need to here, as we do see one team that's going to be Team GG all the way on the far left section, still technically in the snow section, but it's towards the edge of it, as they're going to be able to lock this in here. But let's see how they're going to be able to rock and roll into these games here, as 28 is going to push in onto NTL immediately and start to put the pressure onto him, as we find Hero finding this out with Grump here, absolutely trying to see if they can dish it out, but it's not going to be good for them. Oh! Ends up catching him all the way on the top section here, as Dodo trying to see if maybe they can rotate this out here. The Wushin trying to give him a little bit of Shim's shield here. D229 trying to see if they can get some nice connectivity here, and it looks like he wasn't able to, as Tryhard was able to dish that out. Nice hits and a defense to be able to push this out. Not making it easy for them, as Tryhard trying to see if they can maneuver this in here. And even with that, XCG comes through, causes a problem, but it's not going to be enough, as 28 is going to be able to get that going. But actually, we're going to put it back on us really quickly here. It looks like there could be a potential reset here for the games. We actually might be going through a quick reset.
Yeah, it looks like maybe there was an issue with somebody's PC or something right there
Could
off
be.
of the rip. So we are going to reset the lobby here, ladies and gentlemen. It's only going to take just a moment before we get right back into things. And we are going to see these teams take these same picks as well, because even if there is an issue, once you have locked in those picks, they are locked
in
down. So that does mean we are going to see that new Yueshon comp this game no matter what, and we're going to see the Justina version of it coming out as well. And it's very interesting that we're seeing it happen this way, Dobby, because the reason a lot of these teams have been discussing potentially pulling the Justina into this comp over the Feria was it runs as a counter version to itself. A lot of these teams have been picking up this composition to be able to deal with the Sand Siphon comp, right? So a lot of teams are going, okay, so if we start seeing a lot of this composition, because it's going to come through to counteract Sand Siphon, how do we deal with the new comp, right?
Right.
A lot of theory crafting later, they came up with, well, if we drop Variation from the comp, we bring Justina into the comp, Justina is going to be able to deal with the Variation on the other comp, and we don't lose too much power into that Sand Siphon comp. So I really expected us to see the version with Variation first. Once the teams realized they were more comfortable with it on the stage, start to go, okay, we felt out how many teams are really going to be playing this composition. Now we're going to run the counter comp and do the thing. So to see it coming in first, above everything else, is a very, very interesting change of pace. Because I certainly...
A good change of pace.
I don't know how it's going to unfold here, because again, realistically, you're kind of losing a little bit of power into Sand Siphon, right? But you're kind of, you're hedging your bets, if you will, right? Because you expect to see, okay, in a Sand Siphon heavy lobby, we're going to see a lot of this Yueshon comp. So we're going to run a version of it that's a little less power into Sand Siphon, but still performs exceptionally well into the mirror matchup. So I expected to see, given that this is of course going to be Hollow Roth, and we typically see Sand Siphon, we see the Zipping and Takeda picks more heavily on Hollow Roth, I expected to see the Yueshon comp, but I didn't expect to see the counter comp come out in game one of a game where we're finally seeing this composition. It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out as we do head back into this remake. Again, there was just a small technical issue with one of the PCs, and we will be getting that remake very shortly.
Very shortly, but let's talk about definitely something that was a little bit off as we looked not only into that game, but also into that game number one. The split and the distance between teams KLA. KLA was a little bit, or sorry, not KLA, NTL. NTL was very like kind of widespread in a lot of different areas, and there wasn't too much team synergy in the sense of like, you know, one person was, you know, sometimes, you know, in trios, sometimes they're able to at least cast one out, and they have to push them out, and because most of the teams are really well thought out in making sure that they're going to make sure to stick together, make sure that things are going on. But while all of that is going on here, which of the following teams will achieve the most kills in this match? Let's give you guys something really quick. Go ahead and put your answers in. It's going to be either A, Fun Plus Phoenix, or B, KLA. But back to what I was saying, sometimes that synergy can be all over the place. What does NTL need to do to lock it in?
Well, in that particular instance, at the very start of that game there, it was a one-for-one kind of trade-off deal, right? Hero very separated from the team, but it looks like Tryhard was separated off to the side because Hero found himself in kind of like a 2v1, and then Tryhard and Ski were in a 2v1 with somebody else as well, and were able to pick up that elimination, so they kind of traded 1-for-1, if that makes sense. But we're going to come back in just a quick second, but first, a quick interview with Akame from Team 521.
Chào mọi người, mình là Akame, mình đến từ đội tuyển 521 Esports. Đây là lần đầu tiên em đến Trung Quốc và em cảm thấy Trung Quốc khá là đẹp và thời tiết khá là lạnh, em thích thời tiết này. Cảm giác của em này rất là vui và háo hức để tham gia kỳ chung kết thế giới lần này. Em thấy thì đội tuyển TE có thành viên là VVV, em khá thích tuyển thủ đó vì tuyển thủ đó có lối chơi sáng tạo và thông minh. Thì bản cập nhật lần này cũng không ảnh hưởng đến đội của em mấy, bởi vì cũng đã có một thời gian để thích nghi. Đội của bọn em đã tập luyện rất nhiều và cải thiện rất nhiều kỹ năng và phối hợp đồng đội để tiến đến kỳ chung kết thế giới này. Slogan của đội chúng em là Fight to Win.
Live from Shanghai, I'm the Roomkeeper. Joining me is my boy, Dabier. We're one game deep in today's Trios. Day one of Trios here in the 2023 J Cup qualifiers. I'm excited, Dabi, to get back into game number 2 here. We saw some crazy composition picks heading in. Of course, we had a small technical issue, but we're getting ready to launch right back into that game. We're going to see those same picks coming through as well, of course, because once they've been revealed, they can't take them back. And we're going to see where these teams head on into. Of course, we are heading to Holoroth this map, Dobby. It's back to the good old Morris Isle, Holoroth, Morris Isle format.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see if they pick the same landing parts. I think that's the thing that I'm mostly going to pay attention to. A lot of people was really putting a lot of benefit and hope onto Matab, and it looks like everybody was really thinking the same thing, except for 4 players max. 1 player, or actually, sorry, 5. OUG was in center, ended up going for that loot pool and obviously trying to go for the puzzle. We had one team, I think, with Fun Plus Phoenix. I think there was 2 other teams that were up top right on that snow section here that looked like they were going to use that to their advantage. And obviously, coming into the left side here, they really had a lot of space to do what they need to. So let's hope and see if they're going to actually pick the same spaces. But it'll be interesting to see where they go, because there was a lot of really great instances in terms of how they were able to maneuver it and what made sense. But obviously, for the first moment, though, we just wasn't able to see a whole lot because immediately we had to go through the reset, but that is okay. We are going to be able to lock this in and get it going. But yeah, very surprised to see Matab being the very big favorite here by a lot of the players. Yushan Ruins, I think, was the next space, and everybody was in Emfrio Village into that big Immortal section. That was a big space where a couple of players were up there, but nobody was really in Plum Castle. Nobody was in the city of Tang, and even towards like the top middle section, like where that very open area is, where it's an ice skating. It's like where you can go ice skating. Not a single player was over there. Very surprised.
We have an affectionate nickname for that. We call that ice rink.
Is it?
That's what we call it. Yeah. So
I'm so glad. Listen, I've been casting for a while here for both Holoroth, Morris Isle, and everything related to NARAKA. There are so many things that have just come off of the cuff of my brain. And sometimes I sit there and I go, some days I'm like, I'm so good at this. And then other days I'm like, man, I don't know how I pulled that out. I don't know how I was able to be creative enough to think of something so out of my head. And then other times I'm very accurate. Just like how you said ice rink, I called it ice rink, and I had no idea that that's what it was actually what they called it. I didn't know that's what players called it.
Well, I think everybody kind of has their own nickname for it, right? You know what I'm saying? Some players call it ice field, some people call it ice rink, ice something or another. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think everybody at home knows exactly what you're talking about, as well as we take a look at these player cams and get ready to head back into this remake for game number 2. This unfortunately happens sometimes. You're talking about a lot of PCs hooked together. Shenanigans occur, but we will be locked in here very shortly. I know everybody watching at home is excited for game number 2, especially with the heat that we got for those first couple of seconds immediately off the rip. Coming in, Tenoshi
so strong.
Lobby 28 goes down, and then a player, I think
here goes the changes, and it looks like those changes are going to be very, very strong. XCG, it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix and Lobby 28 is going to be headed towards the city of Tang. HG is going to do their quick switch too, head towards this backside of Parlor. OUG is going to keep their same comp. Not going to switch up. Same with KLA. It looks like 5-2-1 and IDC is going to keep their same as well in Matab, but everybody's definitely decided to spread out a little bit more. It looks like NTL and it looks like GG is going to be headed towards that Yushan Ruins here, and it looks like KLA is still going to decide to stay in Emfrio Village. So some people went double down on their locations and others decided to switch it up. Probably the best decision.
OUG in a strong position here. They're taking podium for themselves. It's kind of a high risk, high reward. As somebody who's played a lot of trios, sometimes when you go there, especially when it's not a gold zone, there just isn't enough loot for a trios team, even though you get the guaranteed legendary from the box. Sometimes there is. So time's going to tell whether they get enough decent loot or not. But we've already got a fight breaking out here between NTL and GG. NTL back at it again with the hot drop here. Some very clean staff work coming in from Tryhard as he catches them with the juggle off of the charged RMB there. Adodo with the re coming in on the staff onto Miskia here. Miskia going extremely low. They're trying to just find a way to come cover for their team. 330 is able to make their way in. Unfortunately, Hero goes down. Tryhard trying to cover for the team. Adodo also trying to make some magic happen. Tryhard mistimes the parry. Unfortunately, will go down, and there's nothing Adodo can do as all 3 members of Team GG hit him down. GG will come out on top. They pick up 3 eliminations, and unfortunately NTL doesn't find a single one.
Unfortunate though. Meanwhile, Fun Plus Phoenix kind of doing something very similar, calling out the Bane's Breath as well here, giving them a little bit of that advantage here, as Fun Plus Phoenix now has that moment to do what they need to here, to decide to back off this, as Lobby 28 is going to successfully pick up their teammate. The question is it going to be enough to do what they need to? It's Lobby 28 who actually had the Bane's Breath, forcing Fun Plus Phoenix to actually separate and get out of harm's way, giving them that chance to pick up their teammates, do what they need to, and now they have free reign to back off. Now it also gives XCG another incentive here currently, as they're going to be able to go through the rotations, find some stuff, spend some bread, get themselves hopefully some decent soul jades, extra heals and shields for themselves. The more resources you have on you, the better. As we're going to be able to rotate this in here, it looks like DRG is going to keep their close eye on 5-2-1 as they're rotating this in, looking like some hyenas right now, ready to laugh and potentially eat some good grubs currently, as they got Pampy, Yin, and Akame up ahead here. Let's see if DRG is going to actually continue to be the watchful eyes of this, or if they're actually going to push in. It looks like they are, as it looks like Yin is going to be out there slowly closing this in, as they're going to potentially separate this from Pampy. Beautiful parry to close this out, but the Reza is going to be able to do exactly what they need to, but that Yueshan is going to do exactly what was needed and send them out of harm's way.
Oh my goodness, look, DRG like to cause some trouble already off to a rip as we turn back to team 28 here. They're going to pick up an elimination on Han and PPY, both of them utilizing the fan for those eliminations here. Oh my goodness, the third party coming in from XCG. We're going to see that Tessa ult connect, and now they're going to eat both the Tessa ult and the Viper ultimate here. It's just guaranteed. There's no place for these players to go. Tenoshi goes down to the charge right click as they're locked down in place, and Lobby 28 gets sent back to the Soul Altar. HLG is extremely low. They're going to feel forced to burn the Wu Chen ultimate. Unfortunately, it doesn't take them very far, and the members of XCG who started this third party are back at it again. Cuckoo with a massive double parry, though, is able to cleanse the Tessa ultimate. His team comes in, the Viper with the F from behind. They are down a member here, but HLG is able to find another elimination. HLG is going for it. XCG thought they had control of this situation, but Cuckoo, against all odds, has made it happen for the team, and we see the members of XCG run away with their tails between their legs, Dobby.
I wouldn't necessarily say tail between their legs. They only lost one, but they were still holding off as long as possible until that UA Sean was able to have enough time to be able to get them out of there, and they did exactly just that. Beautiful time. Wu Chen, beautiful time, beautiful space, beautiful maintain, and still was able to do exactly what they need to just to get that finish. But they still were able to hold strong. I wouldn't necessarily say there's a tail between their legs. They might have been able to back off here, but obviously we know how XCG plays, and with 7 eliminations, I doubt they're going to be leaving that strong. Meanwhile, Tryhard, beautiful hit onto CXZ, but looks like they're going to continue to go right back towards it. Oh, it's not going to be enough here as the 1v3. Oh, but OUG comes through as the third party. Could be actually helpful for Tryhard to be able to dip out of here and get away. It looks like he's still going to be able to rotate this around here. Tryhard looks like he's out there by himself here, fighting this out with a double S. And it looks like Zinyu is also going to be nearby as well here. Tryhard doing exactly everything that he needs to try to maneuver this, and OUG's SS is not letting him get away. He's not letting him wait this out here. Nice hold, trying to see if they're going to be able to get the connectivity, but it's not going to be enough as double S is going to secure the elimination onto Tryhard, putting that pressure on him, making him sweat, secures that elimination, and gets that win.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for NTL, but OUG able to secure their first elimination of the game. As we take a look, Fun plus Phoenix and XCG about to trade blows here. XCG's Xiaonan just gets completely obliterated by the members of Fun plus Phoenix. They're going to be forced to burn that Wu Chen ult again already, almost as if the second they get it back online. Unfortunately, they're not able to get far enough away, so they're going to have to leave Xiaonan behind and find a way to get them back into this lobby. Fun plus Phoenix here, finding 2 eliminations early on into game number 2, turning her attention over to Team DRG. These boys want some trouble, and they're going to find it in VNGC. VNGC coming in with the Viper ultimate, looking to make things happen already. They've got to find the optimal. They do find one stun. It's on to Sanzi. Unfortunately, the team coming in and covering from DRG is going to make things difficult, but the pole sword will come in and clean up a couple of eliminations for them. Corky goes down 1. WX98 goes down, and VNGC finds 3 eliminations here onto DRG.
Oh my goodness, not only with the stun, but absolutely decimates them with that pole sword here. I mean, he was able to get a 2-fer in that moment here and just absolutely ruins their shield and any leftover heals that they had on them. VNGC being absolutely dangerous in these moments here, and even with 3 eliminations so far to their name, I can definitely see them absolutely popping off and possibly matching that same energy that XCG has currently here, as it looks like D229 and the rest of the team trying to see what else they can potentially take and maybe salvage here, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. It looks like the NGC will be protecting that moment here and making sure that they don't push in, but they got all grays on them right now. So they're going to need to see if they can do some maneuvering here, as it looks like we'll look at the top left section here. Looks like we have 5-2-1. It looks like we have GGs. Looks like we have a Bane's Breath happening too, right in the midst of a loading Realm of Yang, our very first Realm of Yang for our trios here. But plus Phoenix is out by himself as well. And it looks like Team 28. So everybody's realistically split up right now. I don't think there's really too many fights happening, or at least there's anything that's going to be happening in terms of fighting happening right now.
Yeah, that's actually a player bane. That's Team 521's Bane's Breath dropping on where that Realm of Yang is looking to come into, and that's what you're seeing 521 do right now. They're looting up while they have an opportunity. They're getting ready to push in because another team can't realistically force them off of that Realm of Yang. given that there's a Bane's Breath sitting on top of it at the moment. Team GG is sitting nearby, and if they try to take this fight outside of the Realm of Yang, they have an opportunity, but they have slipped into the edge of the Bane here, and GG has completely mispositioned here. They're going to be forced to burn the ultimate here. LXM able to use the Takeda ult to get the shove away, but Team GG will live to fight another day here as Team 521 uses the Wu-Chen ult to teleport out, and GG does not want to chase into the no ult zone. Unfortunately, that means both of those teams will not head into the Realm of Yang, so we're going to see Fun plus Phoenix going head-to-head with Team OUG.
This is going to be a very strong fight for both teams here. OUG coming off of a strong win here, and Fun plus Phoenix want to get a little bit of some payback here, as it looks like they're going to find it, as the King is going to be able to push up onto Fun plus Phoenix's water. Definitely giving him not much of an opportunity. Oh no, but he ends up getting caught. Pops the ulti to go through the reset here. Gets hit by some massive hits though. Terracotta Warrior all the way around the rotation here as he has to be careful. Oh, ends up getting blitzed on both sides here. Both of them getting bullied. That's the King is caught in between both in the worst situation you need to here. Trying to find one, and he does end up catching the freeze, catches the elimination onto Zhao Yue, and now they're both rotating onto the one last player here. Trying to get this one going here, but the Terracotta, obviously, he's going to be moving around, making it a little bit harder, but obviously, it's going to die out, and so are their chances, as he's able to do what he needs to, gets the finish, and Fun plus Phoenix gets some payback.
Very, very unfortunate for them coming in there. That UAShancom going to fall down. I bet they're wishing they took the Feria version of that now, Dobby, as we turn over to VNGC inside the Realm of Yang as well. Going head-to-head here with the members of DRG. The rematch taking place here, and unfortunately, it's not faring any better for DRG this time around, as they will end up losing this Realm of Yang, and that will be twice they've been eliminated by VNGC in this lobby, Dobby.
Twice is crazy. Twice is crazy. At least with Fun plus Phoenix, they're 1 for 1. Right? At least they can say they tied. Like, all right, you know, when you lose some, you win some, you lose some. This is the 0-2 situation is definitely tough, especially coming out of the Realm of Gang, as VNGC coming through and out with their win. 6 eliminations deep.
Whoa. Did VNGC take Mystic Might in the first Realm of Yang?
Might be thinking of something bigger and better long term.
That's crazy town.
Why is that crazy town?
That's crazy town because Vermilion Bird's Might's only available in that first Realm of Yang. It gives you the ability to respawn. When somebody eliminates you, you get to keep all of your gear. Don't get me wrong, Mystic Might is great. It gives you the opportunity to kind of go hunt some other teams down because it kind of has that sonar blip kind of thing going on. You get 25% damage reduction, but you can get that in your second Realm of Yang. There's absolutely no reason you would ever want to leave Vermilion Bird's Might behind in the first Realm of Yang. The only thing I can think is maybe it was a misclick, or they're just that confident, Dobby.
Could be some very big confidence, because you can't get Vermilion Bird's Might in round 2, right?
No, you cannot at all. There is it's a one-time deal. It's Yang 1 or nothing.
Definitely a lot of confidence coming through, absolutely displaying that, and clearly VNGC hopefully is going to be able to show them that with the backing of it, as VNGC is going to be able to push in on them. Speaking of that, Gump stuck in a worse position here as Tenoshi and D229 has got to do a little bit of some defensive hits, as the bow shots from Asbun is able to absolutely hit onto D2, and now he's stuck in a tough situation. Nice hits, but that finish also with the heals is able to do a lot, as he ends up getting shredded here by the mini. Oh, and a beautiful 2-time parry. Could have been a full team parry as well onto that, but Asbon is going to be able to hit them with the Viper comp, gets the finish off the ulti, hits him with the stun, goes through the hits, and Gump stuck out, not being able to figure out how he can help his teammates here, and Tenoshi is out, but Loves is not going to go out without a fight. He says, come here, boy! Where are you going?
Remember the confidence we were talking about with VNGC? Clearly, they have it for a reason, man.
Yeah.
They had such a dominating game in Game 1. We're here in Game 2. Tenoshi, come on. Loves, come on. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm talking about, Loves. I really thought you gonna check one invisibility bush, but you not the other. He's just over here making sure that our boy Tenoshi was staying on his toes, Dobby.
He was like, hey, you know, if you walk past me, I don't know. Ooh, that's crazy. Obviously, he wasn't able to, though. Nice check just to be able to see that, just to make sure. But meanwhile, KLA definitely in a different position here. Was able to capture another elimination. That's their 6th so far. Definitely some high confidence coming in with that 9.5. So 6 eliminations so far. Could potentially get a high score. Could definitely put them in a higher round. But they're going to need to catch up to VNGC and XCG, who rounds out the top slot at 10 eliminations. As we look at Team DRG. DRG still working. 0 eliminations. They're struggling.
DRG's gone out of the lobby twice, right? They lose to VNGC in their first fight. They respawn. They head into Realm of Yang. They then lose to VNGC in Realm of Yang. I'm not sure where they were able to cleanse that Yang depletion, because they certainly didn't pick up any eliminations. So they had to have seen somebody else stash some bodies and went and picked up those Soul Blooms. And my guess would be that they picked up the Soul Blooms that belonged to Team OUG, because OUG lost 2 of their members. They were still down to just the King, who had Yang depletion, and we just actually see him go out of the lobby here. Unfortunately, that's OUG gone from the lobby. So see if DRG can make that comeback now that they're here. VNGC here. Looks like they just lost somebody and were able to get the resurrection back up as that team sends themselves away here. They need to find a full reset here. Roy Hehe going to swap into the white armor. Very surprising to see. There we go. We're going to do the old armor swap a Rooney back here as we head in. It's getting ready to be that time for that 2nd set of Realm of Yangs, Dobby. Looks like GG posturing here to take this one for themselves. GG here off to a good start with 5 eliminations under their belt, and they're waiting to see if somebody heads in or not. They're going to see if they can try to slide in for a freebie, but waiting in the wings is going to be Fun plus Phoenix.
Why? The question is, why wait? Why wait to go into the Realm of Yang? When once you do that, wouldn't you just immediately want to just go in, regardless to who you're fighting? I mean, yes, it would be better if you were able to fight somebody that isn't necessarily, you know, you definitely feel like you could probably fight, but most of these really good players are going into these 1v1s, so you're most likely destined to play a top-tier team.
If you're posted up in a team comp that doesn't do well in Realm of Yang, right? What you can do is you can wait to see. The portal will flicker when somebody goes into it. You can wait to see if the portal flickers. If you get down to like the last 10 seconds, you can then go, okay, I don't think anybody's going to go in. You go into the Realm of Yang and you're able to get the box for free, Dobby.
Oh, so they're waiting for the freebie.
Exactly.
Got it.
But you don't want to go in if you're on a comp that's not going to excel in the Realm of Yang and take that risk in stage 2 of the game.
Obviously, smart calls and timing coming in from these teams. Trying to get it with the Realm of Yang here, and it looks like NTL's hero is getting chased by Fun plus Phoenix and the rest of the team. Dun Queen ends up catching up to Dodo, gets him with the grapple and the hits. Looks like he was able to retaliate on some nice shots here. And it looks like Dun Queen is going to try to see if maybe they can rotate this in. And it looks like it's going to be a 1v1 between him and Dodo. It's going to find him at least into this. Catches him onto the space. Nice hits on each side here, waiting for it as he does get absolutely shredded. The burn tick is able to do a whole lot. Same thing with that. And now Ushin trying to see if they can hold strong here. Hits the shield on each side here. Dun Queen trying to push onwards towards him. Hits him with that Q. Nice hit from the ulti. Able to do a whole lot of damage here. Dodo dangerously low. Was able to try to work through the slashing, but it's not going to be enough as he does end up closing the gap just a little bit more. All he needs is one quick hit, and the Ghost is going to be able to do the rest of the work that he couldn't.
Unfortunate for NTL here. Ever since the very start of the game, they have been dogged down. They've been playing catch-up. They've been able to get revival after revival, but it's just not enough. When you're this stage of the game, your 2nd set of Realms of Yang, and you just haven't been able to make anything happen, it's extremely difficult for you to make a comeback like that. As we take a look here, we can see Fun plus Phoenix also was able to take that Realm of Yang for free. I do believe they got that Mystic Might for themselves. Hero just going to be caught out by Fun plus Phoenix as well. And that's all she wrote as NTL is out of lobby number 2. A very unfortunate turn of events. It's been 2 very difficult games for our boys from the NA region.
Struggling. definitely struggling here. So hopefully maybe they can find some synergy once we're finished up with our game 2, maybe even our game 3, depending on maybe they can come into this next half absolutely swinging, ready to go. Which, by the way, with those games, you guys will be accompanied by our amazing casters, Duncan and Moxie, for games 3 and 6. So make sure to stay tuned for that, as they'll be able to absolutely send it off for the rest of those games here. But back to game number 2. So far, the display has been really, really good. Are you confident still in your team XCG and getting a dub, or do you think somebody might come in and maybe come through and swoop it up, just like how we saw that last ending elimination swoop coming through from the King?
Look, I think XCG is in a really good position. I think VNGC is as well. And I mean, if I had to pick a team based off the current state of the game, my money's actually on VNGC. Just the level of confidence they've been playing with this game, the way they've been rotating around the map, the way they've postured up, how they've been able to hunt down some of these teams. Quite honestly, I think VNGC easily has the opportunity to take this home. The thing is they are playing the skirmisher version of this sort of Viper comp, so heading into the final moments of the game, they might struggle into some of these other teams that have better end game positioning. Something like Sand Siphon might be a little bit of a trouble for them, and it's going to take time to really tell how that plays out, but I do think they have the mental right now and the momentum to carry this game all the way to the end.
Whole lot of momentum happening here, as it looks like KLA still going through their resurrection. Or at least not the resurrection, the rotation. Trying to see if they can pick apart something else here. We still got some more times. We're going to get ready for another one. Inside a circle. DRG's Corky is going to be nearby as well here. They're going to be on the inside.
Zone 3 is crucially collapsing down onto Zone 4, which means we're going to have that first Morse Blessing coming through, ladies and gentlemen, that has that set of gold armor. And for a lot of these teams, that scaling is going to be absolutely crucial. So we're going to start to see these teams posture up and look to make a play, either so that they can pick up that equipment or they can grief some of these other teams out who are desperately trying to make that happen. As we turn to take a look here at Team GG, this is the team who decided not to go into that realm of Yang. They're currently running that Sand Siphon comp. They desperately are going to want to make something happen here for themselves. They don't have a ton of eliminations right now. They have 5 eliminations under their belt. They're off to a decent start, but end game is where they're really going to be looking to pop off. As we take a look here at KLA. KLA in a very similar situation, 6 eliminations to themselves. They've been able to win 2 fights thus far and are just trying to make it to that late game stage here on this sort of skirmishing version of this Viper comp. We've got 2 Valiant challenges up right now as well, meaning those players, of course, have picked up kind of the reverse bounty, and they are looking to make those Darktide coins, because heading into late game, resources are so crucial for any of these teams.
Speaking of resources, look at what happens. Immediately when you bring up resources, look what happens. A big old chest comes out of the ground, starts forming through the sand, a whole siphon happens, and now all of a sudden they're protecting it to get the nice loot, hopefully some gold, and yes it is, and some gold nunchucks on top of that. It's crazy how well resources can come at the best time. It's like old 80s television shows, the family ones, you know, with the large families. It's crazy. Anyway, back into it as we're going to be able to look into it. LXM and the rest of the team definitely feeling this out. Like you said, 5 eliminations. Now they have a gold shield. Now they have gold nunchucks. Now they have a little bit more of an advantage. They know how this map is. This is a very outworldly map. Look at the details so far. But on top of this here, even with the timing, they got to be able to hit their shots and know their timing. This is where things start to get a little bit more hectic in some way. Obviously, when it comes to the smaller circles, they will be able to push out on this as well. But it looks like Asbon looks like he was ready to push onwards here. You better be careful, sir. There is a full team in front of you. You do not want to get caught up in that situation. You better be careful.
Look, VNGC posturing here, playing aggressive. They want to push DRG off of that box. They want to potentially come in and do some chopping themselves. But wow, DRG is very happy with their current position and how well they're able to hold this. I do believe this is one of those teams that had picked up that Valiant challenge, so they have a little bit of extra money to spend here. And you can see they've been doing some Soul Jade rolling here. They're trying to prep for that late game. Unfortunately, if you take a look here, Takeda, they haven't been able to scale up on the gear enough for him to have that golden version of the ultimate. So he's going to be missing out on that extra push from the Furin. So they need to find some of that gear to help scale him all the way, Dobby.
Definitely going to be a little bit tougher if they can't necessarily find it, but we'll see what happens here. Still have more time and more opportunities here to make that happen here. As XCG still at the top of the leaderboard here. The NGC right behind him, though, with those 9 eliminations. Definitely going to be interesting to see how they can run this out towards the end here. 330 just looking around. XCG just kind of playing ring around. Let's see if any of the other teams are going to maybe see if they can maneuver towards this as well. All teams are still alive here, so I'm curious with everything that we've seen so far. They've been trying to play this out a little bit better. VNGC potentially pushing this in, and it looks like he is, as he is able to get a nice hit, though. Wushin gets absolutely destroyed in these seconds here by the full sword, trying to time this out. But also, here comes that dreadful whale coming through, being a problem for VNGC as they start to bounce out and balance off. That Wushin able to take them out, doing a great job.
Look at this placement, Dobby.
Oh man,
where he was able to get that Wu Chen ult to the pre-planning of that engagement, right?
How do you even pre-plan that?
Well, look, they postured up to potentially push DRG off, right? And then we saw Asbon back away. Clearly, they made comms. They went, hey, let's pre-plan this engagement. They backed away. They allowed their Wu Chen to set up such a clean position for them to ultimate back to in case things turned sideways. Then they pressed the engagement onto DRG. They were able to separate Wujin. They were almost able to pick up that elimination. Then we got the dreadful whale from the top rope.
Right.
They immediately just pushed the O button, if you will, in that Wu Chen ultimate, teleported back out. But that location, there's no way anyone could have known that they
Look
were
at
tucked away
HLG's
under the
location.
thing.
Look at them up top.
Oh yeah, they're just big chilling right now.
Big chilling up top. This is much higher from where Fun Plus Phoenix is currently here inside of the circle and where the rotation space is, as circle is slowly going to start to form and close in as the ulti comes out from Xiaonan here. Definitely a tough starter and an opener for that ulti here. Might have potentially wasted it as they do end up getting hit. LXM, it gets absolutely destroyed by Bose. Nowhere to go. Tough placement to do what he needs to. Xiaonan has to be able to retreat this out and away from the Viper ulti. Meanwhile, it's going to be the same thing as both of them end up getting caught. Akame in a tough situation as CXC is able to capture the elimination and get the finish. Same thing with Rosemary and able to get the finish onto 5-2 once again. Beautiful timed ulti here for that moment. Gets 2 free eliminations out of it. Now CXC is getting chased here, but those hits from those bows is absolutely devastating to some of these teams right now. And Pampy is on the wrong side of those bows currently, just trying to get out of harm's way here. Meanwhile, cannon shots ricocheting all the way up top. Pampy getting absolutely destroyed here. Needs a free time. No! Gets hit off the back with another bow shot to get the finish. And just like that, he's struggling to get out of here as Han trying to see if they can close in this gap just a little bit more here, trying to find it as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out in a better position maybe. But that bow shot, whoever has that bow, they're doing work right now.
Oh, absolutely. Han here just trying to just stay as small as possible. Doesn't want to be seen. Unfortunately here, XCG loses one of their members. We're going to see XCG lose another as Xiaonan goes down to DRG's Wujin in the kill feed there off of the dual halberds. XCG with a single player left remaining alive. Han still just holding that position in the corner there, but bow shots ringing out are going to force Han out of the corner. DRG Sansi going to get locked down in the middle as LXM's from Team GG picks up the elimination with a cannon. We're going to see Miskia going topside here, looking to find something. Will get caught out in a wisp. Thankfully, the follow-up doesn't come through, so Miskia takes negligible damage there from being locked down in the Wisp. Fun Plus Phoenix's Don Quinn coming in with a little bit of the barbecue there, but not able to find the follow-up. Han still fighting for dear life over here, stuck in the corner, but now stuck in a 1v1 with a member of XCG. DRG able to come back in and pick Sansi up here, but there's another player in the mix here. We do see the Takeda ult coming in. The Furin invested here. Wujin goes so low. He's trying to get there. He is able to get a little bit of the Soul Bloom, but it's not enough. Miskia comes in and picks up the elimination. GG going absolutely off. Fun plus Phoenix starting to pick it up as they pick up an elimination onto Asbon from VNGC, and unfortunately, that's going to be VNGC out of the lobby here, ladies and gentlemen. GG with 12 eliminations. Fun plus Phoenix with 12 eliminations. GG and Fun plus Phoenix take control of the lobby.
It looks like we found out where that bow is coming from, and it looks like that's going to be from the hands of 330 here. Doesn't have his bulk, but he does have a bow, and he's got a powerful one at that, as he's been getting some absolute hits, putting their team in 13 eliminations into this game here. Obviously, the siphon starts to come out from the Tomoko, both sides here, both with the counters absolutely coming through, shredding as much of it as possible. Ends up hitting nice little bits of nados, but 330 is also going to get eliminated from Team GG, and the same thing with LXM, counting their luck out one by one. Dunswing trying to lead the game. 14 eliminations for the man himself. He's able to put it down, gets the 15. Fun plus Phoenix, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your Game 2 winners. The shutdown, the synergy, they knew what to do. Miski is going to get that second place, though, with those 13 eliminations. Getting a nice second place finish to him. Plays it well, but it doesn't matter because Fun plus Phoenix is going to show you how fun they really are and how they get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, Fun plus Phoenix.
And like a phoenix, they rise from the ashes of game number 1 to come back into game number 2 and show us why you can never count Fun plus Phoenix out regardless, because these boys were on fire, Dobby.
That was a shutdown and a half. That was entirely impressive. They saw their opportunity come through, and the moment they got rid of 330 in that bow, they knew who was the culprit. Once they got him out, it was wide open, wide range of just absolute destruction that they were able to put on everywhere else.
Dobby, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the heat over here.
You feeling it?
Yeah,
I'm feeling
absolutely. Yeah, Fun plus Phoenix coming in, like we said, cleaning up that final circle there. And this was a hard one, too. You know, we talked about it. A lot of these teams playing that Viper comp, and it's just going to be kind of Viper ult traded for Viper ult, right? But Fun plus Phoenix in that unique position. They're playing the Sand Siphon. They're able to really utilize that Takeda and that Furin coming in, being able to clean up elimination after elimination amidst the chaos. They're able to just skyrocket to the top of the lobby and take control of everything.
Definitely was a good call there to make in these situations here. They really held on for as long as possible here. Definitely have to give it up to them as well. DRG just trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible. Ends up taking that second place because he held on longer than the team I actually thought was actually going to be able to do it. But no, Corky at the very end of that was able to hold on and just hide away so they can get that second place placement. So those 3 eliminations, those 3 placement points are going to be very, very, very helpful as we're going to be able to rock this in. But Fun plus Phoenix absolutely dials it in. Beautiful, absolute finish. And man, even with everything that's going on here, they did a fantastic job. Not only with that shutdown here, but I got to give it up to GG's 330, man. That bow, he was absolutely wah. He had everybody scrambling. He's like, where's the bow coming from? Everybody was scared. You could tell everybody scattered. The moment you saw the bow, so that made everybody start to cause some problems. But of course, it comes from the hands of 330.
Oh, yeah, look, I mean, 330 is no stranger to throwing hands, much less throwing bows. It's kind of the same thing when you're shooting across the map there. And he makes it look clean. Take a look at this. These players heading off to take a very short break here before they come back and lock in for game number 3. And man, if I'm Fun plus Phoenix, I'm super happy about my performance in that game. But I still got to give it up to XCG and VNGC. XCG keeping the consistency on board. I mean, they came into that final circle. They were in the lead. They pick up a couple of eliminations. They go out in like 4th or 5th place. But still a very strong game for them points-wise. VNGC, they came into that final circle, 9 eliminations. They pick up a couple more eliminations. Unfortunately, they go out. But given how strong of a performance they had in game 1, this is not a bad game for them whatsoever.
No, absolutely not.
And you've got to remember, the first 2 days here are all about qualifying. You just need to be in the top 12 at the very end of it. So being in 2nd place, being in 3rd place, great positions to be in right now.
Absolutely, especially as a trio team with the amount of points that they had. There was at least 4 teams that had over those 10 eliminations and absolutely decimating. We were getting, if this would have been another circle, we would have been hitting 20s. we would have been hitting 20s. I would have said
absolutely.
confidently we would have been hitting 20s with the way they've been absolutely dumpstering the rest of this lobby and absolutely putting everybody on their toes.
You know what? I love to see this too, right? Fun plus Phoenix, this is a team we talk about all the time. Where they really excel at is closing out games. They are able to identify what the win condition of final circles are, able to position themselves into that critical position so that they can utilize it to find that win condition, and because of that, they take control of lobbies. Leading into those final moments, we weren't talking about Fun plus Phoenix at all, and then all of a sudden when the chaos breaks off, we turn to them, they're in that critical position, they're able to utilize it, and it's just like kill after kill after kill. Starts popping on their feed.
Uses that advantage, starts to absolutely not only take advantage of the moments where people are actually stuck on stun, but at least two players kind of do like the whole like, you go this way, I go that way, and they turn this way and just start throwing off hands. And just like that, they're able to see that synergy. They're able to notice their targets, lock on, get those picks, and then it just starts to become a problem for everyone else. As we look back at it, 29.2 points for Fun plus Phoenix, 18 eliminations, and obviously that 4-point ranking point is going to be oh so sweet to their final score, as GG is going to collect those 2 ranking points with a solid 13 eliminations and an 18.9. But rounding out the top 3, first place games winner, XCG with a 14.7, that 1.5, and 11 eliminations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We can't count out VNGC with their 9 eliminations either.
I thought they hit 10.
11.8.
I thought they did 10 eliminations. They were 1 off. I thought they had 10 eliminations.
But KLA with another 8 eliminations in that 4th place and 11.9. These double-digit games, very good for themselves. Unfortunately, DRG, they go out in 2nd place, but they only have 1 elimination for this game, so that multiplier not going to be doing them any favors. As we take a look, here you are. Here is your MVP for game number 2. Of course, our boys from Fun plus Phoenix.
Definitely can tell who's going to be the MVP of this game. That's all I'm going to say. It's a little telling. That's all I'm going to say. As
oh, who do you think it's going to be?
I think Water. I think Water. That definitely has very.
Really, Water? I'm looking at Zhao Hui.
Are you really?
Look at 8 eliminations, 13,000 damage, 6 assists coming through.
I don't know about that. He had 8, he had 8,000 healing. You know what I'm saying? Like 8K healing is not easy. On top of everything else, as we look back at it for the overall scores here, definitely a struggle for the bottom 3 here, as they're rarely getting up. They're getting a lot of zeros here. Lobby 28 was finally able to pick up the pace, and at least get out of that 0 category, and at least get to a 2 score. But NTL and IDC is just absolutely struggling to get some of these picks and trying to figure out what they need to do to lock it in. But if we go up a little bit higher, it immediately stacks up to those 14 points. And obviously, are we surprised to see who's in first place right now? XCG with a 39.6. But let's not count on Fun plus Phoenix, who absolutely had a very short game in their game number 1, but absolutely had the massive redemption to put them in 2nd place with a 31.9.
Yeah, absolutely. VNGC rounding out in 3rd place with a 26.8 as well. These top 3 teams, huge contenders coming in. And you know what? I've got to give it right now. Fun plus Phoenix is doing what Fun plus Phoenix does, right? They have 1 or 2 really huge explosive games, and then their other games are kind of very low scoring. They're kind of an all or nothing team, if that makes sense. XCG keeping the consistency up, and VNGC just staying a dominant team from start to finish. Taking a look here, this is where Cuckoo absolutely pops off. He literally forces the entirety of XCG to just back away from this. XCG thought they had easy eliminations there, and off the back of Cuckoo's performance, they were forced to burn multiple ultimates. KLA's CXC here able to avoid that other stun, get theirs off here, being huge for them there into that fight with IDC. Now taking a look, CXC here, KLA on the backside of a fight with OUG. This is a fight we didn't get to see. This is a straight replay here. Huge coming in from the members of KLA here, being able to turn that back around onto the Uashan team. As we take a look here, this is just Miskia sitting top side. There's 330 with the bow, Tommy.
There it is with that bow. I'm telling you, 330 was a problem. Had everybody absolutely shaken. And Miskia was still able to find their way. But here goes that final circle that we were talking about here. Absolutely dialing them in 1 by 1, putting up those problems and putting up that massive amount of hits here. Wait a minute.
Can I call him or can I call him, ladies and gentlemen? Fun Plus Phoenix's MVP here for game number 2 is gonna be Xiao Hui. Oh my goodness, 13,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 6 assists with the Dragon-like Might, Pride's Fall, Benthic Descent, dual wield weapon sap, group heal, the Venom Tip, and the Barbed Bolts, Dobby.
I'm a little shocked, I'm gonna be honest. I definitely am a little shocked by that. What a pick. What a pick. Nice job, bro. Nice job. What a pick. I was surprised by that one. I was like, wait, huh? I was just playing with my pick. We all know who's the real MVP. That's okay. You know what, Xiao, you know what? He deserves it. Absolutely. With the rest of the team and with the rest of the team in terms of the Fun Plus Phoenix, they absolutely deserve it. Can't complain in that situation there. But what I can complain about is everybody that was scattering, because that was funny as heck to watch. That's all I'm going to say. Everybody was scattering, not trying to get caught up by that Venom Tip and that bow shot, because that bow shot was hitting everybody. And that actually got GG a lot of eliminations. That put together a lot of eliminations to get them those double digits in general. By the time they got eliminated, they hit that 13 points, and they did exactly what they needed to.
Look, I mean, GG did a really good job, but unfortunately, they just couldn't clutch out the final circle. I mean, and again, Fun Plus Phoenix, they just took a dominant position there in the end there. They were able to use that Furin to shove multiple players into the zone, pick up multiple eliminations time and time again. And then Xiao Hui there with the clean ultimate. Every time we saw him catch a wisp out, he just immediately would swap to that repeating crossbow, and it was all headshots all day. And when you've got Venom Tip in the back pocket as well, it's devastating, Dobby.
It's absolutely devastating, and it's a massive problem, but it definitely was the play so far from those replays, especially when it came to Fun Plus Phoenix. Now we're about to head back to Morris Isle and knock it out for our game number 3. But before we do that, we got to show you guys another video before we lock it in and give you guys another questionnaire to give you for some more treasures in chat. Which ranged weapon will be this match MVP's deal the most damage with? Is it going to be the musket? Is it going to be the bow, the repeating crossbow, or is it going to be the pistol? Put your answers in chat for a chance to win a World Championship random gifts. That's right, Drops is here on the channel. Make sure your channel is linked.
Oh my goodness, Dobby. I mean, clearly we know which one this is going to be. It was Xiao Hui. If you can't remember what weapon Xiao Hui was using to deal all that damage, I mean, come on now.
Was it D?
Dobby, you can't give the answer away, big dog.
That wasn't the answer.
Oh my goodness. I love my co-caster, Dobby. He's an absolute hoot. Well, I guess you guys are going to get a freebie on that one. Good luck to whoever walks away from Twitch chat. Make sure you are checking your DMs.
Obviously with that one too. Still going to be able, mind you, I was just trolling. Y'all could have fell for it. Y'all could have been wrong, but it doesn't matter. We're going to get it going, and we're going to show you guys another video, and we're going to lock it in for game number 3. See you guys in a moment.
罗伊西西看看他打3吗？这边就剩1个人了。哇！但这个时候如果冲抓的话是有机会的。又服，他又变出来了。罗伊嗨嗨，想要复刻昨天单排的神迹吗？太恐怖了，这个人。
Tôi tin rằng không có thể ngăn cản một con người đầy tham vọng. Tôi luôn nỗ lực làm việc, biến mọi khuyết điểm thành động lực để bản thân tiến về phía trước. Tôi là một game thủ. Thì con Tâm của mình thì sinh ra ở Con Tum, thì Con Tum nó cũng không khá là to, thì cũng xa với Sài Gòn khá là xa. Thì em út mình hiện tại thì cũng 3 đứa, nó cũng khá nhỏ, cũng không biết gì hết. Thì với lại một người mẹ, thì hồi trước thì cũng có mẹ cản về vấn đề là thi đấu và chơi game. Sau một lần thi đấu được thành công thì mang thành tích về khoe với mẹ là con có thể làm được và có thể đi xa hơn nữa, và từ lúc đó mẹ không cản nữa.
Từ khi mà mình biết tới Roy thì Roy đã là một trong những player nổi bật nhất tại server. Roy, điểm mạnh nhất của Roy là về việc tư duy chơi game và khả năng thích ứng với game rất là tốt, cộng thêm với việc là Roy rất siêng năng trong việc tìm hiểu những tip và trick trong game để tự cải thiện kỹ năng cá nhân của mình.
Thì em thì nghĩ là em không có thiên phú gì đâu, mà chỉ là những cái mánh khóe gọi là kỹ năng và từng con tướng và em đọc kỹ vô, và em nghĩ đây ai cũng có thể làm được điều đó, nhưng mà phải nghĩ kỹ về vấn đề đó. những người đồng đội này nọ, học được nhiều thứ và có thể là khi nó gọi là vừa sở thích và vừa gọi là công việc, nó trộn đều lại với nhau để mình đi xa hơn. Vì EVL mà em học được rất là nhiều thứ và được quen thêm nhiều, biết thêm nhiều về những bên đó như thế nào, và em được học hỏi rất là nhiều từ bên phía EVL. Em nghĩ là nếu mà em được cơ hội như thế này thì em có thể thử và có thể cố gắng để học một cái tiếng Trung thì để mình giao tiếp với nhau với đồng đội. Thì mong đợi của em thì em sẽ được đi qua đó và ngồi trên sân khấu và được thi đấu cùng với những đồng đội và học hỏi được thêm nhiều thứ từ bên phía EVL đưa về.
Mình chỉ muốn nói với Roy một điều là chỉ cần tự tin, và chỉ cần tự tin thôi là Roy sẽ tỏa sáng và sẽ khẳng định với lại tất cả mọi người thêm một lần nữa là năm ngoái chỉ là một bước nhỏ trên hành trình của Roy thôi.
Shanghai is so gorgeous, isn't it?
I mean, no place I'd rather be right now, Davi.
Absolutely. No place I'd rather be with my fellow amazing casters. About to get ready to lock in for our game number 3. And so far, our 2 games has been an absolute treat for not only for us to be able to cast, but hopefully for you guys watching at home. These games have been explosive. They've been high. And so far, XCG has brought the consistency that we talk about consistently all the time. Clearly we see that, but let's not count out Fun Plus Phoenix, who popped off and matched that same energy in our game number 2. The question is, for myself, that's definitely for me and you technically, can VGNC bring the same energy in this game 3 and close out this half?
Look, VGC definitely going to bring that same energy.
Would love to see them do it.
They don't come here to do no half play measures, you know.
I never assumed that. We never assumed that. We never assumed that. I'm just saying that I want a well-rounded first 3, and I would love to see VN. This is my call. I'm calling it. VNGC takes this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As close as they've come the last 2 games, they're going to be hungry coming into game number 3. My boy Roy, he doesn't like to sit on the sidelines, but speaking of not sitting on the sidelines, make sure you head on over to the website or through the client and answer this question. Which of the following 2 teams do you think will achieve the highest survival rank in this match? Is it going to be OUG or DRG? You definitely don't want to miss out on this, because if you get these predictions right, there's a chance for you to get all sorts of in-game goodies, including the very limited J-Cup the J-Cup banner spear skin, which last year I think only 15 people got.
Wow, it was that limited?
It was that limited, so this is your opportunity to walk away with that. And
That's
speaking
insane. I'm going to be honest with that questionnaire, my money's going to be on OUG. Not because they both were able to successfully hold strong, but OUG was able to survive just a little while longer when it came to that ending. Now, obviously, DRG was able to somehow live out of nowhere by themselves, but I'm going to give it to OUG on this one, to be honest with you, if I were to answer that question.
So I'm gonna pick DRG.
Of course you are.
Look, here we go. Look, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, okay?
That's fine, because I do it all the time, so I understand. I do it all the time.
Look,
so I can't hate.
DRG comes in as a team, and they're very, very interesting to watch but they always have something a little hidden up their sleeves. And right now, what I think we're seeing out of DRG is something we've seen time and time again. DRG likes to kind of play it low and slow from the beginning and ramp things up throughout the day. So now that we're heading into that game 3, the game before we head into the second half, I expect to see that ramp up start to come out just a little bit. This is a team that knows these first 12 games across their first 2 days to compete, these are not that big of a deal for them. As long as they're in the top 12 at the end of this, points reset before we head to Grand Finals, Dobby. So for them, they know they can afford to kind of lower that energy just a little bit, as long as once they qualify and they come into that second half, that's when they bring the heat.
Definitely going to be interesting to see if they bring the heat either after or before this. But so far, down at the bottom, Tryhard, one of our NA teams here, absolutely struggling. NTL with Ski Hero and Tryhard. They have definitely been having a tough time so far. What do they need to do?
I mean, look, these guys just need to lock in. They need to start moving together. They need to start playing like a team.
Same with IDC. What do they need to do? Similar?
IDC, there's been a couple of just regular general player errors from what I've seen. We actually watched in that last game, they get eliminated. The version of the Viper ult that they're running is the longer version. The other Viper team comes in, they pop their ult a little too soon, they give the read, they allow the other Viper to be able to stun them out. They get no value out of their ultimate and get eliminated because of that. That read cost them that entire match, Dobby.
Absolutely unfortunate here, as team synergy is definitely going to be the homework for NTL and IDC. Timing is going to be very important for IDC, but let's see if the hero picks are going to switch up at all in this game number 3. Rune, take it away.
Going to be very interesting. Immediately taking a look here at Team KLA. They're going to be running that Viper comp, but they're going to be running the classic version with Yodohime, and it's starting to be a telltale sign whether teams are planning to run that version of the Yueshon comp we've talked about before, because if you're a team like Team KLA who's running Yodohime here, it means you clearly have no intention of running the new Yueshon comp that we've talked so much about and that we've seen a few times today, because you're running the Yodo here instead of inside that comp. So KLA playing their hand just a little bit here. You can see the difference. Every one of these other teams are running the Tessa over the Yodohime. No, Fun Plus Phoenix actually is also going to be running the classic Yodohime comp. So clearly some of these teams are favoring the power of Yodohime in that comp rather than having the ability, the flexibility to run that other Yueshon comp.
This is a decent spread here coming in from IDC and GG. That's going to be heading basically towards the south side of the ruins here. As we look at it, it looks like VNGC is going to have that entire Shipwrecks expanse all to themselves. Meanwhile, 521 HG, OUG, 521 and 28, even XCG is going to be on that far left section here. Nobody in Zest Winery, nobody in any of those small little huts, and it looks like OUG, and it looks like, I can't tell who that last team is going to be, but they're going to be in the far left section here. So certain teams are definitely a lot more widespread. Still going to be some fast-paced action immediately here, as IDC Zay immediately is going to have to fight this out here with a team GG. Definitely a tough layer to fight, knowing GG definitely had a lot of confidence coming in from that game 3. But meanwhile, IDC just needs to get a decent elimination here, and they decide to let that go and give them the chance, as they're going to actually be able to get a little bit of some heals, a little bit of some shields. But it doesn't matter though, as GG is going to push into this. They're going to use that opportunity to do what they need to. Beautiful parry to get the shutdown here. Absolutely trying to grace it together. They're throwing him around like a tennis ball. Zay has nowhere to go, nothing to do, nothing to put together here, and he's struggling to keep the game alive for himself here. Meanwhile, the double parry coming in from EIN, shutting down LXM, giving him the opportunity maybe for them to keep this game alive for themselves. It's still a 2v3 situation. They still have lost a player here. Beautiful parry coming in from Vendoro, as they're still walking through it. 330 ends up getting juggled here. This is crazy with the return, as LXM is going to claim that next elimination, gets the finish, and just like that, there was an opportunity for them to potentially close that out. They could have actually shut down GG. That was very surprising. For those split seconds, those parries, the defense, they were reading that so well, but it just wasn't enough.
Look, it's really hard to come back from that player deficit. Like you said, though, those parries absolutely huge. They really do try to come back from it. Speaking of a team we were just talking about before the start of this, VNGC already off to a great start here. They've got a team completely separated. They're on the hunt here. CXC extremely low. Roy here on the hunt, looking to pick up this elimination while he lets the rest of his team clear things up here. There it is. CXC going to be grappled down here. No place to go. Roy will pick up that elimination, and now KLA down to just a single member left remaining alive. They will port the Wu Chen ultimate. They're able to get Rosemary out, but they're not able to get the other player. Unfortunately, Asbon gets caught out solo here inside of a inside of a Temi ult, and the Bane's Breath dropped down by OUG. So VNGC going to be down a player, Dobby.
Could be a potential in at least getting that player up. And as we're able to see exactly what happens here, as they do find KLA on the very bottom as well here, throws out the F3 for it, as Rosemary is going to absolutely eat it from OUG. Keeping that same pressure here, there could be a moment here as they do be able to rotate this around, as KLA is going to absolutely dip out, and that gives OUG the chance to absolutely chase, but that also gives VNGC hopefully a chance to go in and pick up their teammate. As it looks like they will be open and should be free in that moment here. We're going to go back, and it looks like SS and the rest of the team might potentially back off this and let him get out of harm's way.
Yeah, it looks like OUG wants to head back and take all of this loot from Shipwreck. They've been able to evict every other team there, which means there's plenty of loot left behind, especially on those bodies that nobody was able to pick through. So if VNGC hasn't already gotten that resurrection and gotten out of there, it could spell disaster for them as we take a look at Team 5-2-1 here, who already has lost their resurrections and are going to find themselves looking for a way to get back into this game. We turn our attention now to Team NTL, having a much easier start this game. The last couple of games, NTL has hot dropped, and those fights have not gone well for them. This time, they have opted to spawn a little to the side away from everybody else, and it looks like they're already doing some shopping, finding some legendary Soul Jades, and making a little bit of headway in terms of gearing up for this game here. They are, of course, playing that more traditional Transformers comp, so scaling their way through this game is going to be very important for them, Dobby.
Scaling potentially being a big factor here. ZRG Sanzi going for the repair on the fan. Still going to be able to go through with this rotation here, but OUG starting off strong with 5 eliminations, that 25.5, looking really good for the overall points here. So let's see if maybe they can use that as a massive opportunity to really cap this up and keep this going here, as we are going to be able to see this rotation start to come through. I would love to also see OUG get a dub today.
I mean, absolutely. OUG is such a great team, and we do love to see them perform well. And they're off to a great start here in game number 3 with those 5 eliminations, like you mentioned, Dobby. XCG just outside here, looking to come through this area, see if there's anything left. There's a shop available. They are going to finish a quest, so clearly looking to roll for some of those Soul Jades and other resources that they need as a team here. Lobby 28, this is a team that's been struggling all day as well. They're able to find some crucial gear upgrades, but they are sitting on blues, Dobby, while many of these other teams are already on purples. Sliding in to do a little bit of shopping. The money, the Darktide coins, running a little slim for these guys, realistically, as we turn now our attention to Fun plus Phoenix, the team who absolutely dominated the end game of game number 2. Moving just out here, it looks like there's a bounty nearby, and they are going to head in that direction and see who it is that they have that bounty picked up on, because here in competitive, it will show you that you have a bounty. It's not going to tell you who it's on.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going to have to go through the hunt if they're going to get that reward as well here, as we're looking at KLA here. Inside of another section here is Rosemary, CXZ, and the U. Looks like U was able to find himself a purple shield, and now Rosemary and CXC's got to be able to do the same here. Tries to call the bell out, seeing if maybe there's going to be some players nearby here. Definitely a little bit more of a slower paced game for sure in this moment here. Even in this moment, there should be some. Oh wait, actually, I take it back. It's Fun plus Phoenix immediately gets grappled. Dunqueen finds a player onto the back stretch here, and now Dunqueen is now getting chased. Rosemary trying to see if they can close in this gap here. Nice hits, but obviously that massive tree is going to be able to shut them down. And now the ulti comes through. Might be able to rotate this. Nice dodging just to try to get away from this. Rosemary does not get caught by the ulti, but it does get caught by Xiao Hu, who Xiao Hu is going to absolutely put in so much pressure, pressures them. It looks like the parry also collects as well as he's able to get the elimination. And now Yin comes through and drops down with the beautiful timing. The question is, does that timing work? Yes, it does. Dun Queen and you end up getting hit by a massive double Viper drop on each side here. Both teams trying to scramble. Nice slam coming through from the pull sword, trying to see if they can ricochet this around. And Yin has to be able to do nothing else but retreat and maybe go for some heroes as Dun Quinn fighting for his life. And it's not going to be enough here as they do end up catching that elimination and gets the finish. 5-2-1. Akame able to do what they can. And just like that, they're able to hit the disappearing act, hit the Wushen, take them out. And KLA picks up their teammate and they're still in the game.
5-1, finally able to come in and find some aggression after struggling all day long. And this is what I was talking about, Dobby. If they can force the lobby to play at their speed, they're going to find a lot of success. They haven't been able to do that till now, so here we are. Look at this, immediately after taking a fight, they're back into it. They follow up to a no ult zone where them not having ults is going to be no disadvantage to him, but KLA is waiting for it. You, unfortunately, goes extremely low. It is currently a 2v2 situation, and CXZ is trying to clutch it up for the members of KLA here. Yu's been able to back off and get a little bit of a heal here, but 5-2-1 has that ultimate. They're able to move on the outside, and immediately Akame comes in and starts applying pressure back onto KLA. They see the wind walls come down and decide to back away and not overcommit. As we now turn to HLG, who's lost Cuckoo and is going head-to-head with the remaining members of Team GG here. There's no real place for HLG to go. They're down to just a single member. Han clutching it out, trying to just make something happen from inside the corner here, but he gets sent flying, and the members of Team GG keep the hunt up. Han just wants to keep the game alive for HLG, but he's not going to be able to as the members of GG clean it up. We head into the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Rang, which features NTL and VNGC. Definitely two polar opposites in this game so far here, as VNGC has absolutely been dominating this lobby. Can't say the rest for NTL here, but Tryhard is going to do exactly what he can to see. He's ended up, gets one grab and grabs Roy Hee. This could be the switch and the swap in terms of what they needed. Absolute bully tick to be able to find it as he pops the ulti, gets the grab, tries to see if maybe he can grab a second, goes for the throwdown. Roy Hee absolutely backing this off, trying to keep the game alive. The heals is able to keep him from going. That Terracotta Warrior able to keep a decent amount of damage onto Roy Hee. Let's see if they can keep that same energy all the way around. But the heals coming through, keeping the game alive, and so does the Ghost, absolutely able to work through it as well here. Both holding down for as long as possible here. Tryhard with a beautiful parry, gets a shutdown onto Roy Hee. Now Loves absolutely juggling Tryhard here in this moment, in the situation here, waiting for the timepiece, waiting for the charge, but it's not enough as Loves was able to find the space, captures them on this next side here. Hero gets eliminated here. Tryhard holding on for as long as possible, but it might not be enough as Loves ends up getting eliminated here. It's now a 2v1 situation here. This could be huge. NTL might get a massive dub here if they can keep this game alive, but Aspen, if he ends up getting both of these eliminated, this could be absolutely huge for his team, but it's not going to be enough as NTL is able to shut down VNGC in the Realm of Yang.
Let's go NTL as they're going to finally find some feet under themselves here in game number 3, Dobby, and it looks like they're more than happy to put their boots on the neck of VNGC inside that Realm of Yang and finally step into this game. OUG here on the outskirts coming out, and it looks like they may have not won the Realm of Yang, but they had stashed some of those lovely soul blooms, so they're going to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion and to keep things moving. As we take a look, it looks like a DRG and NTL are going to be your winners from the Realm of Yang, and DRG takes Mystic Might over the Vermilion Birds Might. It's 2 games running, we've seen teams grab that Mystic Might. As we're turning now back to VNGC, the boys here, Roy Hee and VNGC have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to find some soul blooms. So
I don't think they believe it.
This Yang depletion.
They don't believe in it. They don't believe in the Vermilion Birds Might. Could be some bad mojo. They're like, no. That could be some bad mojo in there. We don't like that. Just how you were saying some voodoo earlier. They were like, no. They treat it just like that. No, I'm good. we can keep our Mystic Might and we'll be able to hold strong to that. Meanwhile, CXZ caught in a tough situation here as it looks like he's going to try to grapple this out here. Goes airborne. Roy He wants to be able to get some type of expendable elimination here to get something going. CXZ is going to not make it easy for him here, but he wants that. He wants to get this chase going. Oh, no! CXZ ends up getting caught onto the rock here, as now the chase is definitely a lot closer than it appears now as they're waiting for the blue charge strike on each side here. Ends up going for the takedown here. The ulti comes through, trying to see if they can create some pressure, and now they rotate this out, giving CXZ an opportunity to maybe get away, but it's not going to be enough as he does end up canceling that out, and both of them see him as an open opportunity here, and they don't even give him the chance. He gets sliced and diced, flipped over, sauteed, cooked like a pancake, and says, here, let's drizzle some syrup on you, give you some pancakes, and voila, you got yourself a homemade special.
All right, so they've cleansed one of their players' Yang depletion. Now it's going to be interesting to see how they close this out. Do they go hunt down another team to look for the potential of their 2 Soul Blooms, or do they have enough money that they can let 2 of their players die and then just simply buy them back into the game? As we turn our attention over to OUG going head-to-head here with the members of, I do believe, Team GG. SS going to get caught out here in this huge Viper stun. Jin Yu also going to be walked down on 2, but we're going to see that Zipping coming in clutch with the ultimate here. Unfortunately, Zinyu immediately turns back around and gets parried. He's able to use the gold focus off of the F to escape most of the punish coming in from it. SS and LXM going head-to-head here. SS will get the read, finds the parry as well, and now they are starting to flip this fight on its head as OUG sends Team GG back to the lobby.
Absolutely insane. What a great display coming in as we see IDC getting chased by VNGC. VNGC looks like they want to get this fight, and this could be the team that gives them the rest of their team staying alive throughout this, or this could be the time where it could be a night-night for them, but it doesn't look like it. Is Brandoro trying to hold on for as long as possible. Both Takeda ultis doing a whole lot. A lot of beautiful parries coming through. Nice hits, nice collides, beautiful defense coming in from Brandoro, having to go through a 2v1 situation here, trying to keep the game alive and not trying to get bunched out on both sides here as they both scale rush super, super high into the air. Both the ulti and the heals from the F tries to see if they can keep it together here, but Brandoro ends up getting sliced and diced in so many different ways. One ends up getting the Soul Blade. Now there's 2. Now there's 1 more. All they need is 1 more elimination, and now just like that, they're able to get it, and they get the heal, and now just like that, VNGC is back into the game. Zay caught out by himself, trying to hold on, but Water is going to make it wet and get the finish and splashes it everywhere. Meanwhile, DRG Senzi able to see if they can figure out the next space here, trying to work towards it here. Where could he go? Roy He now getting chased by DRG's Wushin, and it looks like the rest of the team is going to have to come through here, and it looks like the time strike could be great. Beautiful parry for the nice shutdown here. Wushin playing the game of his life so far. Beautiful Q strike here, but it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is also going to come through and also cause some problems. Roy He gets caught by the nice fierceness of that blue.
That was gold, Dobby. That was Dragon's Roar coming in
off
of those nunchucks. Absolutely, that was gold focus. Dragon's Roar on the nunchucks here. Fun Plus Phoenix's Don Quing loves him some nunchucks, and he's got Dragon's Roar. They are going to be a problem, Dobby. Asbon here looking for the opportunity to slide in and potentially get Roy He back into this game. The 3rd party into 4th party into 5th party has spelled disaster for VNGC in this game. Unfortunately, as we head into the realm of Yang, it's going to be OUG versus XCG. Going head-to-head here, and we're going to see SS already going to lose most of his shield there to some huge hits from the pole sword here from LXH. LXH really putting in work. Unfortunately, SS forced to use those Furins defensively, and he's already burnt through almost every single one of them. He's got 1 left in the tank. It's gone. SS does get the full heal here. The sustain from Zipping coming in strong, but he has no Furins left in the tank. The ultimate is over, and unfortunately, OUG on a little bit of a back foot as the members of XCG start to clutch this out. LXH going to get caught out in a wisp, though. Going to use a wisp of his own to go airborne to get away. The F activation just to live. NiHQ in the background here throwing those bow shots out. Nobody has been eliminated yet inside this realm of Yang. It is still a 3v3. Zinyu goes down, though, and now the tide has turned. XCG loses 2 of its members, and it all comes down to this. OUG holding it down strong here. The King trying to outlast the storm, but XCG comes out on top.
Beautiful find there to create that synergy here. Knowing that they can get that 2v1 situation doesn't give anybody a chance realistically to try to recover. They just keep that pressure on them the whole time and definitely forces everything else outside of it. And just like that, was able to reward them to win. XCG playing that consistency like always here. And moreover, still being able to puncture and punish these teams. And now they are 7 eliminations deep. Meanwhile, this other team,
it's going to be OUG.
OUG, they're going to have to reset.
Yeah, they're going to have to find another team to wipe off the board so they can cleanse this Yang depletion as soon as humanly possible. 4 minutes remaining until they are completely out of this lobby. Turning our attention back to NTL here, setting themselves up for success with the gear. They've finally been able to scale decently into one of these games. Unfortunately, Tryhard with the blue staff, but more than happy to have it, given that he just shows the ace up his sleeve there with the Merciless Havoc. Not only that, he's got Meteor for the cannon too, Dobby.
Oh, wow. Absolutely two dangerous things to have on your roster here and on your slots here for your weapons. Let's see if they're going to use that to their advantage. Clearly they will. But obviously, for NTL, finally getting able to get at least elimination on the board definitely has to be a little bit of a breather, at least to get something. 5.6, 3 eliminations for them. And let's see where they can really take this over the rest of this game here. As we look at OUG, it looks like they're going to get potentially aggressive here onto 5-2-1. Trying to see if maybe they can get some hits with either the bow or the cannon. Not fully pushing onto it, though. They just want to read it and just see what's going on in terms of where are they going, or at least follow all the way until eventually they decide it's time to absolutely drop and it's time to strike here. It looks like they're going to separate from one of them, and it looks like Pambi could be the one, but it looks like one of them ends up grabbing him, hits him with the stop, and immediately calls out the no ult zone just so they can start to, but that Wushin is going to take them out immediately before OUG can really connect.
Oh my goodness, OUG here in that no ult zone. It's going to find it very difficult to walk into this fight here. Look at this. I love it coming in from 5-2-1. They throw the Tessa ultimate from outside the no ult zone into the players of OUG from the inside here. Unfortunately, they aren't going to find the value off of their Viper ultimate because that no ult zone does exist and will cancel the channel here. SS will get caught out there in the Tessa ultimate, but unfortunately, he can't move into range to support his team here. That no ult zone stopping him from pressuring forward, and 5-2-1 continue to play around it. There it is. The ult going to be immediately ended there by the no ultimate zone, so SS is just going to be forced to play off of these dual blades here, using that Cav Bloom to their advantage, though. It looks like he finally finds the value and pick up not one, but 2 eliminations onto the players of 5-2-1, but Fun plus Phoenix, never a team to miss an opportunity, comes in for the third party. They will find another elimination onto 5-2-1. They're able to get the Soul Blooms and cleanse themselves, but now stuck in the zone. OUG is looking battered and beaten, Dobby.
Definitely can't be in these situations here. Definitely looks like you could be a little bit more of an open source, and that's got to be really tough as Sanzi ends up getting open source and grabbed in the middle of that, just trying to run out, and now he ends up getting dogpiled by the rest of the team of NTL as they're both going to try to read this out. Sanzi being able to have the time to dip out of here in the best way possible, giving them the opportunity, but now they're on the worst part of this section, an uphill climb up from the rooftops, not the rooftops, excuse me, up the hills. As now Fun plus Phoenix uses that as an opportunity to maybe capture some damage here, but it's not going to be enough as Tryhard is mostly full HP here. Looks like Hero and the rest of the team might have an opportunity here to maybe get some shields, but Hero currently in his Terracotta Warrior, maybe causing a little bit of some havoc here. Get some hits onto Don Queen. Nice hits on each side here, ricocheting him and absolutely juggling him up in the air here. Doesn't give him too much of a time though, as he ends up getting stopped immediately. And just like that, the ulti comes out on 2 different ways, both heals and the poison. Both Ski and Tryhard ends up getting clipped, and they get absolutely destroyed by the repeating crossbow. Nothing to do, nowhere to be found, nothing to try to hold on to. And just like that, Wushin and Sanzi ends up getting 2 free kills out of that.
Oh my goodness, so unfortunate for NTL. You got to give it to them, the passion. They had less than a minute left remaining on that Yang depletion, and they knew they were down ultimates, but they continued the chase. They wanted to go down fighting, Dobby. One way or another, they were either going to find their way back into the game, or they were going to get eliminated in a good old fight.
Absolutely. The good old fight that they wanted, good old fight they got. Might not have necessarily been the fight that they wanted, but at least for the other team, it was exactly what they accepted. A good old B+ in my book, okay? That's at least a good 70, 80%. It's 80% for Bs. 90% for As. So A for effort in certain instances. So let's see if they can come back towards this, though, as it looks like OUG was able to do the usage of the Valiant challenge, and now they still have a really great opportunity here. Gets themselves some decent amount of loot here, but not HQ. And the rest of the team fully stacked out, ready to go here. And the heals coming through, very, very helpful for everybody here. XCG really playing this game out and really realizing the range that they have and knowing that it's not worth it realistically to push in there. Knowing that they have this opportunity here, OUG is going to find it. The King gets the ghost shield. Zinyu gets absolutely shredded of his shield. And now they might give them the opportunity to push inwards toward this if they really decided to. Zinyu, it definitely has lost some of his shield, but now he's able to gain that back, regain it, and it just realizes that XCG definitely is one of the better teams because they decided this is definitely not the place to really fight this out, and that is why they're one of those top teams.
Look, when you've got a good old zipping in the back pocket, and it looks like they also have group heal, you can afford to go in, get absolutely shredded like that, and then just keep on the move while your zip absolutely just tops you back up, and you get to keep playing the game and continuing to do everything that you need to do. Taking a look here, NiHQ and XCG holding on not only to the top of the leaderboard right now, but the top of Eventide Temple, buying themselves some much needed space as we get ready to head in. It is Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5, and we only have 11 players left alive, Dobby. In Game 1, when we went to Zone 5, we had 27 players.
Absolutely wild.
Wild indeed. DRG on the outside here, engaged with Fun Plus Phoenix yet again, and unfortunately, that ultimate will be invested, but Fun Plus Phoenix is still going to get the elimination. Corky, yet again, the lone solo player here for DRG is going to have to make it to endgame and make those kills count for as much as humanly possible. It's starting to look like a very similar Game 3 for them that they had in Game number 2, Dobby.
Yes, but it currently looks like OUG overall is probably going to be our winner, which I called it before. I would love to see OUG end up getting that dub and maybe that payback here. As much as I wanted to see VNGC do it, I also saw OUG have that opportunity, and I said they definitely are going to use this to at least get a dub and get themselves a lot higher up into this placement. This is definitely going to put them in first place for sure. No question. No doubt in my mind here, as it looks like Corky, DRG, again, fighting in the same space here. Meanwhile, Dunkways says, YOLO! Polo! As it looks like he finds the opportunity here just for that, and then just like that, the Wushin able to take him out and says, see you later. My name is Cookie, and I like to cook.
Corky just trying to find any space he can get to where he's not going to get hunted down here, but Fun Plus Phoenix is on the hunt, so Corky, is he going to decide just to let himself go? No, he decides he thinks better of it. He goes very low to the tick. He hides for as long as he possibly can in the zone there, and it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix doesn't find him out, so he's going to live to make it to the end of the lobby here. OUG, no, no, he lets himself die to the zone. Corky decides it's not worth giving these other teams another elimination and goes down to the zone tick.
Definitely an interesting pick, knowing that he could potentially, if he had something decent on his roster in terms of a well-rounded ranged weapon, he could potentially maybe steal an elimination or two, but very shocking to see that even within these first couple of games, he just decides, like, no, it's not worth it.
Very, very interesting strategy coming in from DRG's Corky, especially given how long he was able to survive out. Until the last game, he was able to take second place for DRG. Yeah, and it's a huge difference between 0.5 and 1 placement points and 2.5 placement points. So, going to be interesting to see if that potentially comes back to haunt the members of DRG.
Let alone in this circle, which there's a lot of floors to cover. And there is a lot of vertical play in these moments. He really could have found himself a decent little hiding spot here to where he really could have been able to just maximize this opportunity and just let these teams fight it out. And if he does have a decent space to get some shots, he could have been able to secure himself maybe at least an elimination or two as long as nobody's paying attention. But it looks like it's going to be on the outskirts and a little bit more open. So maybe it was a decent call just to decide, nope, I'm not going to give anybody a free elimination, a free score. And it looks like now we're going to start to slowly close in on this circle as we see OUG at the very end, as you see that custom poster for Bring the Heat, the NARAKA BLADEPOINT group stages absolutely showing up there. Whose face are we going to see as those grand champions all over Morth Isle and Hollowroth? That is yet to be seen, as we're going to be able to go right back towards the action. Fun plus Phoenix all the way up top here. Decent ranged weapons. Fun plus Phoenix's water has that meteor. They're going to try to see if they can get some hits in. So far, though, OUG, XCG, Fun plus Phoenix. Who you got?
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a tight one, but my money's on OUG. Don't get me wrong, Fun plus Phoenix excels at closing out end games, but it's typically amongst the chaos of a large group of players. So for there only to be 3 teams, this is not really where Fun plus Phoenix excels as much, because they have to figure out that momentum, that tipping point, where they don't end up being the team who's being third party. XCG here, LX Edge, being an absolute menace right now, using that Rupture Gale Orb on his cannon to just pepper OUG through the floor, knowing that that's where their position is. Man, LXH is just coming in and saying, I'm gonna make you burn some resources.
Ding dong! Bing bong!
OUG coming out of their hidey hole here, deciding that they've kind of had it with the members of XCG as they start to pressure out here and look to trade some shots with Fun plus Phoenix down below as well. It's going to be a very tight circle as we now have Zone 6 collapsing on the 7th final zone here, and OUG has repositioned to the backside here where they have a little bit of space to maneuver into, because this is going to be a tight circle when it fully collapses, and it's going to be Fun plus Phoenix holding a power position over the top side here. They've got those wind walls to buy themselves some space, and XCG just put into a corner, no place to go. They're extremely low. These two teams are going to have to pressure very soon. Fun plus Phoenix coming in with the tactical nuke, looking to lock down the whole lobby. It's XCG who's going to be the main target here, though, as they turn everything they have. OUG was able to get away from it. We're going to see the Wu Channel invested as they back away. Fun plus Phoenix overcommitting. LX Dex brought back in. XCG trying to keep it alive here, holding on for dear life, but it's OUG who's coming in fresh. They've popped the ultimate, they get grabbed out, but the Furin follow-up here, who's going to be able to pick up the eliminations? Is it going to be, yes, OUG?
OUG coming through, absolutely being absolute detriments as XCG sees this as the opportunity here, and Fun plus Phoenix using it to their advantage as they're both going to be able to collide all the way down. The ulti comes through, beautiful time strike here, trying to see if maybe they can gather them up in one space. OUG's the king, can barely collide out of here and trying to get them out of harm's way. OUG's the king is going to be able to find a shield swap inside of the chest. Beautiful parry on the SS here. Fun plus Phoenix's water trying to see if he can find it. He is reading everybody like a book, but it looks like OUG is able to read it a little bit better as they both double team one of their players, and Zayue is eliminated from this game. Meanwhile, both being able to synergize on each side here. Double S trying to hold on strong. Water gets pushed outside of the circle. The circle tick is absolutely bleeding them dry. Gets the finish. Beautifully hits on the outskirts. XCG is nowhere to go, and OUG is able to close out game number 3.
You asked me to call it, Dobby, and I called it. OUG is going to be the one who walks away in the end from that final circle, from those 3 teams. The King, SS,
they got
Sinew, able to put an MVP up on the board in the first half of the day.
They got it. There was definitely the thing that we wanted to see and hope that they did, especially after their tremendous performance in Game 2. So them coming in and absolutely destroying, I mean, it's not even close in terms of eliminations. It's not even close. So being able to do that and absolutely take the top spot in this first half, what a strong starting performance for OUG.
Yeah, this is a huge game for them in terms of qualifying to head on from group stages to grand finals. This could be the game that cinches it all for them, depending on how their performance goes throughout the rest of the week.
Absolutely insane, and what a tremendous performance from really all of the players all around, from XCG, OUG, and of course Fun plus Phoenix. Fun plus Phoenix hold on for a very, very long time there.
Oh, absolutely. But again, this is the thing. Fun plus Phoenix, they know how to close out hectic end games. Going into an end game where it's 3 teams and you really have whoever engages first is at that detriment. Fun plus Phoenix, they don't really know how to hold off of that gas pedal so well. So when they're put in that situation where it's like, you don't want to be the first team, you don't want to be, they've got that W key mentality that they bring to those final circles, Dobby.
It's crazy to see a team thrive on chaos and can really multitask with so many things happening, but then can fall short with a very calculated plan and a small set amount of people. It's interesting to see how certain brains and how we're wired to where that can be the struggle. But for some reason, when there's 10 people, they're all dousing one person in the same section, or we're getting 4 corners of monks in different areas, and everybody's trying to reach and grab faster than like most tall dads trying to reach for a bag of, you know, a good bowl of Cheerios. It's like you see all of these different things, so it's interesting to see how they can adapt amongst all of this chaos. But then when it comes down to those final moments and there's only a few people, they just kind of short circuit.
Well, you know, look, when it comes down to it, OUG had really set themselves up for this final circle. They had the better gear. They really had the better comp for this final circle, and were just able to clutch it out. They played that extremely well. They baited out XCG into a corner and made FunPlusPhoenix step on that gas pedal. They were then able to pull away from that after having picked up an elimination and return the third party back onto FunPlusPhoenix and XCG. And the target acquisition was so on point. When they were able to shove water out into the zone, that was the moment that OUG wins that game.
Force that circle to do the work for them. But also, because water realistically was the...
You okay, Dobby?
Sorry, I'm short-circuiting. I need like 4 people talking to me at once because that's clearly what they needed. It's interesting to see how water was really the deciding factor of FunPlusPhoenix, because everybody was really dialed in. The moment water was gone, the rest of the team synergy just...
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, is sometimes if you're just able to identify who the target acquisition needs to be, if you're able to lock that target down, separate them from the team, it's very hard for a team to bounce back sometimes when that plan that you thought out in your head and you were like, surely this is going to work, there's no way we don't just big vibe off of this, all of a sudden crumbles under your feet. Now you have to recalculate that entire plan, and when you're FunPlusPhoenix and you don't have that chaos around you to play off of, it can be very difficult. But that's a situation that OUG thrives in, and again, they were playing the better comp for Final Circle, they had the better gear advantage for Final Circle, and they were able to bait FunPlusPhoenix into that situation where they kind of gas pedaled a little too soon. They were able to draw them into that bad fight so that they could turn a third party back around onto them. And this is OUG knowing the competition, knowing how to play into their mental and draw them into a bad position so that they can capitalize on it.
And I think I want to smash them all now. Speed up. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Gas pedal.
Well, it's no more than 6 seconds, Tommy.
That was about 4.
Oh my goodness, there we go. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The first 20 bomb of the 2023 J-Cup Trios goes to OUG with 21 eliminations and a game score of 33.4.
What a strong finish for our half here. But let's not forget DRG holding on for as long as possible. 11 eliminations and a 15.8. That's still going to be really good for them. And XCG, again, rounding out that third spot with that 13.7. They're still there. They're still getting those eliminations. They're still getting those points. It's just, you know, OUG just decided, hey, it's time to go crazy.
Say it with me now, Dobby. Consistency!
Oh my goodness. And of course with FunPlusPhoenix getting into that top 5 here, 7 eliminations, also tying that up with 5-2-1, but 11.1 overall here. And look at these numbers, the king!
Oh my god, 49,000
that's 50,000
healing.
That's 50,000. You might as well round it off. That's almost 50,000 in healing. That is an MVP if there's nothing else.
12 assists too. It's just absolutely MVP material.
That is MVP material, keeping your team alive in so many hectic situations here. OUG was able to do the most, but the king clearly couldn't his crown.
So you remember last game when you said you were like, I'm impressed that Zipping did 5K healing. That's a whole lot of healing.
That's a whole lot of healing.
Yeah. The king was listening to that and said, hey, Dobby, I'm going to show you what a lot of healing is, because we about to tack another 0 on the end of that.
50,000. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, okay? They were only less than 200 points of healing away from... I'm just going to round it off and just say that's a 50 bomb. That's 50K. That is a 50 bomb of healing. If we're going to look at the total standings, though, still a little bit of some struggles. NTL finally got on the board, 5.1. Not exactly nothing huge, but 6.1. They at least got something. Then sometimes that's all you need is a little bit of something, because it's better than getting a whole lot of nothing. As we look back towards that 5-2-1, rounds out the top 7. But look at this, 30s, tying it up with GG and DRG with that 30.3. And just like that, OUG takes the lead with less than a 0.6 score.
That's what I'm talking about, our boys from OUG. Happy to see the King coming in, finding their pacing in game number 3 and able to climb all the way to the top of the leaderboard. And you know what? Shaking things up here. We've got OUG, we've got XCG, we've got Fun Plus Phoenix, and we've got VNGC. All of these teams performing exceptionally well in all of their games, able to climb to the top of the leaderboard right now. And man, it's going to be a good year for NARAKA. As we take a look at some of these replays here, we're going to see OUG right here. This is the fight that they're able to come in 5-2-1, really trying to play them around this no ult zone, bait this fight out, but it doesn't matter. OUG's able to come in, they're able to cleanse that Yang depletion and keep the game alive.
Keeping the game alive was definitely the name of that game here, as NTL and Tryhard trying to do what they can here, but this was definitely a sayonara from them as they got the stun. That Viper was able to do the most. Fun Plus Phoenix with a beautiful hit onto XCG that literally captivates the rest of the team and causes the problems. But there goes that double starter hit, not only with the stun, but the parry was able to shut down XCG, and obviously OUG was able to round it off all the way, pushes NISQ off the outskirts, gets into Fun Plus Phoenix's water, and then they're able to close it out with XCG's LXH. They held that for as long as possible, and they played the game of their life. And are we surprised to see the King being the MVP with 50,000 healing?
Here we go. I called this as well, right? I called the group heal coming in when we saw Jinyu go extremely low. He not only had the group heal, he had the advanced heal. If you're on zipping, no wonder he was able to get almost that 50K healing here. Group heal, advanced heal, you're running around, you're healing your team all the time, and you're zipping, so you have some of the most effective healing abilities in the entire game. And of course, if your OUG's the King, you're gonna push that to the limit.
Can we say one thing too? 12,000 damage coming in from just the Fan alone. 12,000, okay? Literally, that's only, like, the rest of the 4,000 comes from anything else. That Fan put in absolute work just as much as that healing circle did with 50,000 healing. I'm just going to be sitting that for the rest of the day. 50,000 healing, the King, you did your thing. Handsome as can be, and look at that. You're able to heal your team up like always. Like,
we gonna have to name him Mr. 50K. You know what I'm saying?
He's got to have a 50K now. He's got to have a 50K badge. He has to after that point. I'm convinced. You got me. I'm sold. Like, that's insane to be able to do that and still be able to produce a decent amount of eliminations. Even with how they were able to synergize that towards the very end, because that really could have been, in reality, anyone's game. With the right stun, somebody pushes a little bit more aggressively, somebody pushes back. XCG was far on the outsky by themselves. That stun from the Viper takes the rest, and then them up top is just trying to pelt as much as possible.
Here's the thing, is OUG playing this out, right? They applied a pressure to XCG, who was in that corner.
Oh, absolutely.
When they applied that pressure, Fun Plus Phoenix, having the high ground, applies the pressure. OUG knows Fun Plus Phoenix is in this final circle. They know that Fun Plus Phoenix will press any advantage they get because they like to ride that gas pedal. They don't know how to slow down.
Somebody had to make the choice. Somebody had to go.
As soon as XCG gets a little bit low from all of those range shots, what do you see happen? OUG starts across the middle of the map. They take a couple little trades with XCG, but they don't actually force themselves into that corner. And what happens is Fun Plus Phoenix goes, oh, it's go time. And then OUG hard swerves left. They understand that they have baited Fun Plus Phoenix into that fight. And as soon as that Viper ult comes down, OUG has tucked themselves into that little balcony to completely avoid the stun. But once FunPlus Phoenix has given up their position of power, they've dropped down. They no longer have that stun. That stun was the biggest threat to OUG. They just come in off of the top rope and go, hey, FunPlus Phoenix, thanks for doing it up for us. We're going to take it away now.
And not only that, too, that also left XCG in a very open situation. Meanwhile, both of them was able to hold up top here. As one is up top, the other one's down low at the bottom. When that Viper ult hits, like you said before, they're up on balcony. They ain't got to worry about none of that. They ain't have to worry about none of that. But as we're going to be able to work towards that, we still got to give you guys another video, and it's coming from Zhao. See you guys in a moment.
Thank you all to casters, and hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Xiaohu and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小虎，欢迎来到节杯，欢迎再次来到我们的英文流采访。那先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FunPlus 朱雀的小虎。
欢迎小虎，怎么样？紧不紧张今天？
有点小紧张，毕竟是第一次，就是跟外國友人在線下 PK 嘛。
So long time didn't go to the post-game interview, and I would just like to know is if Xiaohu is a little bit nervous, and he told me yes, a little bit nervous because rest for so long time. Okay, let's back to the matches today. So to the J-Cup, so how's your feeling for today's matches, and especially your opponent from other regions? 那我首先想问一下小虎啊，因为来到了我们节杯之后呢，就特别想问一下，碰到了那么多其他赛区的高手们，今天目前打到现在感觉怎么样？有没有哪些选手给你就是压力挺大的，或者队伍也可以这样？
给我压力挺大的队伍，感觉有 VNGC 跟521嘛，因为他们也算是节杯的老选手了，然后他们来参加肯定能给我们部分的就是国内的队伍一些压力，然后我觉得他们实力也很强。
So actually, I think these teams, like they come here last year, they gave us some pressure. So first of all, because they are traditional esports club and they have the experience, that's why after they come to Shanghai and in the J-Cup, and we really a little bit nervous, and it also gave us a lot of pressure. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好，接下来也到了我们有奖问答的环节，来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many score did FPXZQ achieve in this match? 好，今天的题目呢是这一把比赛当中，你们队伍到底拿到了多少积分？那其实这把我们可以看得出来，朱雀打的还是非常不错的。要给自己的队伍打一个分数的话，准备打几分
？9.9分吧。因为最后决赛圈就是没打过嘛，就是因为队友被吹了，就差一点。
Okay, I just asked him because they did really good performance in the game 3, and I would like to know how he gave the score to his teammate. And he said like 9.9 because the last 0.1 is because they had some mistakes in the final because of the opponent. Okay, so I think our players prepared and let's start counting. 那小虎应该准备好了，接下来就让我们进入倒计时。跟我一起说英语的 3, 2, 1可以吗 ？OK， 来进入倒计时。3, 2, 1 Screenshot. Okay, don't be nervous, okay? And let's find out the correct answer. 那也有请小虎来给我们公布一下正确答案是哪个
A.
Yes, the correct answer is A. Okay, and last question I would like to know because from the game 1 to game 3, we know the patch version. We have the new hero Hardy, but we didn't see it yet in the Shroud's game. So I would like to know why. 那最后请小虎给我们再分析一下，为什么目前为止哈迪还没有在3排当中上场？
因为哈迪，因为毕竟刚出来嘛，然后3排这边的话，可能暂时没有找到就是适配他的英雄。毕竟3排是3个人嘛，但感觉哈迪在单排还是有说法的。
So because Hardy is a new hero now in NARAKA, and for now, I think in the Trolls game, every team doesn't find the good like competition for Hardy and don't know which hero can like cooperate with Hardy.
but it's really strong in solo game, and we can looking forward to its performance. 好的，谢谢小虎今天接受我们的采访，也再次恭喜你们前3场非常精彩的发挥和表现。那接下来只能说继续好运 ，OK？ Good luck to you and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
看来有人要迟到了呀。
今天什么来头？
首届级别冠军，
春季赛冠军
，NBPL 夏季赛冠军
，NBPL 春季赛亚军。
唉，今年垃圾话怎么开始的这么早啊？小组赛就开始说了。
哼，这不是国际友人来中国了吗？那不得好好欢迎一下他们。
大家好，我也回来了。DBCQ King is here.
Hi everyone, I'm IDC Say. I'm glad that I'm back and I'm ready to shine on the stage.
Các bạn mới đến đây lần thứ 2 thôi à, còn tôi thì đến đây lần thứ 3 rồi.
哦，好巧，我也是第3次参加节杯的。
参加了3年有什么用？不过是到此一游罢了。
mìnhพวกคุณเคยได้ถ้วยแชมป์แล้ว
It's a world competition now, and everyone is a top player from their region, except a few people.
小区篮球赛冠军也叫冠军，唯一拿过节杯冠军的，今年只剩我一个。
都多少年的冠军了，还在这说呢？
I'm ready to fight J Team.
We finally arrived, but where is J Team?
没进。
Weibo Gaming top 3 năm ngoái đâu bước ra đây.
也没进。
去年节杯冠军都已经不在了，今年总该归我们了吧？
难道第一次打节杯就没有资格说话了吗
Exactly as the Chinese proverb says, 出人奴独抛 who? Watch out for yourself.
以前是以前，
现在是现在。
我都还没说我节杯武神的故事呢。
Chiến thần ưng, bạn đã từng 1 đánh 3 chưa? Mùa trước tôi đã làm được 2 lần, còn mùa này tôi khẳng định là tôi sẽ làm được 3 lần.
New.
Giải đấu lần này mình không có tới trễ.
那真是不巧，我们赛区也进化了不少，不仅变强了，还变帅了。
Vô ích thôi, đến khi không vào được vòng chung kết thì cũng phải khóc thôi.
这次我们集结了最强的 AS 赛区选手，这次我们一定可以更进一步的。
虽然我们第一次进节杯，但是进总决赛的话还是洒水了。Mục tiêu duy nhất của tôi năm nay là chỉ là vô địch. Mục tiêu duy nhất của chúng tôi năm nay chỉ là vô địch.
This game is about brains, and our team does not lack wisdom.
As the NA Trio champions, we're gonna make it through to the grand finals.
我会让你们看到冠军指挥的实力。
今年 T1的实力大家有目共睹，节杯的冠军我们势在必得。
我们已经剑指总决赛了，
我们已经买好成都的机票了。
开干，
顶lên!
Don't worry, I will only crush you inside the game and not in real life with these. Hello, I'm Zay. I'm part of Team IDC. I'm 24 years old and I have a background in Kung Fu. This is actually my first time in China and it feels really good to be in China. I think China is really beautiful and I really like the people in China. I think they're very respectful for everyone. I think my favorite Chinese food is Chinese mala. I ate it last year at Kickoff in Singapore and this year I really would like to try it in Shanghai. I think the MVPL players are really coordinated. They play really good together, the China teams. I think they're far ahead of us, but I believe that we can catch up and that we can perform well this year. I really look forward to fighting TE. I think they are really innovative with their comps that they're making. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to fight them. I think it will take us a lot of good practice now during the scrims. We also have a coach from America, Raven. He's coaching us really good so far. So I think with him we can qualify probably. I think the other teams need to watch out for us. I think we're the dark horse of the competition and be prepared for us.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2023 J-Cup. I'm Moxie and I'm joined on the desk with Duncan as we have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you the second half of Trios Day 1. And Duncan, what a memorable set of 3 games that have been so far.
Oh, absolutely. We have had some games leading up to this 4th game. We're now in the second half. It is now the pressure starting to ramp up just a little bit. Certain teams lurking at the bottom of the leaderboard. You know, we've only got 12 games total to really set a good scoring for each individual team. They need to try and create as big a lead as they can. However, one thing I would like to note is that we've got some teams lurking at the bottom leaderboard. It's not the end of the world, you know. The main thing that these teams need to try and figure out is that it happens. You know? This sort of thing, it happens to the best of us, truly. And as soon as they realize that, as soon as they recognize that fact, I think they'll feel a lot more confident, because they aren't just getting absolutely just slammed. They're not just getting completely screwed over. It's actually kind of close sometimes. You know, we've seen so many fights. For example, NTL, they've been having some really good fights in early games, and then certain times they've just been lacking a little bit of loot, for example. It's just been a bit unfortunate. There's been a lot of rather unfortunate situations. For example, in the most recent match, we had Tryhard and Ski getting stuck in the zone, getting hit by that Tessa charm, and just getting absolutely melted by those crossbows. And it did so much. So many teams lurking around them. They had the Yang depletion. They desperately were trying to find some way of cleansing it, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so. That was their highest scoring game so far in the series, and hopefully they're going to be able to take that little nudge in the right direction forward and get the ball rolling.
I mean, you can absolutely bounce back. Look no further than yesterday, right? Spider comes in, first game of the day, doesn't do that great, and then he picks up back-to-back MVPs like an absolute, well, like the absolute champ that he is, because he is defending that title, and he's looking a lot more confident. And it is going to be a lot, you know, about the experience, a lot of being able to deal with the pressure and stress, and knowing as well, having that mental fortitude. And this is something that we do talk about multiple times. Some of these teams are here for the very first time. NTL, however, they have Tryhard. They have that one player that they can rally behind. He's going to be able to give them a little bit of a pep talk in the little bit of time that we had between games 3 heading into game 4. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to see a big difference coming through from that team. Because like you said, sometimes they did really just get the short end of the stick, especially when it came to some of those drops. Yes, we did see that first game of Holoroth getting reset, but still my heart absolutely broke. You and I, when we saw that drop in Mitab, we both sunk a little bit further down in our seats, because Mitab is not a fun loot path on Holoroth. You can spawn on entirely different levels. Where those troves are mixes up massively. You also have to remember as well that you're going to be dodging things like those miniature thorny rollers hanging from the sky, and you have to be so quick but so careful, and that just doesn't fit well if there's another team in the area. And that's exactly what happened. NTL landed, and another team are the ones that are able to find the troves first, and it feels like that's been happening to a lot of teams so far today.
Absolutely. But however, let's talk about the top of the leaderboard.
Oh yeah.
Ladies, all of these teams, VNGC I'd like to talk about, they've been doing so unbelievably well today, sitting, I think it was the fourth place spot on the total leaderboard. They've been playing so unbelievably well, consistently well, and it's lovely to see, because that was their main issue. But hey, here we have the support rate up on the screen just down here. We have in first place currently, we have 521, second is VNGC, third Lobby 28. A lot of support going out to these teams. And hey, we were just talking about VNGC. No, one of their biggest issues was that they struggled so much to stay consistent, and stay on the balls, to keep that ball rolling in the previous tournaments. And it looks as though they may have worked out the kinks, they've worked out the wrinkles, they've ironed them out, and they've come here to play the J-Cup group.
I mean, not just that, but if you were here watching J-Cup last year, you're going to remember the Roy He Monk. I'm not surprised that VNGC are ahead in terms of those support rates, because they have the added benefit of having that memory from the previous year, having that previous experience and fan base. Because I mean, when you're taking a fight 1 versus 3, especially as a Tianhai, things are going to have to go horribly wrong for you to be able to walk out on top, and that's exactly what happened. Around the base tower of Ballista, Roy He is able to go for the Monk, and instead of disengaging, the team re-engage and both get scooped, and he's able to find the double grab. It's absolutely insane, but that's the thing. Roy He used to be known for his Monk, but it feels like he's taken that year of downtime to really fixate on learning a lot of these different heroes to play around the hero point rules. So even if you struggle on the Transformer composition, you can still make up for missing some of those points with something like a Sand Siphon composition, which we do have to talk about because,
Yes,
oh
indeed.
my
Oh
goodness,
my
you
lord.
want to talk about memorable. I don't think we've ever seen a higher heal stat coming through than
Oh
OUG's
my
The
lord.
King after that last match. 48,000.
It's just, it's absolutely bonkers. Truly, getting just under 50,000 healing. I mean, we did take a look at those Jades that he had in the inventory. He had the advanced heal and the group heal. And for those of you who don't know, these Jades synergize so unbelievably well together. I mean, he proved it. The King, he showed us how it's done. That's the top tier of zipping yin players. He just doesn't die. He's constantly able to keep his team alive. He's constantly able to send out those Fs, the damage reduction, the ultimates, the perfectly timed ultimates to keep his team from getting taken down. And then also another thing, which I also think speaks to how good a zipping yin player can be, is the anticipation of damage. So knowing when to use your ultimate, but also being able to tell once that danger has dissipated,
Where
being
the
able to
next
cancel it.
avenue is,
Yeah, being able to cancel your ultimate and just save as much of that ultimate rage and charge as possible so that you can go straight back in to another fight, or potentially if you get caught in the third party, you're still prepared, you're still ready to go, and you're still able to stay in the fight. It's so important. But yes, advanced heal, group heal, ladies and gentlemen, it really does wonders.
It's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. And even, you know, more points going forwards for that Zip. We saw NTL get caught out, like you said, with that Tacit ultimate, locking down both your Monk but also your Karumi, and as a result, you're not able to use the F3 to use that 90% damage reduction on the Tether Snap to keep your Monk base tanking through all of the follow-up damage on those repeater crossbows. In fact, Karumi, yes, she can do so much in terms of mitigation, especially with the changes coming through where she now does get that heal on the F3, but it bars her out of fighting entirely. Zip can still keep the team chugging along, but she gets to make sure that all of the other teams around her are still taking an additional level of pressure from a player still in a fight.
Absolutely, being able to stay on the move, stay mobile, it truly speaks to how strong and how consistently well Sand, Siphon, Tamulk, Zipping Yin, and Takeda is able to perform in these lobbies, in this environment. It's become the staple. We see it so much more often now. It's insane. And I do love how this composition came about, how it went through changes, it went through experimentation. We had iterations where it was Takeda, Tamulk, and then Monk, with Tianhai in there. We had so many different versions of this composition, but finally we settle on this one true Sand Siphon, or Juggernauts, if you will, whatever you'd like to call it. It is out there and is throwing punches, and it is doing extremely well. I mean, VNGC, in one of their interviews, he talked about how that composition was their core, that was their best composition, and how that was the one that they were going to focus on the most, try and get as tip-top and ready to go as possible, as it's the one that has the potentially highest payoff. You know, you're able to still do reasonably well in endgames when you're matched up against the Transformer compositions, Tianhai, Yueishan, and Karumi. You're able to still last in those arenas, in those environments. You've got your, right here on the screen, we have your Viper, Yotahime, Wu Chen, your Attack on Titan, as it's been called many a time now. It's able to do very well in the mid game as a sort of assassination comp, if you will. You dive in with the Viper silence, or potentially use the F3 variation that does a lot more damage and prevents the person that you connected to from being able to heal for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, it's great to counter that Zip. It's really good for Sand Siphon. The problem is, in Sand Siphon, Zip's not playing forward, Zip's playing behind. Takeda and Temi are always the ones in the forward position, so if they get the pressure, you've got that avenue of peel with the Wisp. Something else we haven't got to see though, Duncan, is Feria.
True.
I wonder if we're
Very
going
true.
to see the Feria start to come through. We did get that version of the Yueshen, Yoto, and Justina. But something that you and I both noted was it was playing into, unfortunately, a lobby filled with Sand Siphon, and Justina into Tumult is not fun. That sand gets everywhere, and unfortunately the Justina does not get an easy exit outside of it, as opposed to trying to counter that Farrier with the new freeze timer on those Transformer units. But it doesn't look... Oh wait, there it is! Once again, we are going to see Justina come into the mix, but yet again, Duncan, there's no Farrier.
There's very little Farrier. We do have a bit of a question mark up in... Ooh, there it is. It's gone now. We have Wu Chen coming in for 330 on Team CDGG, going for that Tessa Viper Wu Chen composition. We've been talking about this composition's potential name, you know? We think the Silent Fox, perhaps. I think that kind of works, but yes, this composition has been seeing a lot more play. Especially now, I think the meta is going to shift away from your Yoto Hime Viper Wu Chen, replacing Yoto with the Tessa, and then having the potential to take a different composition like VNGC just have, with Yoto Hime in there, Justina and Yueshan being able to use that aggression. It does do decently into Sand Siphon, into your Tumulk, Takeda zipping, as you are able to completely burst down the Takeda. The Takeda with the F2 from Yoto Hime recently changed, recently buffed.
I love
You're
it.
able to do so much. Yeah, it becomes really hard to avoid.
I mean, it's so long. We've also got, you know, the return of the Yoto Alt Infinite off of the back of the F2, which I am a huge fan of. If we get to see it here, I will be a very happy Yoto main. But the fact that it lasts as long as it does, because remember, back in the day, Yoto F3 used to be the go-to because of how long the Dawn Sword actually lasted. You would take a lot of damage as a Yoto, you would drop your F3, you would sit in the middle of it, and you would get that heal off, and it's something very similar that you can do with the F2. The thing is, it's a window. It's very similar to that Takeda, right? With your F, you have to prematurely pop it and play into the mind games to actually have access to the combo break.
Absolutely, you have to be able to use that early. But as you said, they've changed it, they've buffed it now so that it lasts a lot longer, allowing you to have that window to use it. Essentially, it gives you more time. You can throw it down slightly earlier, and it creates a much bigger window where you have this pressure available to you. But hey, speaking of pressure, there is a lot of pressure in the air over here to the eastern side of the map. We have NTL, Team 28, and VNGC all lurking around these buildings. Oh, he was on the other side. I thought he was inside the building, but no, Tryhard narrowly missing out on catching. VNGC mines, he does go for the grapple. Tryhard, though, he does get chipped away at by the VNGC team members, preventing the engage. They are ready to go. They know that their teammates are out in the open, but they're ready for the ambush. It looks like NTL trying to push forward slightly. They're trying to catch these players out of position. Hero going very aggressive onto Roy. He catches. And Roy, he catches him out the air with the swing from that pole sword. Tryhard going for the overhold. Doesn't. Blue focus into the parry, but Roy is able to dodge around it and avoid the damage. NTL, they have taken a big amount of chip damage, but they are so far not in too much danger. But speaking of danger, VNGC mines. He gets caught by this Tessa. But the turnaround. Team 28, they lose a member. VNGC do as well. Asborn has been taken down without using his ultimate, unfortunately. And NTL coming in for the third party. D229. He's trying his best to space out Tryhard and co. They're jumping in. Roy with a huge turnaround parry. But the slam! Holy, that was... Purple pulse sword damage, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it was set up as well by his teammates LMB on the dagger to actually send him aerial so Tryhard could fully commit into doing the damage, as we're going to see GG caught out inside the Bane's Breath. This is a Bane's Breath that they dropped, but DRG dropping that Tumult ultimate before the Bane's Breath can hit, deciding to hold their ground, take the fight, using the Tumult ultimate to immediately eliminate a player from the side of GG, not allowing them to regroup. So even if they take additional pressure coming on out from the Bane's Breath, they've still got the numbers advantage, and GG would have to back on off instead.
Absolutely. DRG, known for their early Moonbanes throughout the recent splits in NBPL. They see that this team drops the Moonbane on top of them, but oh, you're trying to steal our strategy? Okay, we know how to deal with it, Big Doug. And they turn around and they come away with 3 eliminations. Very nicely done by DRG. The XCG lurking on the northern side of Eventide Temple. It looks as though they have been taken down. They have managed to find some blue armors though. They're not too unlooted, so to speak. They do have a little bit in the bank. HLG as well. Ooh, they've managed to pick up a considerable number of kills already off the rip. 5 kills to their name. As a Transformer team composition, we talk about it all the time. Transformers, they love their shiny loot. Being able to scale very, very well with the higher rarity armor and weaponry. It essentially allows so much more value to come out from those transformations, giving you so much more power. And on top of that, just simply being able to, if your ultimates do go down, Transformers has been essentially a brick wall so many times. But if that brick wall starts to get chipped away at and you've used your ultimates, but you've still got all of this in the back pocket, it becomes very hard to deal with you. But we're heading over here. Team 28, they are getting shredded. D229, so unbelievably low. He does manage to get a heal from his Wu Chen, grapple away, but unfortunately doesn't come through in time. He does get taken down, but they do go for the trade. The trade comes out. Asbon does get taken down. The NGC Mines, though, he's looking to re-engage, as is GG coming in here, looking for this third-party opportunity, gets the silence onto the Justina. Roy he sends out the vertical blue focus, but it does not connect. He's just trying to apply as much pressure as he possibly can. GG still lurking, trying to bide their time to find that optimal third-party opportunity. You don't want to just go in guns blazing with no thought in mind. You have to calculate. You have to be ready for anything. And if you jump in, if you jump the gun, it could be the end for you and you may be sent back to the lobby.
I mean, talking about blazing, I do have to talk about the fact that VNGC with this Justina and Yodo actually utilized the Yodo F2 to keep those players locked into position, so they got hit by that Justina dash and were not able to avoid it. Really lovely stuff getting to see coming on out the new synergies available on the table for some of these newer compositions, which because they're newer compositions, they're not as predictable, they're not as well known. So when you see that Yodo F2, you're not really expecting a follow-up Justina ultimate to come on out. Instead, you're looking to try and figure out how you're going to be able to work around the Yodo's golden focus access, as we are going to see GG still taking a lot of pressure on the backside, as we're going to see 2-8 actually decide to back on off. Realm of Yang's going to be starting to spawn on up as well. For those Transformer teams, it's going to be so important that they go through. But we're going to see a bounty scroll come on out. DRG Sanzi with that Cicada does still have 3 of those shoves left. Such a good Tumult ultimate, locking everyone down. Blistering Edge from Corki as well to be able to provide even more spacing and keep this pressure up onto 521, who see that they haven't been able to find an interception. Sanzi with one of those other shoves, making sure that none of his team are going to get jumped on or grappled cancelled, as IDC has shown up for the body, but Sanzi, no!
Oh, Alexan coming in with the musket shot, managing to steal away that kill. Very nicely done, in the right place at the right time, but they may have put themselves in a sticky situation. It might be pretty rough to get into the safe zone. They were coming in from the back. They were the last ones into the zone, last ones to rotate. Oh my lord! Corki with a huge parry, the turnaround, the zipping F1 as well to keep him topped up, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. And Unique is going to be able to take him down with that blue fan in hand. Oh, another huge parry coming out. Akami catching that dragon-like might. The Tamog going up into the sky with that F1, but Unique doing exactly the same. And Wuxing sending it to the other side. Akame getting caught, just buying enough time so that he can get that ultimate down. But Unique, hey, we all know Tamogs, they can go through each other's sand walls, and it can be extremely difficult to do anything against another Tamog. But a little bit of an input. Oh, the grapple may have... Oh no, okay. He does get taken down. Wuxing, he's clutching it up with this dragon-like might, just doing so much damage. Very well played by DRG.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through from DRG. They were also able to get Sanzi up in the meantime as well, which is absolutely huge. The fact that they're able to recover from being in the middle of multiple teams and taking a fight in the zone when they'd already invested those ultimates is absolutely insane. It really does go to show how clutch this team can be, as we're going to see those Realm of Yanks start to spawn on forward. OUG not in a position to be able to put themselves into it, however, as they are currently being herded by HLG, the king incredibly low, and as a result, it's actually going to be VNGC versus KLA. This time it's not Roy Hee Hee versus Rosemary, it's going to be Roy Hee Hee on that Justina, gets caught out by the fan coming down, has to use the Justina ultimate incredibly quickly. KLA's you going to answer with a Takeda ultimate to try and zone the Yodo away, and Roy Hee Hee is able to find the freeze onto the Takeda. Gorgeous stuff coming on through, tries to find the second, but Yu's able to use the shove to be able to get on out of it. Roy Hee Hee looking to try and find the dash, but he's out of them. He goes into the shove, he gets locked in the middle of the dreadful whale, and he goes down.
Oh my, that was a true decimation, dissection. Oh, KLA with that dreadful whale just doing so much damage, locking those players of VNGC down and just denying any opportunity. Very nicely done by KLA, and they're able to pick up that Realm of Yang win, get that gold weapon, get that purple armor, and get that buff to go into the skirmishes of the mid-game. And speaking of skirmishes, we have a fight going on here between DRG and Team 28. Oh! Huge peel coming in from that dragon-like Wuxing. He is popping off this game. He's absolutely putting in work. He's on the chase as well. He's not letting Team 28 get away with this. He is on the hunt. The jaw is clenched. He's got the teeth locked in. And the dragon-like, here it is again. Sansi with the lift. Oh, 21, he's so unbelievably low. The Viper ult coming out with the Tessa as well. The turnaround from Team 28. The Tessa ult doing so much, locking them down, preventing them from being able to immediately look for a disengagement on that Viper ult. But DRG, they aren't done yet. They're fighting back. Corki with a huge Dragon Slayer into the follow-up. And DRG turning it back around. Oh my. Oh, what a fight. What on earth. DRG and Team 28 at each other's throats.
I mean, the last time we saw this team, they came so close to walking away with the NBPL Championship back in Season 2, but my goodness, they are coming incredibly close to lifting the trophy here at J-Cup. But that's the point we're going to have to circle back to, because again, we're going to see a fight go down. HLG's hand with that Tian High transformation immediately going to pop it as KLA back on off, swapping to the ranged projectiles to try to just pressure this Monk into dropping the ultimate early. Han, without that bigger health pool, is now going to be vulnerable. You unfortunately gets griefed by the rock into the first state charge of the Kitana. It's a 1 versus 2. You immediately going behind the Monk to make sure that he's going to be able to find the blue connection as Peak is able to throw the focus. As a result, that's the spacing you want to see in trios, where even if you're able to throw one focus, they're not able to parry behind them, and they're going to be able to find the connection.
Very nicely done there. Ooh, we have Tryhard and co over here being lifted into the air by DRG. The dual halberds from this man have been performing so unbelievably well. A huge parry coming out from Tryhard, but unfortunately he's not able to get that follow-up. Stuck in the Tumulk wind. Ski gets taken down, Tryhard gets shoved. Oh, gets the grab onto Wuxing, but it's not going to do all that much for him, and he gets juggled and taken down. I think there is one member still remaining. Indeed, Hero. He's just getting juggled. He can't do anything about it. And there it is. NTL getting eliminated from this game. Unfortunate to see, but heading on over. IDC versus KLA. IDC have already taken down one member of KLA, but KLA does have that Vermilion Bird's Might to keep them alive, keep them in the lobby. Lexon narrowly avoiding this dagger horizontal, trying his best to move around, but it's so unbelievably difficult. He does get that ultimate off though. The one opportunity, the shove. Oh my! The blender coming through, and IDC stuck on the buttery rocks into the blender. Absolutely obliterated.
That's another team utilizing the speed that the R&B on the halberds gets thrown out to set up these other players. DRG, I think, have been doing the best job at it. We've actually seen Woojin coming in with those dual halberds, throwing out the R&B to set up his teammates for things like the Dragon Slayers off of that speed because they're stuck in the stagger and not able to anticipate the parry as Roy Hee trying to find the freeze. Are we going to see any of the follow-up? No. Roy Hee having to use the freeze. Shell coming out of that. Justina defensive gets parried. Doesn't have the freeze. Shell not back this time to be able to recover and look for that reset. And the Justina goes down. NiHQ now with the Takeda ultimate has one shove left. Looking to try and find the finisher. Will be able to connect onto VNGC's mines as the Yushan is going to fall down to the musket coming out from NiHQ. And we're starting to see, even though we're seeing the development of these new compositions, they're a little bit harder to actually put into motion because of how new they are. Both the Yoda ultimate was up, and the Justina ultimate was up, and the Yushan ultimate was up, but it didn't find any value.
No, unfortunately not. One thing I'd like to note is that this Takeda, he had his ultimate, he had one shove left, but he had about 60 to 70% of his ult ready to go in the back pocket once his ultimate expired. That is absurd, truly. He must have managed to get a Firefly whilst in that engagement. I did see Roy Hee, he did something very smart. He used his ultimate and then dashed over to the Firefly spawn, which was right next to that tree. He grabs it to try and just maximize the value from his ultimate, but unfortunately he gets caught in that dreadful whale and has to cancel the ultimate so that he can use his combo breaker on that F ability. Otherwise, the teammates of that player would have just been able to follow up on the Dreadful Whale. Not only does it do so much damage, but it keeps you in place. It prevents you from doing anything unless you have a combo breaker. It's so devastating to a team. The follow-up is absolutely insane.
It's the domino effect too, because they wanted to use the Justina ult with the freeze to set the Yodo ult up, but because it has to be cancelled out early, well, the Yodo has to try and stick the ultimate and find any form of damage, but because you're not a Viper and you don't have that Justina freeze to CC these players in position, it's incredibly easy muscle memory practically for these players to be able to dodge around the Yodo ult.
Exactly. And it looks as though KLA might be going uncontested in this realm of Yang. Oh! And as I say it, I spawned it into existence, ladies and gentlemen. We have FPX coming in to contest KLA. KLA is extremely good. They are extremely stacked right now, but FPX, they are looking pretty healthy as well. I saw a gold weapon there, and here we are, Sand Siphon versus the Transformers. Oh, a huge amount of damage going out onto water. The Yueishan of this team comp, he does have the gold spear, but he's not going to be able to use it if he gets taken down. The jabbing coming through, doing a bunch of damage, but FPX, Jiaohu opts to go for that Monk ultimate as his teammate does get taken down. Don King, he's looking to try and find this resurrection. If he is able to do so, this might be a salvageable fight. Another grab coming through onto KLAU. Don King, though, he's getting pressured constantly.
The Teva,
he's just trying to tank it through, and Water's up! He gets up off the ground. Don King says, get up, bro! Get up, let's go! And he goes for the general transformation. He's up and about, he's swinging that spear, and he's trying to peel for his teammate Xiao, who gets caught in the wisp, but not all that much damage comes through. They're trying to follow up KLA. He takes a considerable amount of damage. The ultimate does not have... Oh, he might have a shove left. Oh, no, he does have... He does not have any shoves left over. It's just the purple tinge from the F1. A huge parry coming through. KLA getting turned on. CXZ taken down. Oh, it's getting so unbelievably close. The general is out of transformation. Don King so unbelievably low. You trying to do something about this jabbing. The jabbing is just so devastating. Water. Oh, and he gets the parry peak! Gets the beautiful parry onto Water. The 180 parry, and KLA come out victorious in this realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness, what a roller coaster!
Oh my.
It looked like jabbing would deny the resurrection because Water evaporated in a span of seconds, but he's able to be brought back up. You're able to stick the res because it's still inside the Karumi ultimate too, so even if the jabbing connects, it's not going to cancel that Teva out. The second your Yushin is brought up. He doesn't have to worry about damage coming through. He can hit the ultimate. He can immediately get the health generation. The problem is they had to throw the ultimates out of cycle because of that pressure coming through from the Yushan the second that he's up. And as a result, they don't have the Yushan to try and peel away all of the aggression coming through on both the Kurumi and the Tianhai, who without those ultimates are incredibly vulnerable, especially to that jabbing. Jabbing, one of those Soul Jades that is incredibly punishing. It comes out so quickly, and unlike some of these purple Soul Jades or even legendary Soul Jades, there is no change in animation. Right? You can anticipate things like the Soul Slash, you can anticipate things like the Phoenix Burst. Jabbing, it's literally a 50-50 on whether or not you're playing into it. And if you bet on the wrong side, unfortunately you're going home in a body bag.
Absolutely. It is if there's a difference in startup animation, it is a minute difference, because I've been playing for a very long time, and you can definitely see the difference between, let's say for example, Velocity Untold on the nunchucks and the normal horizontal blue focus charge. But jabbing, it's just there's no difference, and it's so unbelievably punishing. If you aren't ready for it, if you don't happen to guess or just predict, you can just eat a crazy amount of damage. One of the big things about jabbing, because it's a single hit blue focus, it is just one instance of damage. If you eat that hit, no matter if you have a combo breaker, whatever it might be, you're not going to avoid any of the damage. With multi-hit attacks, multi-hit blue focus attacks, you can avoid a chunk of the damage with a combo breaker. But jabbing, no. It just shreds you. It just knocks your teeth out.
And if you try and anticipate a jabbing coming through and you flash red at the wrong time, Staff is one of the most punishing weapons to look for that wrong parry, because it's able to go for the 1-2 into uppercut confirmation, into extension. Is talking about extension. OUD looking to extend off of this Viper ultimate. Xiaohu, did he time it? Did he avoid the stun?
No, he did not.
He didn't avoid the stun. He didn't avoid the Tessa Teva. The V1 comes through and connects onto the Monk. However, they don't actually follow up any form of damage on the Tianhai. OUG in full disengage at the moment might get cramped up if they're not anticipating these Monk hands coming through from behind.
Yes, they are in a bit of they're in pretty good terrain to try and avoid this Monk pressure. They've managed to make it over to this building. I think that may have been their objective, and they can smell the desperation. Oh my! What a parry coming out from Xiaohu. Unfortunately, he's not able to follow up there, but what a beautiful parry. He does slow down the fight. The velocity I spawned it into existence yet again. Xiaohu, the scale rush from the rafters, eating a huge amount of damage, replying with the dual halberds horizontal blue, lifting SS into the air, just whiffing this grapple just a tiny bit too short. The desperation is kicking in. Xiaohu, he knows he needs to find a Soul Bloom to cleanse this Yang depletion, or he will just fall over in about 40 seconds. He needs to find it, but there's another team lurking in the wings. KLA, they found a fight. They're looking to engage on FBX with the Viper ult coming through. OUG the king, he's taken down. No Wu Chen port available. Xiaohu, he's stunned up, but it doesn't matter. Jin Yu gets the parry, but no punish. He tries to find the Soul Bloom instead, but it looks as though it may have cost him his life in the end.
Oh no, he goes for the Monk transformation. He has 12 seconds,
but he has no time.
He has no time. Even if he's able to find a Soul Bloom, he has to drop the Monk ultimate, otherwise he's not going to be able to pick it up. Xiaohu, he knows the writing's on the wall. He goes for the transformation to get their health reset and deny a potential kill as FPX go down. That is so unfortunate. They had the kills, they had the positioning, and the second that they want to move forward and take the Soul Bloom, they get snapped onto with that Viper ultimate that just holds them in position, and they watch as the Soul Bloom vanishes in front of their eyes.
Yes, very unfortunate that KLA was lurking around here, ready for the third party. They're able to come in at the opportune moment and take full advantage of the situation. Speaking of, DRG are looking to do exactly the same thing. They do have ult advantage here. They aren't they aren't really winning out in the ranged weapon battle just yet. They haven't created a huge advantage just yet, but they are looking to engage. Sansi grappling on to CXZ, getting a huge trade, but it's getting traded back. Sansi opts to pop the ultimate. The Timolk ults come out. Both teams trade away. Takeda so unbelievably low. He does get his ultimate up in time. The pulsar damage coming through. The zippings keeping them alive. He's trading back and forth. The blue focus, the soul shatter doing so much. Getting popped on the zipping ult. Oh, a huge parry coming in onto Wu Chin, but it doesn't matter, it's negated, and a turn around! KLA CXZ just making it onto the roof of this building. Sansi trying to follow up, trying to chase down Yu, but he's not able to do so. He's not able to close the gap. Every single member of these two teams is just dancing around this building, ballerinas, going up and down, trying their best to create any kind of opening. It looks as though they might be a third party. XCG lurking atop the cliff. They have the altitude, they have the high ground. They send down the Tumulquist, they send down the ranged weapon projectiles, but they're not able to close out a kill, and neither team get taken down just yet.
Pirouette and plie and exit stage left because you are not wanting to stick around after that fight. It went on for so long, and honestly, MVPs for both of those teams go to the zip. The fact that we saw those Takedas fall incredibly low, but we see the peel come through with that zip, able to land the F1 and keep everybody topped up, and the fight going long enough that they have to worry about the third party as OUG's SS has to worry about the fact that he's alone. He was looking to try and play for survival towards the edge of the zone, but he gets spotted out. KLA cleaned that one up. However, prioritizing that kill means that DRG walk away with a Morris Blessing for free. And oh, please tell me that's not Mortal Defiance.
I think it is. I think that indeed is Mortal Defiance, and I think the only way we can really tell here is
if they go low and it procs.
No. You can actually tell now, because I correct me if I'm wrong. If you happen to remember one that meets this criteria, there is only one melee resist Soul Jade that has
one
a charge.
Yes.
I think that might be the case. So I think that indeed is Mortal Defiance, a lovely Jade to be picking up at this stage of the game when you're fully stacked up going into the end game. Speaking of, we are going into the end game, and you know what that means. It is time to pull out those cannons. It is time to pull out those bows, and you're just looking to try and create any opening that you can. Lurking around, he's got that gold pulse sword on the Takeda. That is going to do so much damage if he's able to create an opening without risking all that much. Able to come in with a third party, that is going to be huge. LXH, oh, so close. He gets caught by the Tumulquist, but unfortunately for the opposing team, they weren't able to shred his armor.
Oh, KLA are gatekeeping. They've got control of the high ground. All of these other teams are going to have to push into them, and especially when you have, like you pointed out, that legendary pole sword, getting to play around these cliffs, which normally would, unfortunately, make it a lot harder for some of those combo extensions. Perfect setup for those scale rushes to be able to come through, and that legendary pole sword to just chunk your health down as quickly as possible, as we have 9 players in the lobby. A little bit of a lull time as everyone just stoops, fixes those cannons, and starts to try and keep applying the fire tick for as long as possible, because that's going to push these zips into overcommitting abilities, and that's when we're going to see all of the action kick off.
Absolutely. But look at this final circle. We yet again have 3 teams left alive, ladies and gentlemen. XCG only have 0.1% win percentage or prediction. Curiously, I don't know. They're in a pretty good position right here.
They've only got 3 kills though.
Oh, it's for the MVP. Okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah, no. Brain fart there. It does make sense. They don't have all that many kills.
I mean, KLA are on 18.
Yes, exactly.
They're about to drop a 20 bomb.
What on earth? If they manage to get that, that is going to be so unbelievably good for them. DRG, though, they are, oh my lord, they are absolutely getting obliterated by these cannon shots from above, forced to use that Tumulk ultimate and the Takeda ultimate just to stay alive. It looks as though the zipping ult also was popped to try and peel so that they could stay alive. KLA now getting pressured a considerable amount. Yu sends out those swings from the gold pulse sword. He does have his ultimate activated, but he's not got all that much health and armor to play with. He needs to try and find some way to heal. KLA CXZ, he's doing an extremely good job of peeling for his teammates to buy them enough time so that they can heal up. Sansi, he's getting juggled into the zone. The Mortal Defiance coming in! He stays alive! He's still going, he's still chugging away, but Peak, he does meet his end at the edge of the zone. NiHQ, he does manage to get over there and pick up that Soul Bloom, topping himself up. KLA CXZ though, oh, a huge jump parry, the turnaround into the long handle weapons. Have another one! He's keeping himself healed up. Oh my, the Merciless coming through, he's turning it around. He does have ultimate available. He's going to be able to throw it out at a moment's notice. Sansi, oh my, jabbing, doing so much work in XCG, obliterating the lobby here.
It's just KLA.
And there it is. It's cooked, ladies and gentlemen. XCG. Like I said, you know, they're in a pretty good position. They're sat atop the cliff. You know, they've got the high ground. They're going to be able to drop down and dictate the pace of these fights, and they do exactly that.
But they don't take the MVP.
No, they won't take the MVP, but they do get that dub for themselves, getting that multiplier. Speaking of MVPs, KLA. Oh my.
Okay, we have to talk about CXE.
Boogly boogly,
we
ladies and gentlemen.
have to talk about CXE. I cannot wait to see how much damage is going to come in off of that staff. And I love the fact that we've moved away from everyone sort of revealing their hand prematurely in terms of those Soul Jades. Everyone sits on the fact that they have that Dreadful, that Merciless Havoc. Everyone wants to try and conceal the fact that they have those Soul Jades of Destiny so that people aren't anticipating having to fight into it when the fight actually kites towards the outer edges of the zone. It's only the Mortal Defiance that kicks in to save DRG Sansi's life, because he gets juggled up and he stays there for so long that I think we actually cycle through 2 usages of that Z-Ping F1 from his side.
That was insane. Insanity. So many parries going back and forth. That's a Mulk! He's got eyes in the back of his head. That long handle weapon sap keeping him alive for so long, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. KLA, they are going to take this dub. They got a chunky number of kills and a chunky number of points to get themselves higher and further in the lead. If they can get enough points today, they can relax just a little bit, you know? It's not about, you know, being able to get a lot of points and get themselves up high on the leaderboard. It does provide them a little bit of a cushion so that if they have a bad game, it's not the end of the world. They don't have to go into that desperation mode where they're desperately trying to find as many kills as possible, create as many situations where they can get kills that typically they wouldn't want to go for. You don't want to force bad situations. You don't want to force trying to engage on a team, and that is exactly why Yang Depletion is so devastating, because it forces you to try and create an opportunity when it's something that you would never do without that.
And then you have to commit to it, even if it starts going wrong, even if another team shows up and you've burned all of your ultimates in the first opening of the fight and you still haven't been able to find the kill, you have to continue just committing to that chase, committing to that fight, and you don't have the information. If they start disengaging, you have to keep the chase up. You can run into another team entirely. And something that we have to talk about is the fact that these teams, because they're getting so aggressive so quickly off of the bat, everyone dropping in very clustered spaces, even if they find original kills in the opening zone, they don't get to leave the Yang Blooms. They don't get to leave the Soul Blooms because they are so worried that another team is going to roll on up and take them. And when you're playing Immortal War and you leave 3 Soul Blooms out in the open for something like a Tessa to come along when she only needs 55% to actually be able to utilize that ultimate, that's a risk you're not willing to take. So it puts even more pressure on being able to win out this Realm of Yangs.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to go in with a plan. If you're going into the Realm of Yang desperate and you're not all that geared up, you're still on the blue armors, you only got the blue weapons in the back pocket, you have to pull something out of a hat. You have to be able to come away with it, as the Yang Depletion is it just forces you to do silly things that you don't want to do.
Like FPX.
Yeah, like jumping in and just just no-brain W key ooga booga. You know, the suboptimal ooga booga, and then there's optimal. You don't want the suboptimal. That's for ranked. Okay, that's Tarka in trios in ranked. You know.
I think that's another huge reason why Sand Siphon was able to rise to prominence over Transformer. Because if you have Yang Depletion, you have the sustainability, and you also have the peel avenues available on all of your hero kits, right? Takeda can shove and create space. Tamoch can use the wisps to be able to block the bodies and make sure you're able to scoot on over and pick up the bloom. As opposed to the Transformer, if you want to use the TN Hide to try and absorb all of that damage and threat, you have to cancel the ultimate out early if you want to actually be able to pick up the bloom. And it just means that you're, again, really vulnerable in comparison to Sand Siphon that gets away with that problem for pretty much free.
Absolutely. One thing I did want to touch on today is that recently, well, not all that recently now, it's been a little while, but coins. So in your glyphs, you can choose a number of different things to take. You've got your rage per second, perhaps, your stamina per second, etc. One of the really useful glyphs that you can utilize is Dark Tide coins per second, allowing you to generate coins over time. But we will touch more on that in a moment. Here we are with the scoreboard of this game, and KLA with the 20 bomb, absolutely decimating this lobby. 30.5 points.
Explosive
Wow.
stuff. Explosive stuff coming through from them. You also have to remember as well, these are downsized lobbies. These are not like the lobbies of old where we have 16 teams in one lobby. No, we have 12. So the fact that you're able to get anywhere close to a 20 bomb is absolutely insane. And look at these numbers. Oh my goodness, they are absolutely insane. CXE coming in with 36,000 damage. And Duncan, I would bet a good 17,000 of that is going to be off staff. Actually, maybe dual halberds, because he was doing a lot of work with those too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He was doing a lot of work. But, oh, look at that. The healing on the zipping matching up pretty nicely with that damage. You know, you might think, oh, zipping's a support. She doesn't do damage. No, ladies and gentlemen, zipping is able to output a considerable amount of damage as she has that extra dodge and is able to stay topped up very, very often. But here we are looking at the total leaderboard, the total standings so far for the day. We have IDC currently sitting in the bottom position, NTL, Lobby 28, 521, HLG, CDGG, all in the bottom half of this leaderboard. NTL and IDC definitely need to try and find some way to pick it up and try and accelerate their fights, their games. They've been caught in really rough positions. They've been caught in really unfortunate situations. But how is that not happening to these other teams? There is something that needs to click for them to accelerate and try and match up with these teams. XCG though, oh my, they are sitting atop the leaderboard, 67.1, and OUG 59.3. Yeah, that's pretty
They've
healthy
got a
up
safety
there.
cushion. They're going to be really happy they have a safety cushion, and you're dealing with a lot of curveballs, right? A lot of these players, especially the CN side, haven't really got to experience that professional side of NARAKA since we last closed NVPL Season 2. There has been a huge off-season for meta to be developed and redefined, and it's still being redefined. As we can have a look at how exactly this last match was defined. There it is. DRG deciding to face tank through the damage of that Bane's Rev drop. A lot of the time we don't talk about how detrimental it can be that a player has to be so far behind to actually set it up that a lot of the time teams just immediately run in and take a fight 3 versus 2 before it can come in, as DRG's Illusion coming in with some absolute gorgeous peel. Absolutely insane stuff. Now we get to see that Dreadful Whale. It feels like it's not a NARAKA BLADEPOINT lobby if we don't see Dreadful Whale and the lockdown of players being caught in the middle.
Oh my, the blender right here as they drop down. Lexan doing a really good job of staying alive long enough for him to be able to get that ultimate back up. But then the Wisp coming in from CXZ. Oh, into those dual halberds, just shredding them. XCG here, dropping down from that high ground. Look at this, dictating the pace of this fight, able to come in as the third party and literally just look at this cannon damage.
Yeah.
They don't even have to fully commit into position 1 to truly get any of these kills. They get so much value from having just simply been in the optimal position to start with.
I was right!
There it is. There it is. 17.3 thousand damage, ladies and gentlemen, from that staff with that jabbing, merciless havoc, and long handle weapon stab, and the Juggernaut as well.
Look at the cannon too.
The cannon with
10,000. That's something that a lot of these teams were actually using as well, especially in the final zone when those zones were collapsing in, especially if you have that Takeda, right? You have the Flames Breath, you come in on the backside, you pressure with the cannon, you force them into using so much of their stamina that they just do not have anything left in the tank to be able to dodge away from the Sphere and Shoves, and they eat that damage, but also because their back is so close behind the zone, they go into the Corruption Tick damage and still don't have the stamina to be able to tap dodge back into safety.
No, absolutely. One of the lovely things about the recent Soul Jade change, which I have to say, I love. I love the recent Soul Jade change. I think it's one of the best changes they've made. Good job. But we'll touch on that again in a moment. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. If you haven't been here before, all you have to do is answer this question. Put your answer into Twitch chat. The question is, which team will win the survival ranking this match? If identical, the one with the most remaining HP will win. Is it A, DRG, B, KLA, C, XCG, or D, BNGC? Make sure to put your answer into Twitch chat and keep an eye out on the chat and in your whispers, as you will be selected at random from the list of people who put your answers into the chat. Don't be the guy who misses out on the rewards because you went to the loo or you went to get a drink. Sit there just for a few minutes, all right?
Yeah. A little bit of patience is going to go a long way, but you know what? We'll be going a little bit away for just a matter of moments. We'll be right back after this.
แนะนำตัวเองว่ามาจากประเทศอะไรมาจากประเทศไทยครับผมชื่อมอสหรือในเกมก็คือทาโนจิครับเคยมาที่ประเทศจีนไหมถ้าไม่เคยมารู้สึกยังไงก็ไม่เคยมาครับก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ดีต่างจากที่อยู่ประเทศไทยมากที่มานี่เราอยากเจอมากที่สุดน่าจะเป็น OUG ไม่ก็ TE ครับถ้าเป็นโซโล่เนี่ยอยากเจอ WBG Spider มากที่สุดครับผมว่าทั้งอาวุธใหม่แล้วก็ตัวละครใหม่ค่อนข้างที่จะส่งผลมากเพราะว่าอาวุธใหม่เนี่ยเป็นใครๆก็ใช้ได้แล้วก็อีกทั้งเป็นอาวุธที่แข็งแกร่งมากด้วยส่วนในตัวละครใหม่ผมว่าเป็นตัวละครที่ดีในโซโล่แต่สำหรับหมวดทีมต้องดูกันไปก่อนมีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับทีมของตัวเองไหมครับก็แค่อยากให้ขยันซ้อมมากขึ้นแล้วก็ตั้งใจซ้อมผมเชื่อว่าทีมผมสามารถไปไฟนอลได้ในรอบไฟนอลเนี่ยมี1ที่แล้วก็คือทีมผมครับ
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, Shanghai in the night. Oh my!
In person,
it's so beautiful, and we're here in Shanghai as well.
Yeah. we can
amazing.
Touch, we can see the trophy. It's not the actual trophy. It's also not to scale.
No, it's not to scale. It's not this big, you know.
I could not want to try and fit that through airport security.
Oh no, that would be a tough one.
Statement piece though to have in like the front hall of the house. Like,
true.
Ah, yes,
that would
here
be
is
very cool.
Here is my lovely trophy.
Look at this. But yes, we did have that quick little video from Team 28. Tanoshi talking about how the key to victory is hard work and practice. Diligence. I could not agree more. And I mean, I think everybody who is here in this tournament has been doing exactly that, putting in all the hours that they can. But here we are, again, you know the drill, we've been doing it for a day, you know, if you don't, make sure to go into your client, on the website so that you are able to put your predictions in for the following game. Which of the following two teams will achieve the highest score in this match? Will it be A, IDC, or B, NTL? NA versus EU, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to come out on top? Make sure to get your predictions in so that you have a chance at winning some cheeky goodies for yourself, including the J-Cup banner. Skin, sorry.
Spear skin.
There aren't that many banner skins, and they do look very, very nice. But hey, back to the action. What are we going to be seeing here, do you think, Moxie?
We're still waiting to see a lot of those Farrier picks come through. We've seen a lot of Transformer, a lot of Sand Siphon, a lot of Viper with Tessa. And we do still have the old hero point rule. Our solos hero rule has been changed up entirely. You still have to play 5 different heroes per day, but you've also got all of the pool changes coming through where if too many people pick the hero that you want in the phase before, you actually don't get the opportunity to use it. In trios, however, it's still the same old 12 hero point rule, where the first time you use a hero, it's absolutely free, but the more times you lock that hero in, the more expensive it becomes, and as a result, you have to be so careful about when you want to utilize these top meta compositions.
Absolutely. You have to be very decisive and you have to have a plan. And I'm sure many a team does, including KLA. These absolute ooga booglers, they came away, rocket. They're vibing after that game just now. They are very happy with themselves, sitting very comfortably, I would have to say. But yes, I'm hoping that we will see a little bit of Farrier, because Farrier, as a lot of you may know, has recently received a few changes which have increased her power and potential. They've made it so that once you transform, once you change forms within the mech to that turret form, you're able to shoot or you're able to act much, much faster. So if you get that stomp, if you get that knock up, when you transform into turret mode, you're able to immediately swing around and shoot that player, and then that inherently would then allow for follow-up from teammates. Farrier did originally have quite a bit of potential, and she did see a decent amount of play back quite a while ago now. We haven't seen her for a while.
That was what, January that she released?
I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while. But yes, it would be nice to see her come back and see a little bit of a change in the meta. You know, we've definitely seen a little bit of a change with Yoto, Justina, Yueshan. Very interesting composition. I've heard talks of Farrier being involved. We're gonna have to wait and see. But maybe there might be something extra spicy that we may in fact see a Paddy pick?
This is something that we on the caster side, we have been having a lot of in-depth discussions about where we think Hadi could potentially slot into trios. I think he has really good synergy with Karumi, but again, the problem becomes how do you disengage, how do you cover for yourself once the ultimate is removed. You're not going for Yueshan, you're definitely not going to be touching Zip, Takeda, or Tumult, and I really do think it's going to be just waiting for the next hero to come through as I say
Wait, what?
Oh!
No way!
Do you know how long have you been waiting for a fire dog to pop up, and you get 2?
No! How do you do me like this?
Duncan's on the floor, by the way. I will give you the visual audio. Duncan is on the floor. His head is in his hands. He got baited into thinking that he was getting a Hadi and a Tarka composition.
Han, how can you do me like this, Big Doug? You hover the Tarka, Cuckoo, you hover the Hadi, and then you just swap. Oh my.
It's like, honestly, you see a kid and they get told that like Santa Claus isn't real. That was the expression on your face. It just shattered the moment that they moved away.
Oh, I'm so sad. That would have been. I have no words. I have no words. That would have been incredible.
Well, you're gonna have to find your words because we're heading into the second last game of the day.
Oh my. Well, yes, we are going into our second last game of the day rather, with XCG going over down to the city of Tang, all on their lonesome in that hot drop, that gold area, that high tier loot zone. They're gonna be able to loot up a considerable amount and then potentially look to go hunting create themselves a nice little looting into a hunting path. But it looks like we've got a bit of oogly boogliness going on over in Plume Castle. We have IDC, VNGC, and I didn't catch that last one. All very, very close together in Plume Castle, but before that we are heading on over to KLA and 521. You already taking down Pampy. Pampy didn't look like he was in a good situation. You, no armor, but he does not care. He is straight in there. 521 have already lost 2 members, and it looks as though it's going to be a fast trip to the Soul Altar. Ladies and gentlemen, they already take them down, but hey, the action does not stop. CDGG scrapping it out against DRG. They're able to take them down. Having lost a member, they are going to be able to get a res now. And again, more action. Team 28 against HLG over here. A little bit of damage coming out. HLG Cuckoo, so unbelievably low. So low. He was 1 health, and he only has small health pots to be able to heal himself up, unfortunately. Oh my! Ooh, that was a lot of damage, and HLG PPY gets obliterated by that greatsword double charge, and Cuckoo gonna follow suit to, oh, it's going back and forth. So much damage, but it looks as though Team 28 is going to be able to come out on top here, but KLA are coming in for the third party. They are ready to rumble. They're ready to go. They are going in, grappling in. HLG Han, he does have his ultimate available, but it might not be enough. The parry, the turnaround parry, and you gets a pole sword to the face, ladies and gentlemen, but it doesn't look like he's going to stop just yet. He goes in for the grapple, gets the jump parry, but the Takeda ultimate is able to peel away that pressure just for now. Han, though, he's doing an incredibly good job of staying on the move. KLA trying to hold him down. The pole sword applying so much pressure whilst on the move. One of the best weapons to do exactly that, but the stone form, it's not enough to keep him alive.
Do you know what? I have the utmost respect for the fact that HLG, that teammates who had taken down early, stuck around, did not go for the salty run back, because you can actually see a Soul Altar was incredibly close, but they do decide to go for the safest option. They don't go for the salty run back. They make sure even if they do lose those rebuff charms early on, they still have the opportunity to regroup as a team and not get third-partied right off of the altar, as it's going to be KLA coming in with another kill onto 28's guitar, as we're going to be moving over towards Plumed. VNGC mines on that Viper, already utilizes the ultimate, goes for the red flash, but FPX already in the gold focus. Ooh. Coming off of those nunchucks. Mines going to go down to the long shot in the back, coming through from Dunquin, gets the 1-2 into the jump horizontal follow-up, and Roy He follows suit.
Oh, an FPX coming away with a few kills to their name, 5 kills under their belt, and a crazy amount of cash in the bank as well. Water sitting on 22,000 Darktide coins. Don King on 15,000. They're going to be able to head over to that Rift dealer and get themselves some lovely little Soul Jades, a few slots perhaps, maybe gamble on some weapons. For those of you who are not aware, in tournaments, in competitive games, we are playing Immortal War, and one of the key differences from Immortal War and your regular Herald's Trial ranked game mode is that you're able to buy weapons. You're able to buy random melee and range weapons of epic rarity from the shop. And I mean, you might get a purple crossbow. You might get a purple katana, but you're still able to roll for those weapons if your team just doesn't have anything. If you've been sitting there with white weapons and you've got a whole bunch of cash, you're able to go and maybe get something good. Maybe a staff, maybe a fan or a pole sword perhaps.
Well, it doesn't matter what weapon you get, right? It's the loot tier that you want,
is also,
especially if you're running the Takeda and the Tien Hai. Because Tien Hai, his ultimate damage and health scales off of his own kit. Unfortunately for the Takeda, it's a little bit harder. It scales off of the entirety of the team. So it really is vastly important for these players to try and get as much coins as possible, and it's another reason why we do see a lot of these players running discount, as KLA are going to be running this Moonbane directly into Imperial. KLA CXZ coming in with the right click on that pole sword. Tryhard having to use the Monk ultimate, looking to try to provide a little bit more space for the rest of his team and also have that larger health bar to be able to tank through all of the damage from the Moonbane, as he actually uses that larger hitbox of the Monk form to be able to block the damage coming through from KLA and allow the rest of his team to disengage. But now he's out of the ultimate. He's vulnerable. NTL are a little bit too far away to intercept. It's immediately going to be Ski now, who's getting jumped on by Peak. The Karumi able to use the tether to be able to reposition, but it goes directly into you, and Tryhard gets punted away by the Takeda shoves.
This is not looking too good, but they are able to turn it around somewhat. The Yueishan ultimate has been popped by Hero. He was put under a decent amount of pressure there. Oh, a huge slam coming in onto CXZ and to Peak, doing a considerable amount of damage. Another one being traded back onto Tryhard. He loses all of his remaining armor. It looks as though Ski is still holding onto that Karumi ultimate, so they aren't dead just yet. They still have some resources available. Hero is trying to get as much value out of his ultimate as possible, but he may have bitten off more than he could chew. He jumped in with his ultimate, having just a second left, and Ski, he tries to jump in, he tries to get in there to get that peel, get him healed up with the Karumi ultimate, but it wasn't enough, and he gets taken down. Tryhard getting a huge, beautiful parry. It looks as though Hero has been told that it is a winnable fight. He gets sent straight to the Soul Altar so that he can get the res of Tryhard. He's parrying people left and right. Ski, so unbelievably low. He does get taken down. Hero, having just come back from the res, back from the dead, only had white armor, and he too has been taken down extremely low. Tryhard, he's trying his best, is true to his name. He's doing as much work as he possibly can. Hero now getting pressured by you. You still has these shoves, and he gets taken down. There's very little he can do, but Tryhard, the huge grab from afar, I don't think it's going to be enough to save this situation. Unfortunately, he does have his res. Ski also in that soul form. He's going to be able to go away and res alongside his teammate, but KLA going to be able to pick up NTL.
IDC now coming in with a huge Viper ultimate looking to land onto DRG. However, they're not able to use it to save Zay. Wujin takes him down. We're going to see the Tianhai holding onto the ultimate. The Karumi healing circle actually coming through to allow DRG to hold that forward aggressive position even with the Viper ultimate coming on out, knowing they're going to be able to out-sustain, and even if the fight gets kited away to a different section of Matard, they're going to be able to use the recast as Brandoro on that Tessa has no choice but to try and find any salvage of the situation with the V1 from the Tessa, and it's not to be. DRG off of only the Karumi ultimate able to find the fight win, and now we're going to be seeing everyone playing towards the outer edges of the no ult zone. Tessa Teva coming on through. Xiaonan going to use the snap to come in with that Viper V1, looking to try to stun some of these players. Not going to be able to find any connection onto the stun, however, and now has to be careful with KLA's U moving into the forward position, has that purple staff. Xiaonan cannot afford to get scooped up into the gold focus.
No, definitely not. He cannot risk it. Xiaonan, he's still putting on the pressure. He's trying to find an engagement. Ooh, the Tessa ultimate, I don't think it did in fact connect onto a player, or at least they've managed to cleanse the tether very quickly. Xiaonan getting taken down extremely low. He gets lifted by that staff. Unfortunately, Wu Chen has had his ult placed down. He's ready to press that button, and he gets his teammate out of danger. Very nicely done, OUG.
I think they put into the purple bush too, so it actually obscured where the Wu Chen teleport went out.
I think it might have, you are right. We do have the snowstorm lurking around just on the edge. OUG have managed to get themselves a little tan. They've gone to that fire, you know, they've gone to the little fire pit, and they have that buff that prevents them from losing their ultimate charge within that snowstorm. The NGC have managed to do the same as well, so they are able to lurk around in this area and keep their ultimate. It also just appeared on the screen, NTL Tryhard was able to secure a rebirth charm for Hero so that he can pick up his teammate. And this is something that I started talking about and I wanted to touch on later on, is that Darktide coins per second, alongside discount, I might add, is an extremely powerful tool, extremely useful glyph setup, so that, let's say you do get taken down relatively early, you have these coins ticking away, constantly regenerating, and you're able to potentially buy these rebirth charms. As long as they haven't already all been bought up, you're able to go away and pick them up. If, on the other hand, you don't die early and you simply manage to get a cheeky, like a few kills, you know, 3, maybe 4, nothing too crazy. But you have these Darktide coins just ticking over again. You're able to go to the Darktide dealer, the Rift dealer, and get a considerable amount of value out of that money with the random weapons that we talked about at the beginning of the game, as well as the Soul Jades. Soul Jades being such an important factor in a lot of these fights. And one of the differences as well in Immortal War is that the Soul Jades, the random Soul Jades, are guaranteed to be of epic rarity, minimum, which is super valuable. But here we are, Pampy, taking a considerable amount of damage, trying to grapple away from this team who do have this buff. They're not looking to take this fight, but they are being forced into this situation, caught between a rock and a sandstorm. Pampy, he does have one shove left. He goes for the parry. He sends out the shove, gets the slam with the vertical blue focus on the pole sword. He's trying to stone form. He's trying to avoid these light attacks. He's used that F1, but it's not going to be enough, and he does get pushed up against this fence and taken down. Miskia also doing extremely a lot of work with this gold fan, I might add. Gold fan with Takeda is devastating.
It was a dagger too.
Oh, it was a
yeah,
dagger
it
changed
was a
into
dagger,
a fan?
and he grabbed that crafting hammer up over towards Yuetian Ruins and changed it to a fan. I think GG actually were able to win a Realm of Yang for free.
Oh, really?
Because the Realm of Yang spawned on up, and we saw 2 teams running Vermilion Birds. I believe actually GG just killed the other team that had that buff. And GG now walking away with that Vermilion Birdsmite and free Realm of Yang must have been able to get their hands on a legendary dagger as a result, as we're going to see Misky going incredibly low. Both the Tessa and the Viper making it incredibly hard for them to be able to work around those 2 chains of stagger, and it really is absolutely awkward when you're running into that Tessa, into the Viper, especially if you're trying to dodge around either, because the Tessa gets to punish. This is why this synergy is so good. Normally the way that you actually run away and deal with that Viper ultimate is by blocking line of sight entirely, but Tessa ult goes through line of sight. You can throw it on one side of the building and still find the connection. So if you use the Tessa ult first, the Viper can then chase in with the ultimate, and because you're enchanted in the V1, you don't have the opportunity to play around it.
No, absolutely. Having that value come through, you can just throw your Tessa ultimate through terrain. It's so valuable. Oh, it looks as though Sansi may have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. He jumps right in, sends the blue and gets parried, eating a whole bunch of damage. His Karumi is keeping him topped up, keeping him healthy with that damage reduction. We've got the Viper ult coming out now. Guitar, he's trying to find the stun. He's not really able to get any stuns here, as Wuxing does manage to iframe through the stun, but Corki does get taken down. He's trying to tap dodge away from these grabs. He almost gets slammed into the ground by that monk, but fortunately the monk does get shredded down by the repeating crossbow from the third party, and he avoids taking a chunky bit of damage from that double grab. HLG Han, though, very happy with himself, coming in, picking up a cheeky kill. Not too shabby. Ooh.
Sansi's got 1 Vitalia.
Fancy.
He doesn't have the heals to play in towards this zone as long as he's going to be trying to get away from HLG's attention. The problem is that HLG, they know that one of those players is still around, and you can actually see they're going to be holding that position. Sansi might be able to actually stick the revive, but with only 1 Vitalia, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive the corruption tick damage, slowly chunking him down.
No, it's going to be difficult. They might be able to do it. They might be able to make it if they chain the resurrections and constantly resurrect each other as they go down.
How we
one
say
after
pulling
another.
a GG.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. Well, here we are, just to the northwest of Plume. XCG on the chase. Roy Hee extremely low, having been taken down, and the Wu Chen from VNGC teleporting them out to get them out of danger. Roy Hee does manage to get that shield pot off, or he found an armor swap, something along those lines. They get the stun, as Xiaonan wasn't able to get his Viper ult off earlier. He did go second, meaning that he got stunned up just before his managed to pop. But thankfully the Wu Chen is able to come in and teleport him out. Oh no, mines! Whoo! Just managing to avoid the Tessa ultimate there. Doesn't get caught up in it. Roy He drops down with the F3 on the Yoto, sending those horizontal blue focuses, trying to peel, but he gets taken down. Again now, VNGC just falling apart here, unfortunately. Just really, really rough situation. NiHQ having that ultimate up all the time. Oh, you're joking. Surely not.
There's no way they get a second Realm of Yang. But no, when we're talking about that Attack on Titan, Yoto in comparison to Tessa, Tessa sits on top of the food chain because when you rubber band back into those fights, you get to still cast an ultimate the second the fight goes back into motion with that 55%, as opposed to the Yoto, who has to sit and wait for the 100. Even if she cancels her ult early, you're still only going to be keeping a sliver of rage, as opposed to the Tessa, who just gets a couple of hits in and can immediately come back in with the V1, and off of that stun and opening, immediately lock you down a kill.
Exactly. I don't know. Tessa,
they got it for free!
Oh no!
That's another legendary weapon for GG.
I think it's possible that due to the fact there are so many teams running that Tumulk has been a character that has been very, well, he's been very, very good and utilized for a very long time to secure Morris blessings. And quite a few of these teams have just simply been avoiding Yang completely, as they know that there are these Viper Tessa compositions lurking around those portals to try and prevent these teams from going in, griefing them, holding them at the portal, and trying to take them down, or just picking off one member and assassinate them. So a lot of these Tumulk teams might simply just not want to go into the Realm of Yang and look to go for these Morrises. But at the same time, certain teams are just getting away for free, just getting these gold weapons and mystic mites for free.
And the damage reduction, because then they can roll up onto those Morris blessings, and even if they're not finding a kill, they can instigate a fight so that those Tumultuous have to use their ultimate early to be able to control the Morris blessing. And something unique about the Tumult ultimate is when one Tumult ults, you can use your own Tumult ultimate to be able to walk directly through it. So even though we have a vast majority of the compositions in this lobby being Sand Siphon, that's not actually a good thing. It's not like Transformers, where the more Transformers you are, you're able to play off of the damage done by other monks, look to try and find those revo grabs off of someone's already slam, and just chunk enough damage done to be able to translate into a kill.
Yeah, exactly. It looks as though, I think that was GG with the challenge bounty, I think it was. They were just sort of lurking around, and they had this challenge bounty, or it was another bounty, I'm not 100% sure, but it did just pop, and I think they were lurking, waiting on the shop, ready to spend that money.
We got a second snowstorm.
We did indeed, yeah, I was gonna say, there's a lot of snow on the northern side of the map. Multiple snowstorms. These weather effects are exclusive to Holoroth, but they do, for sure, make things pretty interesting, as they can heavily impact anything that goes on within them. I love
snowstorms in the final alls. You have that chill meter, and if it goes past 50%, it starts sapping the rage. So a lot of the time, we actually see players go into the corruption tick damage to activate those campfires, those bonfires, and manage to just live through that chill meter. Or everyone actually pops their ultimate early, because it doesn't sap the duration of the ultimate. If you pop the ultimate, it doesn't immediately lower the duration like something like a Takeda or an ACOS.
No, exactly. You also can potentially get lucky just happening to walk past one of those little fire pits. There are these fire pits that are marked on the map on Holoroth that if you go over to, you can just interact with them, and it will give you this buff. As you can see right here, in fact. Thank you, FPX.
They got some s'mores, they got some barbecue.
Yeah, exactly.
They've definitely got flame breath from one of those cannons.
Exactly. They've been cooking up some burgers. But as you can see, this little square, the red square with the sun icon inside of it, this little buff, it prevents you from having that debuff effect occur when you are inside these snowstorms. Very, very useful. If you happen to walk past one, just pick it up. You know, you never know. The snowstorm might come in, and you might be caught out of position and not able to rotate round to a fire
there's
pit.
reason to go into the weather effects too, because it actually regenerates all of the troves in the area when a weather effect comes through. So for all of these players who are behind in terms of that loot scaling, they've been able to go into that snowstorm with that campfire buff, open all of those troves, stack up so many coins to be able to go to these dealers and roll to try and stack and push into final zone as NTL. Oh, that is going to be a lot of pressure coming through from XCG. We're going to see Stanchion Skypillar come through from Hero, but he's not able to use it to escape the grapple cancel. The Kurumi Tether does come through. They're running directly into the snowstorm. XCG do not have the campfire buff, but they're still looking to chase. No, they go directly over a bonfire.
They get it. They just manage it. XCG, they're chasing them into the snowstorm. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find the confirmation with that Viper F, with the Viper Silence, but they do realize that they're chasing further into the Blizzard, so they thankfully are able to go over and pick up that Fire Pit buff so that they can continue to stay within this high traffic area. We have FPX sitting on top of the tower, 5-2-1, lurking at the edge of the Frozen Lake. XCG making their way across. We have GG coming up behind from the west here as well, looking to rotate, sitting at the edge of this Frozen Lake. So many teams are lurking around this challenge bounty team. OUG sitting on the north side, KLA a little bit to the north of them as well. GG potentially here could actually get flanked by HLG. If they get caught out, it could be pretty rough at FPX. They're posturing to try and secure this Morris Blessing for themselves. They do have that Tumult ultimate available.
They've got the Dreadful.
Yeah, oh really?
They have
wow.
Dreadful. They were showing it off when they were sitting on that middle tower. They're going to try and open it. But you can actually see Xiaohu taking a lot of pressure coming through. There's the Tumult ultimate. He wanted to see whether or not he would make away with it for free, or if he had to invest. What a parry coming through to stop that Phoenix Blast coming on out from OUG. It does go through the Tumult ultimate, and it has griefed so many players in the past when they've tried to use that Tumult ultimate to open up a Morris Blessing for free.
Very nicely done. Not too hasty. They don't jump in immediately. They bide their time just for a moment. Get that Tumult ult down once they realize that there are players looking in their direction, and they secure that Morris Blessing, that gold armor for that Takeda, their frontline, their Oogler, Oog SS OUG, one of my favorite teams, I have to say. Absolute Ooglers. Oh, how many gold chains?
Oh,
that's 5 out of 6 of OUG SS's Jade slots that are gold. Oh, I'm pretty sure that is Mortal Defiance as well up there on the right. So OUG SS, he's not going to be going down without a fight, especially with that gold armor that he's just picked up.
Especially because it stacks with the Zip ultimate as well. You can have Sedated Soul, you can have Mortal Defiance, and it saves you twice as LXH is definitely going to need a lot of saving right now. It's taking so much damage coming through from all of these teams posturing up to try and control that high ground. LXH will be able to dip back behind his Wuchan wall, get that shield, get that reset, and look to try and hold on to this high ground, which is going to be paramount to set Xiaonan up on this Viper drop.
No, absolutely. Positioning is going to be very key in this final zone. If you're able to potentially section off a little bit of a cliffside, not get caught falling down it. As we all know, terrain is one of your biggest enemies in NARAKA. If you get stuck in that sliding animation, you could potentially just get cooked. You know, the buttery rocks, nice and buttery. You're ready to go into the pan, into the fryer. Speaking of going into the fryer, NTL Hero taking a bit of damage alongside Ski, getting peppered by these flame breath cannons. Oh, the butterflies! The ice butterflies! Freezing Ski on the way into the zone, getting cooked. He's forced to use the Kurumi ultimate, and he's caught out of position and taken down. This is possibly the worst possible thing to happen in this kind of situation. You never want your Kurumi to get taken down going into your endgame. If your Kurumi stays alive, your Tianhai and Yueshan can always potentially stay alive and get rezzed if they get taken down. Tryhard biding his time. Oh, I think he's down to the zone. Oh! By the skin of his...
GG no though, they spotted him behind the building.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh no.
They know he's there. And
Oh, he's
like
on the
you
move. I can
said,
see it on the map. He's on the move.
He's having to run. GG are trying to track him down. We're going to have another snowstorm starting to hit, and I don't think we have any campfires left out. As yeah, Tryhard does go down to the musket coming through from OUG. Xiaonan still trying to hold on to this high ground. Does look like they actually were forced into using that Viper ultimate to carve that safe space, as the hero is not in a safe space at all. He gets spotted out. Unique from 5-1 with the repeating crossbow, procking that Venom tip, and NTL are locked out of this lobby without a kill once more.
It feels as though it's time and time again at the moment for both NTL and IDC, it seems. They get caught in really horrible situations where they're just caught out of position when they don't have all that many resources, they don't have all that many just things to play with. You know, they don't have good armors, they don't have good jades, and they make one positioning mistake and they get taken down. It gets fully punished, and that's one of the things that does separate the Chinese region, the CN region and MBPL environment, is that if you do make a mistake, it gets punished far more efficiently and far more often. If you're playing in these other regions, there are going to be teams that just aren't as fast to pull that trigger. You know, they're ready at any moment to pull the trigger and punish you for the mistakes that you make.
Well, now we're going to see FPX Donkwing with that legendary armor looking to try and scale rush, making sure that he doesn't get stuck onside those buttery rocks. KLA not in a great position at the moment, Duncan. They're positioned directly in the middle of all of these other teams. They do have those rocks to drop back onto, but the problem is if they try and drop, they go into OUG. 5-2-1 once again with the repeating crossbow, melting Xiaohu. The difference is water is still on that Z-Ping, can try and use the F1 to set up a potential revive if they want to be able to get that damage carry back into the mix. KLA going to come in with that purple fan, just trying to utilize how fast the RMB falls through. There we see a Dreadful Whale coming through from water to be able to use the hyper armor to block the damage onto Donkwing that would have cancelled the revive, but Xiaohu still is not picked up, and we're going to see Donkwing having to invest so many of the Takeda shells to actually keep himself alive.
Oh my lord. He has gone sky high very quickly, losing so much of his health. OUG getting oogly, sending Unique back to the lobby, getting thrown into the zone by that longsword, doing so much damage. KLA in the mix. The grab coming through from SS, the F1 grab. Don't blue focus the Takeda, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to get slammed into the ground. Give SS a means of coming back into this fight. The tumult, oh no, the Takeda, the shoves, so much damage, the Phoenix Blast doing so much work. SS able to dip into the zone, he picks up that Soul Bloom, and he's gonna look for this res. Whoa, the scale rush coming in from KLA Peak, but he's getting stuck. This is not the place you want to be. This is the blender. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get stuck down here, you are going to get taken down. SS, he's desperately trying to make it into the zone. The Mortal Defiance coming in, saving him once again, but unfortunately he is stuck sliding, and there he is, OUG SS getting taken down. Unfortunately, he's simply not able to make it through the sand, the buttery rocks. It is simply too much for him. Oh my lord. Oh, HLG falling apart at the edge of the zone as well.
HLG's hand having to grapple in towards, I don't think GG actually spotted him. Missia going to be going into the zone corruption ticks to be able to pick up that Soul Bloom and try and keep as much of the rage as possible. 8 players left in the lobby. OUG's the king, playing out of sight on the tree. LXM might have spotted him out, and he's going to have to commit as HLG's hand decides he wants that free real estate and decides to move on in instead. GG's Missia coming in with that legendary fan, going to be looking to do so much damage. Wu Chen Windwall coming out from on top of the team of 28. They've still got that Tessa ultimate if they really feel pressured enough to use it. The wind spout coming on through, thrown on repeat, so none of these teams can keep themselves on the high ground and are taking so much damage from everyone stuck below. Everyone trying to pressure in with those grapples, looking to try and land that flamer to fire tick to keep this team in check, but so far no one has been able to oust 28 from that position.
Oh. This terrain is so difficult to manage. HLG Han desperately trying to stay alive. He's so unbelievably low. He's got no arm. And there, okay, there it is. He does get taken down. OUG the King in a very similar position. The fire tick is ticking away, and it looks as though he's going to get taken down as well by the fire arrows, it seems. 28 Guitar. Oh my. The Smoke Wisp. The tornadoes coming in from the Tumulk and from Miski. And another set of whirlwinds sending Team 28 Gump back to the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game.
Same stage, different tournament, same GG on Holoroth Game 5.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, I was talking to you about this. I said, I don't know whether or not GG are going to be able to set up that insane dominant position they always pull on Holoroth Game 5, especially with the changes coming through in terms of the map differentials. But it really does feel like GG just have Holoroth on absolute lock. They know how to play the terrain. They know how best to equip themselves with the Soul Jades to take advantage of said terrain. In fact, of all of the teams that we see, both on the J-Cup stage and also in the NBPL stage, it really does feel like GG are the best at taking advantage of those vertical final zones where they're able to come in with those Soul Jades and the Cicada shoves and just keep punishing players as they try and climb to safety.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunate, Team 28 were not able to do the same. Gump getting taken down at the very end there. Guitar as well, getting caught up in that Tumulk Sand Wisp and just eating the Wild Wind Spout, the tornado from the fan. One of the newly added Soul Jades and weapons to the game. Whew. It is devastating. This Jade, I talked about it yesterday. I'm going to talk about it again today. The first tornado comes out so quickly, so fast, it knocks you up. And then the second tornado coming in gets that follow-up. You can potentially look for a follow-up from your teammates if you're playing team modes. Or I'm pretty sure as well that you can look for a range weapon follow-up as well. If you're just on your own, on your lonesome, throwing out those tornadoes left and right. One problem with it though, which does get seen sometimes, is that if you manage to iframe, dodge the first tornado, and you're able to get in position to parry the second, it can be very difficult. So you don't want to throw it out too willing. You don't want.
You don't want to immediately show your hand, right?
Exactly.
You want to keep that fan closed a little bit longer. It's not like Merciless Havoc, but even if you keep throwing it out, it's still not going to really be there with the spacing to look for that parry successfully, because you're not going to be able to close up the distance and actually deny the weapon from their hand, as opposed to the fan with that wind spout, where if you are able to close up the distance, it does mean that the fan does go out of your hand and onto the ground.
Yes, indeed. It is not the same as longsword. Although many people have referred to fan as
better longsword.
Yeah, just a dagger longsword, as it has so much range, and that's why we saw as well many players opting to swap the dagger into the fan, as it, for example, with your Takeda. Takeda, he's still very strong with dagger, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But with fan, able to, if you potentially get that initial blue focus confirmation with the vertical or the horizontal, you can then guarantee the follow-up after using one of your shoves, going into the follow-up and then going for a tech chase as well, or you setting it up, just does so much damage. I think everyone who's been playing since Fan came out can agree. The Fan does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really does feel like last month before Fan was out, every Takeda that took an MVP on the esports stage had a longsword, had Phoenix, had Hector. And again, like, you can play off of the fact that you can throw that R&B on the Fan out so quickly, so far, that you can follow up those same styles of follow-up with the longsword, where you have that activation of your ultimate, you're able to use the shoves to light stagger your player that you're running into, so they don't have the opportunity to be able to find the parry. And when you're running Fan into longsword, it has a significant advantage in that the R&B comes out so much faster than any of the focus stages coming out from the longsword. So if you try and look for the clanks from just a range face-off, Fan always comes out on top.
Absolutely. And one little trick for you to try at home, ladies and gentlemen, is that with the Fan, with the vertical, and with the horizontal as well, you can grapple cancel out of the animation. So once you've sent that forward Fan out, you can grapple, send out the grapple, and cancel the return from the Fan. One of the ways that a lot of players will look to parry Fan users is is that they will try and avoid the initial throw out from the fan.
And then parry the second
Exactly,
return,
they can
yeah.
jump parry from a little bit further away, or look for a shift parry, a dodge into the hitbox of the animation, and then parry. So if you're able to read that prediction from your opposing player with that grapple cancel, you can then look for a grapple bump, or look for the grapple cancel into a light attack, a 1-2, and then look to try and chase them on their dodges. Very
nice. It's nice to see that we're getting, different weapon styles. Because again, you have to remember, Fan came off of the back of Dreadful Whale, getting that gold focus. And you want to talk about weapon identity. It didn't matter what hero you were running. Everyone had Dreadful Whale in the back pocket, and it always turned into who has the Dreadful Whale on their team, how many can you stack, and when the final zone closes, are you going to be able to stop people from anticipating that blue charge so that you can go into the windup of the gold. And it's absolutely unpunishable, especially with that insane level of CC stagger on the last strike.
No, absolutely. Dreadful Whale, it is truly dreadful. No, it really is. The fact that it's gone from purple to gold means that it is extremely powerful, not only in solos but also in trios, as you're able to section off a huge portion of terrain area
Yeah, because
for
you used
your
to be able
team.
to clank it with the RMV on the dagger.
You were able to clank the purple with blue, as that is one of its properties, but we will look at that later. We are looking currently at the scoreboard for this game, and CDGG with 16 kills to their name, first place with that juicy multiplier, managed to take home 26.4 points. Very, very nicely done by GG.
There are two staples in NARAKA esports. GG will pop off on Holoroth Game 5, and J-Team's action will pop off in Game 6.
Yes, indeed. But following up from that, we have KLA in second place with 11 kills, 14.2, OUG with 7 kills, XCG with 8, HLG with 7, Lobby 28.5, 5, 3, 3, 2, 1, 0. Unfortunately, the IDC and NTL are still lurking on the bottom of the leaderboard. NTL had a decent game. It looked as though they could potentially pick it up, but unfortunately they haven't been able to do so, just caught in really rough situations. But we're looking at GG right now, and look at that. Look at that damage. It's nothing too crazy either. It's decent damage, just solid.
It's
solid
consistent.
performance.
It's consistent
Exactly.
damage. This is the thing that GG is so good at. A lot of the time they will take fights, but they'll actually finish off kills with the ranged weaponry. I would go as far to say that they are the best team when it comes to identifying those low health players around them, swapping to those ranged weapons and picking up the kill incredibly quickly. As I say that, I think he might have picked up on a point.
Potentially. But one thing I did actually notice there is that Tumult is running V1. V1, ladies and gentlemen. We usually see V3, which allows you to get your Tumult sand wisps by going through the wall and get them back and throw them out back to back to back and try and create opportunities, get those CCs on the opposing players and allow either yourself or your teammates to follow up. But he's running that V1 and he doesn't see the value. He's looking to get that longer ultimate and keep his ult up longer so that he's able to control space more effectively. I mean, we've even seen V2 relatively recently being used by quite a few teams, but V1 I don't think we've seen for a very long time.
Do you know, that might explain why GG had the confidence to take those Realm of Gang fights. Because you do have to remember, even though there were a lot of tumultuous in the lobby, GG pick up 2 Realm of Yang fights for free every single time. They have that confidence because of that change on their loadout for the tumultuous. We can have a look at why exactly this team are so confident on this map. Starting things off incredibly aggressive was KLA, as we can have a look at GG spawning into Yushan Ruins. Love the loop popping here as we go see Free get taken for a ride. The LMB on those dual halberds doing so much to just space the Z-Ping out of the fight, but thankfully you've got the teammate there to be able to peel all of the aggression away.
Absolutely. Look at this. Oh, he doesn't care. DRG Wuxing, he's not bothered by that Viper tether being attached to his back. He is still going hard, sending out those vertical blue focuses on the staff. Here we are, Xiaonan with this very nice fight, managing to pick up these kills onto GG after they managed to they eliminate a team, they still had that buff, so they were able to stay in the game, but they do give over those kills. This was so very nice. Oh, OUG SS doing work with that Phoenix Blast Hepta on that Cicada. Oh, there we are, the Dreadful Whale that we were just talking about. Very nice.
Whale, where you just throw it out on the lower level of the rock phase too, so you have your two teammates up on the high ground, pushing players into the lower level where the Dreadful Whale has already moved past that blue charge into the golden focus, and there is nothing you can do except hope that the ground has a cushion when you land.
Yeah, or potentially throw out something gold. You need something gold. You could, if you parry a player, potentially you can clank it against that. I mean, you just need something, you know, something that comes to mind. ACOS F1. We haven't seen any ACOS, but that's something that came to mind. If you manage to get in there, you can do that. However, LXM with the MVP for this game, F1 V1 to Mulk. Interesting, very interesting. A 13,000 damage on Pole Sword as well. Holy, that's a lot of damage.
7 assists, 8 kills as well. GG on absolute fire. The synergy between these players is something else that we really do have to discuss. A lot of these teams have sort of been broken down and patched back up and had some of these players come in, some of these players come out. GG has been playing together so long that they've been able to work on that synergy and chemistry that their communication is flawless.
Absolutely. Not all that much damage coming out from the cannon, but a lot from the Pole Sword. Here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Answer for treasures. Answer this question. Put your answer into the chat to have a chance at winning some goodies from NARAKA. Now, the question is, which hero will this match's MVP use? Will it be A, Takeda Nobutada, B, Zipping Yin, C, Tumulch, or D, Viper Ning? Make sure to put your answer into the chat and to keep an eye on the chat for when that winner is chosen at random out of the list of participants. You will be messaged, you will be added when the chat and the whispers, so that you're able to actually get those goodies. Don't be that guy.
I mean, that's got to be one of the easiest ones so far today.
Yeah,
we literally showed the answer a good 5 seconds ago. So do you know what? Maybe you can be a Z-Ping and you hit that F1 and you tap dodge back into getting that answer. But make sure that you really are spamming that answer in chat because you're running out of opportunity. That was game number 5. We have one last opportunity for all of our viewers to be able to interact with all of the community goings on. That means one more answer for treasure after a game, one more prediction question in game.
Yes, indeed. Don't be missing out on these treasures. It only works while it's live. So if you're watching it later on, unfortunately, obviously there's time difference. But if you are an early bird and you've managed to wake up early, or if you're just a night owl and you're staying up very late to watch these games, I know I would be.
Yeah, sacrifices we make, Duncan.
Exactly.
It's live,
for the
so
cosmetics.
Sadly, we can't enter, but you know what? I would not rather be anywhere else than right here.
Truly, I completely agree. I would. Shanghai. I can't wait. I haven't met all the players, but I plan to.
I did my rounds yesterday. I had a very
yes,
fun time.
Indeed. You got pictures with all the players. I'm very jealous. I want to meet them all, and I'm sure I will get the chance to. But yes, for now, we are going to be going to a short video, and we will be back very shortly for our final game.
I actually didn't know about 521 until someone had told me their original name last season.
Team 521 is such an aggressive team. I mean, they come from the SAA region. Everybody knows this is one of those regions that absolutely loves to pound the W key.
Definitely bring a special kind of energy to the game, to the lobby.
Em đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ và dành hết thời gian cho NARAKA và G-Cup năm nay. Em rất muốn tham gia giải đấu chuyên nghiệp của NBBL và em nhìn nhận nó một cách rất là nghiêm túc vì đó là ước mơ và đam mê của em. Em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất trong G-Cup năm nay để mọi người biết đến em và em sẽ cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa.
521, definitely a team to watch out for, but specifically Unique because Unique qualified for both trios and solos. There's only 3 players that have qualified for both solos and trios for the J-Cup. So that's IDK's Rumen, Tryhard, and Unique. So, is it somebody we need to pay attention to? What do you think?
Đội bọn em đã tham gia 3 lần J-Cup và năm trước thì đúng là một thất bại lớn của team em. Thì bọn em đã đạt hạng 16 của chung kết thế giới năm trước, nhưng mà từ đó thì bọn em rút ra được rất nhiều kinh nghiệm và để phát huy bản thân và đồng đội. Rút kinh nghiệm rất nhiều từ những thất bại và bọn em đã khắc phục nó và phát triển đồng đội vào năm nay. Thì đội em chú trọng vào việc phối hợp và việc giao tiếp nhiều hơn và không có đánh theo kiểu cá nhân nữa, thì tụi em phối hợp đồng đội nhiều hơn.
And coming from a region that is so hyper aggressive, being your team's shot caller and the support, so you have a broader view of what's going on.
这一局打得要更加的规整，更加的有这个纪律性，而且3个人的这个每一个运营的想法都是已经提前计划好的。
You know, you have to keep your teammates alive while they're running it down just straight head first into teams, getting oogly boogly. You know, you have to keep them alive. You have to keep them in check. Hey, come back, stop, chill. You know.
Tất cả mọi người sẽ là tin tưởng em và nghe em call trong một trận đấu đó, nên là đó là chiến lược của team em. Em sẽ cảm thấy nó rất là hạnh phúc, bởi vì đó giống như là một cái ước mơ của em á, và ước mơ của team em.
Ước mơ lớn nhất của em khi mà chơi cái game này đó là vô địch thế giới.
Nên em sẽ học hỏi kinh nghiệm từ những bạn khác và em sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
Mục tiêu của đội em đến với J-Cup lần này đó chắc chắn là vị trí quán quân, bởi vì bọn em đã dành rất là nhiều thời gian cho NARAKA. Hầu như là tất cả thời gian của bọn em đều dành cho NARAKA và mục tiêu của tụi em là vô địch. Em có tự tin.
Getting oogly boogly, you finally managed to do it. You got it into the official broadcast. And you know what? We're getting ready to head into the very last match of Trios Day 1 for the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup 2023. And there's been a couple of surprises, especially from some of these team performances.
No, there definitely has. One thing I just wanted to mention. I think I saw 521 playing Targa Zero Man. Is there a possibility?
Are you really going to get burned twice?
HLG, I love you and I hate you right now. I'm not gonna lie. You pick both Hadi and Tarka with zipping. You hover them both.
They dangle it directly in front.
Exactly.
You get super excited.
You fill my heart with joy and then you rip it away from me. How could you do this?
They dreadful wailed right through.
True, very true. But here we are with another prediction. To enter this prediction, you have to go through the client, through the website, to be able to secure your picks to this question. Which of the following two teams will achieve the most kills in this match? If identical, the one with the most damage dealt will win. Will it A, the NGC, or B, 5-2-1? Make sure to get those predictions in. Have a chance of winning some juicy J-Cup goodies. Don't miss out.
It's the last time too, at least for today.
At least
you
for today.
You get the opportunity to do it every single day that this event does run, every single match. But it is one last match, and that means one last opportunity for these teams to work around those hero points. But something else that we're going to be working around is our social media handles. You can find all of the information on how to follow NARAKA BLADEPOINT, as well as making sure your Twitch account is connected, because I would hate for you all to be here spending hour after hour with us on J-Cup and find out that your account wasn't linked and you don't get any of the goodies as a result.
I mean, you're bound to be enjoying the show just as we are. We're having a great time casting. We're having a great time being here in Shanghai. But of course, you don't want to miss out on some free goodies, some free cosmetics to take into game. No one would. So yes, make sure to get your account linked to Twitch or whatever platform it might be that you can secure these goodies. It'll come up into your mail in-game, in the client, once you have claimed them on the website. But enough of that. It's time for the game 6. What have we not seen?
Faria.
Faria. Exactly. We
We've
haven't
seen
seen
Justina.
Faria.
We haven't seen Faria.
Seen Hardy all the time.
Well, technically.
Okay,
well,
don't give me that.
actually,
No.
We did see Hardy
I mean
and Taka
in-game.
for 5 seconds.
No, so I do envision we will see Faria this tournament. And with the buffs that we've already talked about, we will definitely see. I'm not sure about this final game. There are going to be some teams that, I mean, it's possible. So here are two schools of thought. The first, of those who are sitting atop the leaderboard, very comfortable, having accumulated a considerable number of points, taking away some of the risk, you know, allowing them to potentially experiment with certain compositions that they've been cooking up in the lab, you know, very Paddy, what have you, whatever it might be, they might bring something out to experiment. Or they might, on the other hand, look to try and save it.
Yeah.
Save it as a surprise, you know?
True.
Something spicy for finals or for the last few games of, yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have to wait and see though. We're gonna be finding out very reasonably shortly, I would envision. But one thing I would like to see though, V3.
Oh.
I still think it's
Okay,
V3
I'm gonna let
It's
you
like
sit on your
Tessa.
soapbox and you can pitch this to me.
Okay, V3 Justina, it functions in a similar way to Tessa. Tessa having her ultimate available to her at 55%, allowing her to take a lot of rage, but not only that, initial rage, allowing you to get a lot of value out of it off the rip. So if you're in a very aggressive team, you can look for an aggressive early game, a hot drop opportunity to jump in, just get oogly. You know, you've got your ultimate up, ready to go as Justina or Tessa, and you can do a lot of work with that. And because it's a Mortal War, because scaling is so important, you're able to transition those coins that you get, that currency that you receive, from getting those early kills, because another key difference between Immortal War and Herald's Trial is that when you actually get a kill, you don't just get the money that they had on them, you get given money. So, especially with First Blood as well, First Blood gives a little bit extra, you know, a little extra some. So, if you're able to secure those early kills, you're able to get that snowball rolling down the hill, you've managed to shove it down the top of the peak, and you can start running behind it and just keep throwing punches and keep adding more to the big snowball that's rolling down the hill all the way to endgame. So, with that, works quite nicely with Justina. With that, Justina is able to not only secure a very good performance early on in a hot drop situation, but because of the fact that you can run so much rage on her, as she's very happy being stationary. When you use the ultimate, you're standing still, you have the damage reduction, you have that gold focus, you're able to stand there and throw it out. And now, the freeze duration on this ability, on Justina's abilities, all got buffed for trios. They now freeze transformers for a longer duration.
Yeah.
That includes Feria. So, because of all of this, it now creates more opportunities, more potential to take down these meta competitions.
You know what I'm really sad we haven't got to see? SEA Zai.
True. I'm not surprised though.
Yeah, I think they might be holding on to that pick for a little bit of time.
See, I'm not sure if they are. I think that they may have put it into the cupboard. They may have put it at the top shelf, collecting a little bit of dust, as Zai received quite a few nerfs.
True.
Her fire damage got nerfed. The actual damage on the empowered fire chain wave, what have you, got reduced. So, and also, actually, another thing I almost forgot was that when you're in your F ability, when you're in that sort of, I don't know, ghost form, so to speak, where you're able to move around, but you're not, like, you can't be pulled out of it, you can't be hit until you act. They changed it so that if you get CC, you get crowd controlled by something like a Justina Freeze, Temmie Wisp, Viper Ultimate, whatever it might be, it immediately pulls you out of that state and making you vulnerable. So, I don't know. Perhaps we will, perhaps some
we get
teams
to
cook
know
something
now.
up. But yes, we're not seeing it right now, that's for sure.
I think it makes sense that a lot of these teams are trying to play as safe and consistent as possible, right? You want day one to be good for you. You don't want to come out of day one and have the pressure and stress of having to pop off multiple games on day two, because that's going to play havoc into your team's mental, because we're not going directly into trios tomorrow, we cycle back into solo. So that little bit of lull time, if you have a poor performance, that's going to eat away at players.
Yes, indeed. It's also possible that you might not play the day after tomorrow, because this is only the first day. There are 3 groups, so there is an alternation. There's a little bit of... it's possible that you might not play in 2 days. We have a whole group of teams not playing today. You know, your DCP, Q, your IDK, TE, exactly. We've got a whole bunch of teams that aren't even playing today. So we're going to have to see, but for now we are going to be jumping right in to our final game of the day, our first day of Trio's J-Cup group stage. Oh, I love saying
I know, it does carry that sort of momentous aura.
Indeed it does.
Right, it's very prestigious, as we're going to have a look at where these players are going to be dropping. No surprises, a lot of these teams aiming towards those Rift dealers as quickly as possible to be able to steal away those early Moonbane charm purchases and take it away as a win condition from their opponents, but also give it to over themselves as that opportunity in case things go a little bit awry in terms of third-party arrivals. As DRG's Wuzhen going to be running with that Viper alongside Sanzi's Tessa. It's going to be interesting to see how exactly this team is going to interact with the Sand Siphon composition a little bit to their side as, oh, KLA. KLA already down 2. We are going to see a huge Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz come through from CXZ inside that Tumult ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tide of the fight, and KLA immediately losing all of those rebirth charms.
Indeed. We did have a little sneak peek at NTL over there. They seem to be just a little calm before the storm. They picked up a few armors, but this is the storm right over here. DRG Wuxing already being taken down. HLG Han with that staff trying to create openings, and a beautiful jump parry connection onto Corki. He almost gets the full juggle, but it doesn't matter. He takes him down, and it looks as though DRG might be going to the Soul Altar, and that is indeed the case. HLG picking up 3 very nice kills for themselves, but VNGC, they're lurking around. They've spotted them out, and a huge ultimate coming in from Mines. Beautifully done, beautifully placed from VNGC Mines. The zipping, managing to keep Han alive for the moment. Mines, he's trying to find the parry, he's trying to find that parry, but it doesn't matter, he doesn't get the connection. Oh my! Woo-hoo-hoo! The Tessa ultimate coming out, saving them from death. That was so unbelievably close. Asbon and Mines getting taken down so low. They're trying to jump back in. The Viper ult is coming out. Asbon, can he stay alive just long enough? The Tessa F coming out as well too. BBY gets stunned up. Are they going to be able to burst him down? It doesn't look as though they are going to be able to do so. And he gets that zipping ultimate popped, and there it is, HLG surviving this third party.
That has to be so frustrating. The Viper ult connects, but you're not able to kill the zip in time for the ultimate to kick in and save them. Speaking about saving them, GG actually was dropping towards Shadow Jade Mines, picked themselves up a Bane's Breath incredibly early on, used it incredibly early on, but it did not save them in the fight. They lost 2 of their players off screen, so it's going to be interesting to see how exactly they're going to be building back into this lobby, especially because all of that momentum that they just had on Game 5's Holoroff suddenly has been sucked out of their sails.
Yeah, no, that's it's not what you like to see, but having a little look over here, DRG, they've managed to find... Ooh, a purple greatsword. Very nice. That's all you need, ladies and gentlemen.
Especially off of a Tessa.
No, with a Tessa, it definitely is very, very useful. Tessa is very good at keeping people off her with this F ability that is a combo breaker in itself, and then also gives you the Foxfire effect, which has these little fiery orbs circling around you for a second or 2, that if you do get hit again, when you're not in a focus state, you get staggered by something, it will then knock people back within a small radius. So you can keep people off you very effectively. And on top of that, if you manage to find a stun, a charm with your ultimate, you're able to do a considerable amount of damage with a heavy weapon. Looking over here, KLA in the top left, the tippity top left of the map, northwest over here. It's one of the very popular looting areas. Once you've been taken down once, you can go over here. There's a decent amount of loot, there's a decent amount of money as well. A lot of teams opt to go over here once they've been taken down once in a lobby. Can be a very nice little spot, but it's very secluded. So you might not find all that many people for a while.
That's what KLA were banking on. They picked up a rebuff charm and they got that player back into the mix.
Exactly.
They were rolling without one of them. Is GG rolling without those rebuff charms. Sand Siphon not doing great at the moment in terms of that loot loadout. That Takeda not even on the purple scaling of the ultimate, as IDC Zay has got purple halberds, purple armor. Brandoro already in the purple state, as IDC are able to find a stash key, open it up. This does paint a target, however, on the map, because everyone is going to know that that has been opened and they're going to come calling because they want what's inside.
Absolutely. And it also looks as though IDC Zay has a bounty on his head, but it doesn't look as though the threat level has increased even just a little bit. The bounty hunters must be quite a distance away from them for the moment. It looks as though IDC are going to be able to get this stash, get all of this loot uncontested for the moment. Zay's taking his turn to go into the stash. Brandoro and Lexon have already picked some of the things up, picked it clean. Zay, you can have the scraps.
Well, here comes 521, who were coming for that team. Like we said, getting to see that stash has been opened, they can now look to try and track the team down and take the fight. They've got that Tesla, they've got the Viper, and if things do take a turn for the worse, they're going to have the Wu Chen teleport. They may well actually be the ones with the bounty on Zay's head, which is the reason why Zay has that purple armor, so that he's going to be able to survive the pressure coming through from the team that can keep a track of his whereabouts.
Exactly. Tomolk also very slippery, very hard to hold down, as your F is very, very good. It has lots of properties that in fact allow you to iframe through certain things. A very nice little bit of tech with Tomolk F, if you're able to time it at the correct moment. If you've been charmed by Tessa, or you have the Viper tether on, you can time it to avoid it. Oh, Yin getting a beautiful parry onto Brandoro, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be all that. Oh no! Oh, they so nearly take him down, but Yin does get taken out of danger by his Wu Chen. Did they just grapple straight over the top and not know? Surely they saw them. Surely.
I'm sure.
Surely, right?
I don't think they want to take the engagement on the drop yet. They know that they're there because that Viper ultimate is still there.
I mean, they do have the Takeda ult, though. Pampy getting locked up by this Tessa. Zay might be in a bit of a tough situation here. No, it looks as though this is a pretty good situation for them to be in. Zay is going to get stunned up, but they have that zipping ult, they have that Takeda ult to try and keep him alive, but it's not enough. The crossbow coming in, doing so much damage, melting his health bar. Yin double jumping into the grapple, trying to stay alive. His teammates looking to follow up now. Lexon and Brandoro trying to do as much as they can. The pole sword, it's really slow, but it does a lot of damage. If he's able to get the connection, he might be able to do something, but it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to do so. And Tessa ult is going to lock them up, and they get taken down.
It's not just the Tesla ult, it's the fact that Yin swaps to that fan and just continues to make sure that the pulsar does not get the opening. If you want to be on the sidelines and come in with the charged right-click and do as much damage in the shorter time as possible, you've got to get it past the RMB on the fan, and you can just keep charging it to that 0.9 state and throw it out, and as a result, the pulsar gets absolutely no value. They tried so hard to keep Zay alive, but sadly, even with the zip sustainability, the damage from that repeating crossbow just meant the fight was done.
Yeah, no, they had the right idea. They knew the plan. I think they were just caught in a bad... It wasn't the best terrain, right? They could have, as opposed to trying to lurk around the rocks just a little bit behind, if they had managed to get on top, up on top of the cliff, and then drop down afterwards, they might have had an easier avenue to come in and peel for Zay once he does get stunned. But unfortunately, it is what it is. I do think that they had their reses available, so they aren't out of this game just yet. But we're heading on over to the realm of Yang, and NIHQ just getting juggled. The longsword into the focus slide, just getting all of his armor shredded down. And NTL trying to create an opportunity. Ski getting taken down extremely low. Hero as well, having used the Tumulk ultimate. Doesn't... Oh! NIHQ getting a huge parry read onto Tryhard. Tryhard taking his turn back though with that longsword. Gets that Phoenix Blast. Off of the shove. Oh, NIHQ, he changes focus. He goes onto Hero. He's trying to find an opening, but he's got that Tumulk F, the Tumulk Wisp to keep him alive, get him into the air. Hero and Ski trying to collapse. Oh no! Ski gets taken down out of the air, caught by the fan, and Tryhard as well. He gets caught up on that Takeda F1 grab, and it looks as though it's over for this Realm of Yang. Hero, he jumps up into the air, tries to use the Tumulk F, but it's not enough.
Speaking about not enough, this fight is not over. We head into the second Realm of Yang and get to see Team FPX going up against 5-2-1. The pole sword immediately shredding Akame, as well as that Katana coming in with the follow-up damage. Yin incredibly low. And Dongqing doesn't even need to use any more of the ultimate to be able to find the fight win. Returning to that first Realm of Yang that we saw, yet again, the point is proven. Fan is just a better longsword. Tryhard was trying to come in on those sidelines with that Phoenix Blast that we've talked about. It is synonymous with Takeda in the past because of the stagger potential set up off of your ultimate, as well as being able to peel for your team in the Realm of Yang and look for those lines to play defensive. But it gets thrown out a little bit too often. It gets read into, and it's either parried or immediately clanked with the R&B of the fan.
Indeed, it is. After the longsword, alongside its base damage, but also the damage on Phoenix Blast and Hepta, all being reduced quite a while ago now, I think.
True.
It all got nerfed. So now, with the fan being introduced to the game, doing so much damage, I think there needs to be an equalization of damage potentially to bring longsword back into the meta, but we're going to have to wait and see. Yin, a huge jump parry, sends the punish back over to Lexan, as the Tumulk Wind would have prevented him from getting that follow-up. Lexan, so unbelievably low. It's a rematch. The bloodbath coming in. He's trying to get the stun, and he does get it. Lexan taken down 5-2-1. Even though they have the Yang depletion, they have found IDC to try and fight, and they do take down both Lexan and Brandoro. Zay somehow has managed to find an escape. He's grappling away. He's trying to put as much distance as he can. Yeah, he's only got 2. Down to 1. If he manages to break line of sight, he might be able to put enough distance. It looks as though he may have done just that. He's about to enter a small collection of housing, a little broken down ruins of houses. Maybe he finds an avenue of escape, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
FPX now not waiting to take the engagement onto NTL. No ult zone going to be popped, as Dongqing with the F is going to be able to connect onto Ski. Phoenix Blast connecting onto Dongqing. Tryhard yet again coming in, trying to find the opening and peel the opposing Takeda off of his support. Will be able to push Dongqing back, but Dongqing now with the R&B throws it out, but this time it's him that's a little bit too predictable. Tryhard able to find a back-to-back parry. Dongqing denied. Tryhard over an absolute sliver of health, and it's now a 1 versus 2. Jiaohu going to be able to use that pole sword, coming in with the staff, looking to find the connection into the gold focus. Dongqing with the LMB going to be able to avoid any of the follow-up damage, and it looks like the call was made that Ski just needed to back out of the fight.
So much pain. As Tryhard would say, that's all my legs, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Tryhard, the man, the myth, the legend. He is just parrying everyone left and right, but it's just not enough, unfortunately. Both Tumulks, it was quite a funny sight. Both Tumulks ulted at essentially exactly the same time, and it was like a perfect little Venn diagram, you know. And then the no ult zone immediately gets popped alongside that, and they all just scrap it out. But due to the huge differential in actual loot, the rarity, like we've got Jiaonan with gold dual halberds right here. it just does, the differential was just too much, it seems, and NTL are going to finally get taken down here. Ski was doing his best to stay alive, but unfortunately he was not able to do that. IDC, we did in fact, we just cut away, we'd cut away previously to NTL's fight. Zay did in fact manage to make it out alive, fortunately, so he may be looking to try and resurrect his teammates, but unfortunately for Ski, he won't be able to do the same.
Yeah, easier said than done as well on the Tumult. You may get golden focus state on your F activation, but you can still get chased by a lot of those uppercuts, especially off of that fan. It comes out so quickly, as we can have a look at where these next realm of Yanks are going to be coming out on the map. KLA looking like they're immediately going to be heading towards that one over on the left side. XEG potentially going to push over there themselves as well. Yeah, KLA definitely posturing up to put themselves on the middle. In a Model War, you know exactly where the portal is going to be. It is always right in the center of that circle. So you can play to either get in as quickly as possible, or you can be petty and grief the opponent into not letting them go free for free.
Yes, indeed. But we're going to have to wait and see. BNGC posturing to go for this Morris Blessing. Not looking to grief a Realm of Yang. KLA, though, they're jumping right in. Purple armors, the blue on CXZ. Not too bad. FPX lurking around the portal. As though they might be trying to go in here. HLG lurking in the wings as well. It's a bit of a standoff right here. FPX, they're waiting. They're hoping that they don't just randomly get Tumult or Viper drop down all of a sudden out of nowhere. Oh, the Detto round onto Han. It looks as though, I think they also tried to delay their entrance as well, so that the other team, HLG, weren't able to go in themselves. That they were able, since they had the optimal positioning, they were able to deny that entry since they waited until the very last second. So here we are, KLA against FPX. Don King finding a very nice engagement. The mirror Takedas, they've got the same mind right now. Yu has lost a little bit of armor. Oh! The tornadoes coming in from the back. Yu taking a lot of damage, but he doesn't seem to be bothered by it. The Takeda shove, the zipping F is keeping him topped up. The Takedas are scrapping it out. The Tumult with the focus slide. We've seen so much focus slide. It's insane. Water lurking in the background, throwing out those Fs and those tornadoes. Any chance that he has. CXZ, he's topped up. He actually hasn't taken all that much damage, or he's just come back from a reset. Don King, though, oh my, look at this, look at that damage! With the focus slide into the slide horizontal, with that pulse sword, you're able to secure so much damage. 2 seconds, and he took off his entire armor peak with a huge parry. The Tumult goes up into the air, trying to stay alive, trying to avoid the punish. He does manage to stay alive. Don King gets taken down for it, though. Xiaohu getting that heal up. It's a 3v2 situation. Yu now in the back, looking for that reset. He's found the 2 heals that he needed. This 2v3 is going to be a rather tall order, but the Tumult has that ultimate. Yet again, he's got it up and ready to go. Water with the tornadoes. With that movement, he's trying to create some distance. He's probably going to look for some kind of heal. Oh no, oh, and there it is, he just gets mosh pitted. Xiaohu, scale rushing around, there's not much time. Oh, and there it is, KLA come out on top.
That was a whisker away from timeout, as XCG a whisker away from going out of this lobby. HLG coming in with that Windspite Soul Jade yet again on the fan. Nai HQ off of the Furin shoves into the Flamer, so he's able to swap, doing so much damage in such a short span of time, as well as denying any opportunity for that heal to be able to come through and sustain the other side. And you want to talk about focus slide in that realm of Yang, Duncan? I want to talk about Phantom Step. Yu was an absolute sliver. Like, he was so low that sometimes his health bar was almost on 0, but he had that Phantom Step, he had that additional iframe, and as a result, when he was tap dodging away from a lot of that damage, he was able to keep himself out of the clutches of things like the soldiers out from the other side.
Phantom Step, you're absolutely right. It is such a good Jade. It should be a gold Jade.
Yeah, especially when you have either a fan or a dagger to set it up, because then, you know, you get your dagger dashes, you get your soul break,
get another
and
step
you
in there.
also get your iframe too.
Oh my, it's a lot. It's a lot. If you go up against a Nether Step, Phantom Step, Fan or Dagger player, you know, you got Soul Shatter on the Fan, you got Assassin's Lunge on the Dagger, you're in for a rough go of it. I'll tell you that. It is not very it's not pleasant. It feels next to impossible to actually create an opportunity to actually take prio from that player.
Especially when it's Takeda Mirror.
Yeah, it can literally be anything. It's just like, it's the combo of those Jades and those weapons, it just makes it so difficult. And if that character happens to have some form of self-peel, some kind of combo break, any opening that you do manage to find or create can just be broken out of by that, and then you have to do it all over again.
It slips away, just like you can slip out of the Viper ult.
Indeed, exactly. Another great thing about Phantom Step, it does give you that stealth, that invisibility. So for things such as Viper ult, the tether does not attach to you in that dodge moment. But speaking of Viper, Asbon, he's been forced into a very bad situation. The jabbing coming in from Don King. FPX have just obliterated VNGC, the 0-ban zone, the 3-ban zone rather, preventing the ults from being used. They get that Tumulk down, they use that tower, and then they just clean up the NGC and pick up those Soul Blooms, and they are very happy with themselves. XCG coming in to the mix as well. They pick up the final member of VNGC, Mines, who'd gone in the opposite direction trying to stay alive, but unfortunately he went straight into the clutches of XCG.
FPX doing such a good job of making sure that they're always the one in control of that fight. You've got the nunchucks coming through from water to keep those players locked into that stagger, and you actually see him taking that forward aggressive position. He's the first in the line to set up for the jabbing once the cat is out of the bag, and players that you're going into know to anticipate that really fast throw of the blue, as unfortunately for FPX, they're going to have to pick up a Soul Bloom really fast, otherwise even though they have the synergy, they're still going to be kicked out of the lobby.
Yes, you do not want that to happen, as when you die to Yang Depletion, you cannot be resurrected by just going and interacting with the dead body. You have to go and buy them back with a rebirth charm. That is definitely not what you want at this point in the game, as it's very likely that those rebirth charms have been bought up, and none of the Morrises that are going to spawn are going to give a rebirth charm, and that is exactly
they're chasing a
why.
Wuchen team.
Yep.
Oh no.
Or if they manage to isolate one of these players and quickly burst them, they might be able to do something, but there's only 4 seconds left. They need to make something happen right now. They need to get that Soul Bloom, but the Wuchen port is gonna come in and keep them alive. Xiao Hu, he does have his Tumulk available. The KLA is very close by. They could potentially swap their focus, but it doesn't look as though they're going to choose to do so, and Water is now getting chased down by CXZ. The focus slide coming in yet again, ladies and gentlemen, and there he is. Taken down, unfortunately. One of the worst feelings to die to Yang Depletion. It's heartbreaking. It is what it is. We've all been through it. Thankfully, Xiao Hu and Dong Hu. Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, they're still alive. So maybe they can stay alive long enough to get more placement points due to the multiplier, but...
Uh-oh. Dong Quing just went down.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, Xiao Hu's got ult. He's got a little bit of health to work with. He's got Vitality. He's got a Pulse Sword to try and deter. I also like as well the fact that he's not really going into the purple bushes, because we've seen players now methodically clear purple bushes.
Yeah.
Instead, players are being a lot smarter, and they're actually putting themselves into areas where they're more out in the open. They're not obscured, they're not immediately stealthed, but as a result, it's not somewhere you would immediately think to try and check for a runaway straggler. Is Xiao Hu with that Tumulch ultimate, trying to break free, live to survive another day, goes up the cliff face to be able to scale outside, but he gets stuck inside the terrain of the boat beam, and he gets held in place by the Tumulch Wisp on the other side.
What just happened? He just bumped into him, literally. He just headbutted this man. Another Tumulk with his Wisp ready to go. He gets CC'd, he gets locked down, the crossbow coming in, and the Pulse Sword bonk to finish him off. GG.
That's so unfortunate for FPX. They had 11 kills.
They had so many kills. They're not able to capitalize on that multiplier, unfortunately, but Tell You Who is going to be able to. XCG with 15 kills on the board currently, and it can potentially go even higher since there are 18 members or 18 players still left alive. That's 15 potential kills. I doubt they'll get all 15, but it is the cap. That is the most kills that they could get theoretically.
OUG are absolutely untouchable at the moment on the low end of that ship. They've got the Blood Ripper, they've also got Merciless Havoc, and they're just throwing it out again and again so that no one puts pressure onto them, because you can see that they've still got 2 blue armors, as we can have a look at what KLA walk away with for free. Legendary armor, legendary flamer. That's not going to be something fun for those zips to deal with, but unfortunately it does actually cost them. Peak goes down.
Yeah.
The zip without that sustainability is going to make it a lot harder for the Takeda to play for the win condition of the zone collapsing, and with the way that this zone is setting up for so many different levels, that Takeda is not going to have a fun time using the Fury and Shoves to actually translate into extensions.
Yeah, and he's getting stuck on these buttery rocks. It's so difficult. I'm just watching him try his best to just smoothly maneuver around this cliff face, and he's just getting stuck on all of it.
Do you know what? It's nice to know that these pro players struggle with that movement on the cliff faces too.
Yeah, everyone does. It happens to everyone. OUG, they seem to be traversing it relatively well for the moment. SS, he's trying to find some kind of opening here. He's got that cannon, thrown out those cannonballs. He's not really found all that much success just yet, but hey, LXH eating a bit of damage there from a cannon. Team 28 in a pretty decent position. They can rotate a little bit later on towards the safe zone as they are on the high ground. They can see everything that's happening in front of them as it's all below them. They don't have to go up a hill, up a cliff, or whatever it might be. They are trying to put a decent amount of pressure onto 521 over here as well. 521 are in a very bad situation as they're going to be forced into KLA over there. It's the 2 gold armors, the Tumulk and the Takeda. Although they are a 3-man team as of right now, 2 gold armors or Takeda Tumulk from 2 members of KLA. That could be rather a pretty hard cliff to scale.
Huge
You don't want that to happen.
Tessel
Big
coming
Tessel.
through from the likes of XCG having to deal with that really good stuff coming through from NiHQ to be able to cover for his Zip, who's not able to interact with the earners. We're going to see everyone now try to trap these players in towards the outer edges of that zone. Tumult Ultimate having to be invested on the side of Team 28 up on the high ground, so they're able to survive all of the attention coming through. 521 off of the back of that Tester Ultimate have actually been able to dethrone XCG's position on the side and have immediately moved forward to replace them.
Indeed. Did you see the little loot pile on top of that tree?
Yeah, on the tree!
Each member of the team just takes their turn to go to the top of the tree and grabs some resources. You love to see these little goofy moments in these games, but it's not... Actually, it's about to get even oogly goofier with this Blood Ripper coming out from OUG. Oogly boogly. I love to see it. The gold Blood Ripper. Jinyu, he's just running around having a good time. He's mowing the lawn. He's ready to go. He's just trying to section off that little bit of space for his team, as when you are running around with the Blood Ripper active, you are in purple focus, and any range projectiles that clash, that hit you, are just going to clank. They're going to get destroyed by the Blood Ripper itself.
Ooh! CXZ!
A beautiful barrier into heavy sword sap! Oh my!
He's the only one on the team alive, though. He doesn't have the ult. He's taking so much damage, looking to find the connection. The Assassin's Lunge, locking him down into the follow-up damage from the Flamer. And GG knock KLA out of the lobby. Viper Ultimate now coming on through from Team 521. Yin with the double jump, able to find the connection onto all of the players of Team 28 up on the high ground. Zip Ultimate going to be kicking in to keep everyone sustained. 521 locked outside of the zone with the Tumult Ultimate coming through. Have to be so careful that they don't immediately drop into the Flamer coming on out from the team on the other side. Yin has no choice but to directly go into the barbecue. They've got the Wish and TP, but the Fire Tick still hits!
Oh, that is so unfortunate. They just aren't able to get in and stay healthy. The Flame Ringers, the all the fire damage just ticking away at their health bar. Their shield was essentially full, but they're just getting absolutely cooked. All of these Flamebringers, all of it's being used so unbelievably well by these teams. XCG doing an excellent job of just obliterating the lobby. They're running around, having a great time. Miskia is the next target. The Takeda for GG. He's stuck on the buttery rocks, on the terrain. He's unable to escape. Night XQ, he does not want to stop, and he's gone up the cliff into the clutches of OUG, but he's ready to go. The gold fan is doing so much damage. The zipping is unable to do anything about it and just gets shredded, absolutely obliterated. And here we are again, Jin Yu now dropping down into Night HQ, and Jiaonan up against the wall, up against the cliff, and he gets taken down as well. LXM, the final remaining member of Team GG, he's trying to stay alive as long as possible. He's managed to secure that second place for his team, but oh no, he's not getting first. Oh, XCG, good.
What is the fire damage going to be from that flamer? I tell you what, you didn't get the Taka.
No.
But
it's a lot of fire.
Technically, you did get Takeda turning into miniature Taka with that flamer.
Pseudo Taka with the Flamebringer.
Taka 0.5.
Absolutely. One day, one day. I will copium on that for the rest of my life. But XCG closing out the first day of J-Cup group stage with a banger, an absolute banger, doing exceptionally well. I mean, we're talking about XCG, but so many of these teams performed so well today. VNGC 521. Unfortunately, our boys from NA and EU did not have the best of performances today, but it is what it is. We've talked about it. NBPL teams have been plenty of times where in certain series, in certain splits, certain teams have just had a bad series. And it's okay, it happens to the best of us. Recognize that and move forward and come back in the second day with a vengeance. Ready to go and ready to get oogly boogly.
I mean, speaking about coming back with a vengeance, XCG back on this stage. The last time we saw them right here, they were lifting the NBPL Season 2 2023 Trios Champion Trophy. So they really have been working very hard, making sure all of their synergy is on point. Their sand siphon composition is absolutely terrifying. Their loop pathing and scaling into late game, really, like that flamer, I really do feel like it has been such a difference maker in these lobbies, because that fire tick with that heal cut just makes it so much harder for other sand siphon compositions to hold on to their abilities, and you get to essentially force so many fights. You don't need to actually instigate or put yourself into too close a position where it turns back on you. You pull out a flamer, you threaten that space, everyone is scattering out of the way, and they'll run into other teams, which will leave them vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that poor just ticking away, slowly getting crispier and crispier, and just with full arm, but unable to do anything about it.
It's okay, she's got the blindfold. See, she didn't see. It's fine.
Oh yes, it is. It's a rough sight to see. It happens when you have full armor and you're just dying to fire things. It happens. But that is why we talk about it so often, especially in trios. You're able to get just insane value from fire. Flame breath, Flamebringer, all of it. Fire arrows did receive enough.
True.
However, it's still very strong if you have a lockdown, or if you've managed to lock down a target, or if you're just that good, you're able to send those flicks out and you're able to get that double charge bow shot. You're able to do a considerable amount of damage directly to the health bar, and it's not only your essentially bypassing the armor, but you're also able to cut that healing and prevent it from doing as much as it should. It's so obvious at this point that healing in trios is very important.
Yeah.
When your Karumi dies on Transformers, you are in a really bad spot. If your zipping dies, as Takeda Tumult, we saw it at the end there, KLA was in a really bad, even though they had 2 gold armors and were very looted in terms of weaponry, they weren't really able to do anything about it. They just collapsed on. If the Zipping and the Takeda had been alive together as a pair, as opposed to the Topol, they could have done a lot more.
True.
But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And it's time and time again, fire damage is just king.
I mean, something that sort of got stealth buffed as well with the changes to Soldiers, where we have the combinations now, is Flame's Breath, because
I
it got
wanted to say
combined
earlier.
with Rupture Gale.
I did want to say that earlier.
So not only are you getting that fire tick with Rupture Gale, you're also getting a wider AoE radius, and that is absolutely devastating in trios because everyone has to play so close together so that if you get claps on, everyone can sort of huddle up and try and just raise their shields, raise all of their weapons, and hope that by just hedgehogging into a position, they're not going to get pushed even further.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, but look at that scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. 25 kills!
5 over a 20 bomb.
At 25. 25 kills for Team XCG in Game 6 of our first days of trios. 39 points with that first place placement. Get those dubs. Turn that 25 into 35, ladies and gentlemen, and you are very happy. Second place, we have FPX with 11 kills. There's quite a contrast there. However, it's not like they didn't perform well. Those teams in second, third, and fourth, they're all performing extremely well. It's just that XCG pulled it out of the bag this game, and they popped off.
Okay, Mr. Target Expert, how much damage do you think the Flamer did? You're gonna have to guess soon. It's gonna be coming up in a second.
I'm gonna say 7 to 10,000.
Okay.
7 to 10,000, I would estimate. I mean, that's if he's the MVP. It's possible, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Still though, 28,000 damage on that Tumult with the V2 again. So the thing is, it's very interesting how the meta has moved from V3 to V2, and we've also seen V1 as well. It's as if these teams can't make up their mind as to which is better.
I think it's more just sort of they want to throw curveballs in because they know there's going to be so many other Sand Siphon compositions.
Yes.
Just having that opportunity to be ever so slightly different gives them an opportunity to have an edge in a fight.
Exactly. It can be in those tough situations, in those high intensity environments, it can be difficult to deal with something that you're just simply not expecting. But here we are looking at the total standings for the day. XCG sitting atop the leaderboard with 117.2 total points.
Oh my.
Oh my.
That is a lot of points. We might have to cross-reference that, but
indeed.
that might be the most amount of points picked up in a tournament day.
Potentially. However, we have OUG and KLA in second and third place, with FPX fourth. There is not all that much in it between those two teams. That is literally 5 points between second, third, and fourth place. That is not very much at all. And it speaks to how competitive this environment, these two lobbies, have been today in the series.
I mean, this was 100% the lobby of death.
Yes.
As we can have a look at a replays of some of those dabs. Really love to see that Tessa coming on for his HLG's PPY is able to come in with that slam on the spear and find the connection. You charging the Dragon Slayers into Nezhar's conversion to land into the spine of the Mirror Takeda, and immediately you can see Night 2 looking to back on up using the shove to be able to create even more distance. KLA's peak on the cliff side, coming in with a flame breath of his own as you, with the jump horizontal, cleans up the player above his head.
Indeed, we've got a little bit of a clip here with, oh baby. Naya HQ showing exactly why Fan is one of the highest hit rate weapons at the current moment in time. You're able to pick, so what happened there was Soul Shatter, Uppercut, Grapple Cancel, Blue Focus. Obliteration.
remember as well,
legitimately.
like the fan scoops you closer, right? So you're able to utilize that downtime to be able to swap to something like the Flamer, and then because the fan has actually brought them into the distance, the fire tick is going to be able to connect as well. So there's some really good synergies coming through from those two weapons, and NiHQ was 100% banking on that.
No, he's been performing extremely well today, and he's showing off that fan damage, the gold fan, and the newest mythic skin for the fan, the extreme skin, the
so
red
pretty.
rarity. It's very nice. The fact that it changes color every time you do a short handle dodge or a quick dodge. They've changed the name of it. I think it's a quick dash or quick dodge, something along those lines.
Okay.
Every time you dodge, you get that color switch, and it's very.
What did you say, 9K on the
7
Flamer?
to 10.
7 to 10, okay, how accurate?
Oh, okay. Alright then. Alright, okay.
I can see why you want to play Taka, if you think fire tick damage is going to be able to do that much, but speaking
I
about
mean,
NiHQ,
7 was definitely up there, but it's just that we were talking about it so much, and he was doing so much damage in general, and it looked as though every time we cut to him, he had the Flamebringer in his hand and doing, and so we will have to see. I don't know.
Speaking of cutting to NiHQ, we'll be cutting to this interview with the player. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
大家好，我是叉 C 机的奈尔乔。最开始永劫最吸引我的地方，感觉就是新型的大逃杀游戏嘛。一开始是抱着就能冲进前20或者是前30就行了，然后没想到当时冲到了修罗榜第1嘛，就开始做主播，然后参加各种平台赛事啊。我可能比较早独立，因为我家里是放养的，就因为我父母是离异嘛，所以我爸他也比较忙嘛，经济方面也不太需要依靠父母。因为我小时候就比较喜欢摩托车嘛，然后之前去这种赛车或者是修车什么的就学过，去当过学徒嘛，也算是。当时参加第一届节杯的时候，就因为第一次上台打比赛嘛。然后很激动，也很紧张嘛，但因为起点太高了嘛，所以就压力挺大的。锦鲤杯跟节杯第5把的时候，都是有夺冠希望很大的，就我成绩都算挺好的。然后到 S1，就节杯打完之后，我们队伍解散了嘛，然后还有一段时间就没怎么训练。就组起来，大家也说银河战舰啊什么的，但我们打出来的成绩也就中游，就不太理想，所以就各种粉丝压力啊，或者是外界压力啊，还有我们自己也比较迷茫啊，怎么提升啊？就 S1 打完之后，才开始放低姿态嘛，就从头来嘛，好好打嘛。就我们成绩一直飘忽不定嘛，就坚持到现在也是一方面是因为2个队友，也因为认识了挺久，也不只是队友了，也是就玩这游戏一直玩到现在了。然后再加上就俱乐部老板比较信任我们嘛，希望看到我们一起拿成绩嘛，所以我们3个就也比较努力，然后平时也会一起玩，放松一下，再加上。打职业也是为了上台捧杯的那一刻嘛，所以我们一直坚持到现在。拿下这个夏季赛冠军对我们改变就更加自信了吧。我们也不是很差，就至少还是有夺冠的实力嘛。永劫肯定改变了我的生活。毕竟我一开始是在广州生活的，现在来到上海了，我也是第一次就自己去到外面城市生活嘛，然后也算是打的第1个职业。 我觉得这届节杯拿下冠军概率看新版本吧，因为节杯要换一个新版本，看我们新版本理解跟不跟得上。我感觉我们也挺尽力的，就可能没有120%吧，但感觉应该也有个80%-90%吧，最少，只能说尽力就行。就打职业之前已经经历过失败，就打职业，说实话没什么能打倒我们。
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today we are really glad welcome MVP 奈何桥. Welcome and let him say hello to our audience. 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是差一技能奈何桥。
乔子不要紧张，没有事情，可能是很长时间，对不对？就是突然回赛场，我相信一定是很激动的。So first of all, we know from the video that we know like the whole journey for you to now in the XCG. So we know that the status sometimes you like in the high mountain and sometimes you like downstairs. So I would like to know how's you just like pass the journey of like these days. 那我特别想问一下奈何桥啊，就刚才这个片子其实也看到了你在 XCG 一个其实比较完整的一个心路历程吧。就我这边特别想问一下，其实对你们3人组来说，当你们到达巅峰，也经历过低谷的时候，你们是怎么一起去调整这个队伍在一个非常好的状态的呢？
因为我们3个就也不是队友了，是兄弟了，所以我们3个也是互相想办法怎么提升啊，让俱乐部老板信任我们，所以我们3个一直走到现在，就打得越来越好。
Okay, so to be honest, I think the teammate for me in XCG, they are not only the partners, they are like the bro in my daily life. And we will like improve together and really want to have a high score in the matches. And like both also believe us a lot. That's why we can just stand here and now it's like what you look like the XCG is. 非常非常的感人。那接下来我们要到了我们一个抽奖问答的环节了。So let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills will the team with the highest score in any previous matches in this match? OK， 那今天的题目呢是在这个就是我们的这个队伍啊，在最高分的时候，大概是应该是巅峰是多少分？好，那我也想问一下乔子啊，今天 ，So， 今天呢是节杯小组赛第一天，但对你们来说其实是个双喜临门，不仅是第一局拿了个开门红，而且目前为止也是在领跑我们的积分榜啊，就特别想问一下乔子，感觉怎么样？今天对你们队来说，这次节杯之旅是一个怎么样的开始？
就很好的开始吧，因为我们一直在找回状态嘛，因为太久没打比赛了，所以有点激动。但今天打的成绩已经高枕无忧了，就是稳进决赛了。
So I would like to ask him that because it's the first day of the J-Cup and they got the higher score in the game 1 and also is leading the scoreboard now. So how's his feeling? Or what's the meaningful to him? And Charles just reply me that he think it's really good because they are like rest for so long time and really excited and to have the matches today. And he think now they have enough points to qualify for the grand final. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得乔子应该已经准备好了。那接下来就让我们进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, 谢谢。Okay, so also because it's the J-Cup today, and I would like to know your ambition for your team in the J-Cup. 那我也特别想知道啊，因为其实来到了节杯之后，一定要问的一个问题，这次对 XCG 来说，你们的一个目标，包括有没有目前立一个什么样的 flag 给大家？
目标夺冠嘛，夺冠的话，我们3 cross 永劫无间的决胜。
Okay, so our ambition in the J-Cup is to get the championship of the Trials game, and if we can get the championship, and then 3 of us will cosplay the character in the NARAKA. Okay, 一定要 信守承诺啊，到时候好不好 ？OK, and thank you for today's interview. 谢谢奈何桥来到我们的赛后采访，今天给我们一个非常好的一个分享。那再次恭喜你们今天一个表现，期待接下来你们的一个在节杯当中的旅程，好吗？Okay, cheer up and good luck. Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Nice. He's making a lot of moves. He's been playing extremely well today, leading the standings for our first day of Trios J-Cup group stage. And I think he might be right. 116, I think it was?
Yeah.
16.2? I might be wrong, just by a little bit. Oh, we're going to find
We'll
out
get
very
to see
soon.
now.
Yes,
Hey,
but
thank you, Rod.
116 points is, I would say, likely enough for qualification into.
I think it might, you know, it might maybe just be enough. That's crazy. Because if you think about it, we've now got 2 teams. In solos, we've got Spider. In trios, we've got XCG. That essentially can just use the second day of their play to experiment and throw a couple of spanners into the works of all of the teams around them.
Absolutely. And the thing that I really liked about that interview, the recorded video, and then afterwards, was that he spoke about his teammates, less about his teammates, more like his brothers. And he talked about in the past they hadn't performed all that well, or mediocre, he put it, that they've been going through some issues, some trouble, and they hadn't been playing as much. They weren't playing as well, and that they're coming in here into this year's J-Cup, looking to put in as much effort as they can and come away with the championship title. And they seem to be a very tight-knit group, and it's lovely to see.
Oh, talking about tight-knit, we're going to have another group of tight-knit players coming into the next day of play, which is going to be groups A and C. And correct me if I'm wrong, Duncan, but I believe that is Mike and Tryhard in Group A, still in play.
I think you are absolutely correct. Hey, we're going to be running at 3 Holoroth daytime maps to start it off tomorrow, 4 solos, and then 3 nighttime or dust maps for our second day style, as we did on the first day of solos. My mind just flooded with all the NARAKA, all of the amazing NARAKA that we've seen. Today we've had XCG, FBX, KLA do incredible things, and this is all off the back of yesterday. Oh, we had Spider getting 4 MVPs in a row.
Yeah.
In a row.
I know.
And sitting on almost 60 points off of 6 games.
He almost came along and broke his record of most amount of kills picked up in one solo's lobby too.
Insane. It's just incredible. And then we have Mike, although he had an amazing first game. He didn't have the best rest of his series. It is what it is, you know. Then we had Frostivus coming in, taking third, and if not for the Moonbane incident, we'd be talking about how Frostivus is in second place behind Spider, an international player coming in for his first time to J-Cup. That is truly impressive. It's truly a sight to see. Unfortunately, Tryhard has not had the same performance. Speaking of it today as well, NTL did not perform all that well, and hopefully they can pick it up for the second day. I mean, Tryhard, he's that guy. He's that guy who doesn't let these... And I talked about this earlier as well with you, Moxie, that if these players recognize the fact that anyone can come in, and that they put in a crazy amount of work, they're putting in a lot of effort to be here, they got here, and now they have to keep going. And then we have Tryhard playing in trios and solos, Ryoman solos and trios. It's just, there's so much. They're putting in so much, they have to cut themselves some slack, and they have to realize that they can still qualify it.
Yeah, like it's insane, like you said, the fact that we have 3 players running both solos and trios, because even if you're playing the same hero, doesn't mean you're either playing the same abilities or playing them in the same manner, because trios has entirely different lines, positions, and roles assigned in the team. A lot of the time we were seeing in 2 versus 1. You know, one person would take forward position, one person would always make sure that they were facing behind the opponent so they'd be able to look for those parries and lockdowns. Since you can't actually parry behind you, you'd have to actually find the 180 jump parry, but that is easier said than done.
Absolutely, it is definitely hard. It's not easy, you know.
Yeah.
Coming to Shanghai, you're coming in, you're on the big stage for the first time on stage. It's a lot. It's a lot on your mind. It's a lot of pressure, not only to yourself and your own aspirations, but also to all the fans, your supporters. You don't want to let them down, but just take a deep breath. Come back, re-engage, reload, and get those points and get to grand final.
Yeah, just, you know, take a tuna. You know, do that with me.
I love it. But we are going to be cutting away. I think that's the end of the day.
It's the whole day highlight reel.
It is the whole day
I believe,
highlight
yeah.
reel, and we're going to be going to that. But I think that is going to be all from us today. It is going to be me, your host, Dunky Donuts, alongside the lovely Moxie. It has been an amazing day yet again, and there's plenty more NARAKA to be played. This is only the second day. But anyway, we're going to be having to cut away here. We're going to be cutting away some tasty highlights, but we will be seeing you again tomorrow. So make sure to come back for tomorrow's solos. Same time, same place. We will see you then. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.